societies that we see in China
Yeah.
or the Soviet Union before it collapsed.
Yeah, it's
Yo,
just
what
it's
up?
very annoying like how like I don't mind people having extreme talking points. I think that's fine, but I just don't like when people pretend like their views are like ultra moderate and super chill and it's like, no, you're talking about like a very extremely different version of the United States and probably requiring some level of authoritarianism to get there and yeah, I don't know. It's just been very frustrating lately to see. I can't believe like all the weird cringe socialist shit has kind of like crawled back in without yeah.
Any kind of challenge.
Yeah, and then like all the liberals like cave into it immediately, and then I have to wonder like, are they just not aware of like how crazy it is? Like Pisco not knowing what a Marxist-Leninist is, that was like really wacky to me, considering he talks to one for
Yeah.
so many of his shows. And then so now I'm like, okay, maybe people just don't know, or maybe people are secretly way more extreme than they're letting on, and I'm just not picking up on that because it's hard to say. Like, yeah, I don't know.
By the way, Aaron, I still want to talk to you about communism at some point. But that because she's an open communist, right? And as far as I know, so socialism we already defined, we already agreed.
Yeah, I was having really, really bad sleep issues the last few days, but I finally got some like really good quality sleep last night. So I am back. Do you sell quite a bit of your merch per month? No, not really. Like if I have a new release, so I make a new design, usually there's a bit of an uptick. Sometimes just randomly, like there might be a few new like people who come across my channel or something, and then they buy up a bunch of merch, but like the t-shirt sales aren't a big moneymaker or anything.
These other types of figures as like part of our political allies, and then these other people are explicitly saying, "Hey, I'm here to hijack your movement to pretend that I'm one of you, while really I'm trying to destroy you from within the entire time."
Yeah.
And if I had it my way, like almost all of you would be jailed. Like that's like this is our ally. This is how desperate things are. Like people forget that like in 2016 Hillary won the popular vote by 3 million votes. In 2020 Biden had the most votes of any presidential candidate in all of
But
human
I've heard
history.
moderates lose all the time.
Yeah, and then it's like, why do we feel like
And
we
Trump
need
is
to?
extreme, so we should be extreme as well.
Yeah, I just don't understand where this idea comes from. They're like, oh no, we need to cater to socialist fucks to like win elections. Like what? Who?
I actually so I can understand this is the part that I can understand. The part that I can understand is that
I think the reason the Democratic Party is doing this is because there's a lot of fucking Democrats that are actual fucking crazy wacko commies.
depending on your perspective, 55%
Like
to
look at Bernie
literally 80 or
Sanders.
90% of the Republican Party has been co-opted by the extreme version of the right-wing idea.
I'm not playing Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Fuck that game. That's made by a Chinese company again, right?
Have you seen Frank's live stream? I should have donated to his live calling out his chatterbait again instead of saying it in the chat in his stream. But I think I did enough. Frank does need more drug money.
We already reacted to his live stream. I don't know why he went out and did that when he's way too shy to go up and talk to people, and he also dressed like a fucking idiot and didn't even really make a good plan for anything. He was just like wandering around handing out like business cards. And he was too shy to really go up and talk to anybody. He's just fucking stupid. But thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo. This game fucking is getting review bombed to fuck on Steam right now. They patched the game by removing the ability to run the game at native resolution, then claim that this was a performance patch when it actually in practice not at all. Just set default rendering resolution to DLSS quality. Jeez. 1.3 introduced super sampling resolution limits. Have been adjusted on select GPU models to prevent ununited performance degradation. Who the fuck thinks this is okay? So I'm forced to play at blurry 100 FPS mess and force 38% super sampling instead of 75% 70 FPS 1440p. So they just stuck the render scale. Okay, so yeah, there's no fucking way I'm playing this. Lenzy 505 games. 505 is the publisher for Evo? Weird. Okay. Who's the developer? So it's a Chinese developer. Yeah, fuck it, dude. I'm not buying any games from fucking Chinese developers. Like, they all suck. Like, look at Black Myth Wukong. Fucking suck-ass game.
Right? You could call it crypto-fascist, you could call it Christian nationalist, you could call it whatever you want to call it. But the Republican Party has already been co-opted by their crazies. And so the left wing is making the argument, I think the steelman of this, if I'm being charitable, is that the far left is a very vocal but loud part of the left, but it's probably only 10%, something like that.
Less, yeah.
Well, so it's even less. So it's not necessarily an electoral threat. So by entertaining these people in alternative media, we're getting the votes because they're ultimately going to vote Democrat, and they're never going to achieve anything anyways, so who gives a shit? That seems to be their line of argumentation. My fear is that they're going to yank the Overton window left.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, I don't even know. But it's hard too because because they don't even participate electorally. And now that the Swamdani guys won in New York, which I think is fine or whatever, but now like this is like who they're all hitching their wagon to because like, oh my god, look, socialists can win elections, right. And it's like it's so cringe and performative to see Hassan like literally skipping flights to go hang out with that Mamdani guy because he didn't think he was gonna win, and then after he wins, Hassan's like, oh, I'm gonna go door knock for this guy because he's so cool. It's like, oh my god, just because he won the primary, now you want to show up for him? It's
Joey and more Joey.
Let me take a look.
Some serious cuteness is occurring right now.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, they're so handsome. Look at those chonkos.
Hey.
Oh.
Hi, cutenesses.
I bet Gummy would really like a catio like this.
Keep your sweet eyes for YouTube.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Do your sweetnesses.
Dear God, that is incredible.
You guys are so yummy. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. Meet my cats, Vel and Crow.
Oh my god. They're friends.
You are a masterpiece.
Oh. Oh my god, he's so sentient. Do you see that?
Joey.
Whoa, he's sentient. Oh my god, he's looking right at you.
You look like you're posing for a painting.
Oh my god, so fuzzy.
You're so handsome.
He is handsome.
You're so wonderful.
He is wonderful.
You're so charming and
He
darling.
is charming.
And all the good things.
He is all the good things.
You are every good thing that is.
He is every good thing that is.
Joey.
His name is Joey.
Joey, Joey, Joey.
Oh my god. Oh, look at his face. He's tired. He's probably tired from doing cat stuff all day. Well, thanks for the donations even now. Appreciate it. Goose is $22. He is the main character. Oh. He does look like the main character. Oh my goodness. Oh. That's a good Hyrax. They're very potato-y. Oh. My goodness. I like Hyraxes. Oh. Oh my god. Dude, bears are so fucking cool. It's like, it's too bad that they're dangerous. Oh, they're bouncing on the trampoline. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. That's so fucking cool how animals like to just play just like us. Oh, it's a possum. Oh my god, he's munching on something. Oh, he's having a good time munching. Oh wow, he's munching on some oranges or tangerines. Oh, that's a good snack. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, he loves that orange. Oh my goodness. Please watch with music. That's a good potatoes, cat. Thanks for the donation, Goosus. Ugh. 21st, donate $2. What do you notice? Jeez. Okay, what's this gonna fucking be? Okay, it's a bunch of black people fighting and beating up one dude for some reason. Yeah, I probably shouldn't show this on stream. They're like kicking his head in. What in the fuck is this? Yeah, I definitely can't show that on stream. That's fucked up. Yep, that's China. Oh wait, that's Dodo. I skipped. What do you notice?
Fuck slang. Don't be talking to my little brother though. Nigga, watch out, Mimi. Don't touch it. Mimi, don't touch it. Don't touch it, Mimi. Don't touch it.
Hit me.
Don't touch it. Oh, you good, you good, you good, you good, Jay. You good. Drop. You good. No.
That guy should literally be locked up and have his kids taken away from him. That's fucking stupid. Okay. Someone send this evidence to Jasmine for her to sue. Yeah, great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donated $2. That guy literally tried to kill the cyclist. He actually deliberately threw him in front of the car. That's fucked. I'd beat that guy's ass. Yep, that's Chinese. Yeah. No armor, no fear, just cigarette and rage. Cambo storms tie positions like a one-man army. Cambodian Rambo is real. So, I have no idea what's going on now. Why is Cambodia invading Thailand? Like, this is some fucked up retard shit. The guy doesn't even have fucking shoes on. Yeah, he has his fucking flip-flops here. Is this AI? I mean, this does seem like the kind of stupid shit Chinese people would eat. I have no idea if it's AI, though. I know this isn't AI. Wow. My goodness. Oh, look at the babies. Oh, they're scared. That's a good person, though. Oh my god, their faces are so adorable. Look at this one. Like, oh, they're scared. What a good baby. Oh. Yeah, that's a good human. Oh my god. Oh. I wish we could, like, communicate with animals just so they know that you're cool. Oh, little babies. Oh. So nice. My goodness. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2.
Drive down to Mooresville, North Carolina, go ask the owner why she was letting her employees beat these dogs. And she just as wrong as the employees, too. This what she had nerve to say to me.
I can't even, my phone blows up, and people calling me scum,
Dude, if I had a dog and I found out one of the employees was doing that to one of my animals, I'd literally find the person, beat the fucking shit out of them like they were hitting my fucking dog. Like, she'd get her fucking ass beat.
I mean, you would not believe.
You gotta
It's
understand,
horrible.
You gotta understand how we feel as dog lovers.
And I understand there is nothing wrong with the way you feel. I was furious.
I wanted to come by because all of the dog lovers want to see how you're handling this situation.
And you've got every right to be. I was upset.
Yeah. This is where I'm upset with.
Yeah, dude, I'd fuck that bitch up. Cat? Climbers ascend to the highest peak of Poland and find a cat at the summit. What the fuck? What the hell is a cat doing there? Yeah, I guess the cat just likes chilling there. They do like going up high.
Ребята, ушла быстрее! Быстрее все сюда! Все сюда! О! Туда, Юра, Юра, туда! Мама! Туда! Вниз! Мама! Ушла, ребята, ушла быстрее! Быстрее все сюда!
Did she, like, I'm assuming she either fell under, like, the ice and couldn't find her way up, or she might have just gone into shock immediately and couldn't move her body. I've been in really cold water before, not freezing like this, but, like, I'd imagine some people will just immediately go into shock and, like, freeze. It's really hard to move when the water's, like, super fucking cold.
You because what you got is sacred. Some energy is just too good to waste it.
Yeah, fat ass, fucking retards, EBT, this and that.
And we got some
like, no one's getting this kind of fucking money from EBT. I don't know why this is getting promoted so much on Twitter.
Would you rather get $5 million or cancer?
What's the cash with the 5 mil?
Straight to your bank account, $5 million or cancer.
And what's the cash for cancer?
You get cancer.
What kind of fucking question is that?
Yeah, it's pretty basic.
5 mil, I guess.
Same.
Okay. Ah, Fuck, there's a fucking fly in here. Canadian woman doesn't want women wearing hijabs in our country. I mean, that's understandable, but is she literally just going up and harassing people for wearing a hijab?
No, you're a fucking immigrant. I'm scared. You're an immigrant. It's not your fucking country, you dummy. No, I'm a Canadian.
Okay, these people are just fucking insane, Karens. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Will Mage donate Tiller's Deja Vu.
React
right?
to this VG.
I'll do that in a minute. Thanks, Dodo.
To America. If you're seeing this video, we have been intercepted at sea and I've been kidnapped by the Israeli occupation forces or forces of a country complicit in Israel's genocide of Palestinians. I appeal to all my comrades, friends, and family to put pressure on the United States government to demand my release as soon as
Yeah, there you go, comrade. This guy's a fucking communist.
possible. Hi, my name is Jay.
These people are retarded. If you don't know who that was, this guy's a TikToker, pick me Jew and terrible actor, actual actor. Fucking idiot. Yeah, I heard about that other boat that was traveling into Gaza. They basically have no aid for any of these Palestinians. They're getting paid by the Chinese Communist Party. And like, again, it's no surprise all of these people are fucking communists. So yeah, there's some Chinese billionaire who works with Xi Jinping who's giving these people money to sail to Gaza. They're just fucking retards. Thanks for the donation, Wilmage. Let me see, Dodo. University caught spying on pro-Palestine students. Well, gee, I wonder why they'd be doing that.
The Guardian reports that the University of Michigan has hired private undercover investigators to spy on its pro-Palestine students, both on and off campus. So according to reports, the undercover investigators have been trailing members of pro-Palestinian groups on campus, eavesdropping on them and recording their conversations, yelling at them and cursing at them. On one occasion, the investigator drove a car at a student, and then the student had to jump out of the way before getting hit by the car. And there's video of these
That's a cool story.
students being harassed. One student, Josiah Walker, attempted to confront an investigator who had been following.
Are you still handicapped? What's that? What do you want? How you doing? I didn't know you of them have special needs kids. I didn't know people. Oh, whatever. That was actually really dumb.
Anything they can to complain. All right. Well, we all know they're fucking crazy wacko anti-Semites. Like, no shit. Like the university would have an interest in spying on them. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Ben Boy donated $2. Ow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. So pretty. Wow. Oh. That's a nice raving. Oh my god. Those are nice grunting noises. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. I have to do my homework. Donated $2. Rate impression.
My impression of Shia LaBeouf if he saw me doing impressions of him. Hey, come here. I saw you doing impressions about me. Hey, that's funny. No, I'm serious. It's funny. Are you devoting yourself to understanding humanity from like an impressions level? That's incredible. That's a blessing. It's a blessing.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
About aura framing?
Yeah, aura farming. Yes,
Aura
yes.
is nonchalance looking cool. Aura farming is doing something in an attempt to look cooler. So I could go on NBC to aura farm right now.
Oh,
Wait, I didn't get that.
So being your aura is your coolness factor,
Yes.
right?
You could increase your coolness factor by doing certain actions.
So I have no aura farm because I can't speak in aura farm.
The way you're confused about aura right now is low aura.
Low aura. What about Sigma? Does that make me a Sigma?
Sigma is an idealized man in the manosphere who's like tantamount to an alpha but does their own thing. It's very complicated. It's just like a cool person.
So you
want to
be a Sigma?
You do want to be a Sigma has aura.
Okay, a Sigma has
Riz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you go to this concert? We played this for 45 minutes. No, I don't think I'd go. Is that literally the fucking music he was playing? That's fucking badass. Yeah, that's actually based. That's gotta be AI. Coyote would fucking eat a cat. That has to be AI. Yeah, that's AI. Thanks for the donation. I have to do my homework. Dodo donates $2. Is Trump gonna fire her now?
We're in the process of firing the State Department. I believe when WikiLeaks leaked a lot of their memos and things, and the New York Times was reporting on it, I believe that what it revealed is incredibly accurate reporting of whatever place they were assigned to, and describing things in really accurate detail that would enable U.S. policymakers then to make an accurate assessment and determine to do what's next. But that's not what we're doing. And I don't know why we got some axe to grind with the State Department. What much of the U.S. government does, if it's doing what it's supposed to, is it's preventing catastrophes. So if you're sending your State Department out there, you're trying to prevent, an Indo-Pakistani nuclear war. And we've sent diplomats at different times to prevent that from happening. And who knows why it didn't happen? Maybe it wasn't the State Department, but all over the world trying to prevent these things. And there are other things like having enough meteorologists to predict storms, and so you can get people out of summer camps when you need to get the people out of summer camps, and spending the government funds to have the appropriate sirens and things. And what people aren't looking, they're looking at the expense of doing these things and saying, they're preventing disasters. It's the negative objectives. So you can't measure the things that fail to happen, but I assure you, averting a catastrophe, you're saving a lot. Probably a lot more than whatever you're spending on the budget. And I get it, the U.S. government needs to be much more efficient, I get it. But tearing the whole place down is going to be a mistake, and we will get more catastrophes.
All right, next month we're doing a podcast with you and Elon together.
Can she be fired? I don't know. What would you do? 37-year-old Yurko Mendoza Patino was arrested for trying to drown his dog in the ocean in front of beachgoers. When people tried to stop him, began kicking the dog. Death penalty for animal abusers.
That's Ocean Rescue racing down the beach on a mission that they spot right away. Found by the caller, surrounded by people. He's the caller as Ocean get that dog away.
Put your hand behind your back.
Face press.
I'd knock that motherfucker's teeth out. Oh, dude, these cave people are fucking insane.
So right now I'm breathing out.
I don't know how the hell they do this. This is the most, like, anxiety-inducing, fucked up shit. And a few of them have died doing this. They just get trapped. There was a guy who died doing this shit because he was in the cave when it was raining, And the little cavity he was stuck in filled up with water and he died.
Okay, so I'm coming up out of this, and if I get stuck, I have this rock with me, such that I can pop off some of these knuckles, which made it very hard to get into. Now I have to go slow, shortly. Yeah, but it's okay. You know what drives you? What is really? It is.
These people are just fucking insane. Like, that is just nuts. The one link you gave me is broken.
So in the American Revolution, the British had us on technology. I mean, it's incredible. They actually could supply, in an age of sail and horses, they could supply things by sailboats, but we were just totally obnoxious and we would never give up. And this is the problem with the United States in Afghanistan. Talk about a backwards place. Doesn't get more backwards. Or Iraq is the locals just never gave up. They may not have the technology, but it's like, it's our house and we want you out of here. We're never quitting. And this would be Russia's problem in Ukraine. Also, what is the relative value of whatever you think win is? If you're an Iraqi, it's a lot higher for you than it is for some American intervening there. If the value of the object is high, and if you're like an intervening power messing in somebody else's country, it may not matter on the technology. These people will never give up.
True. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You know what, dipshit? I just wanna punch your fucking face in. Let's set up a boxing match. I'm so sick of you. You're a fucking idiot. I'm gonna scramble your brains in so fucking hard, you'll never be able to have a fucking debate in your life again.
Okay. We can set that up. Thanks for the donation, Zen Shapiro.
In all Hunsti Proplastine students being stalked and harassed, good they disvit for supporting Tazrism.
Yeah, they're pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Obviously socialists are retarded, however I don't understand the rationale behind libertarianism either. Like, how is the police or military gonna get funded when it is privatized if according to them all taxes are theft? Private militias are ineffective.
Libertarians are complete and utter whack jobs. I don't know if it's like an offshoot from the anarcho-capitalist, people, but yeah, libertarianism is just complete and utter fucking retarded nonsense. I debated an anarcho-capitalist, and like, no matter what argument I made, like, even when I could prove what he was saying was nonsense, and it, like, his line of logic just leads to more outcomes that he doesn't want, he still wouldn't change his opinion. I completely railed him in that fucking debate. I got him to admit that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's wrong about this, wrong about that, doesn't have an explanation for some of these things. He still wouldn't change his opinion at all. Didn't make any fucking adjustments to his worldview. So these people who are libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, communists, it's just a fucking religion. It's a religious belief where they think if they had it their way, everything would be perfect and it would be a utopia. It's all it is. It's a religious belief. Thanks for the donation though, Blake. All right, let's get into these Frank Tufano ments.
The crazy thing is that these secret society gang stalkers are trying to paint me as the bad guy. This company, Always Forwarding, literally let my meat rot in a cargo container in an attempt to extort me for storage fees. They were hired as a professional agency months back in April. Here's the email.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Footage from a new video game called Body Cam. If your kids play video games, please pay attention. It's available for all ages. Well, it's a fucking video game. Yeah, Body Cam looks pretty cool. I do want to play it. Dude, it's like still insane to me that there are fucking Karens who are still...
I say tell it to China and their supposedly liberal government.
Well, they're not liberal, they're communist. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. It's insane to me that there's still fucking Karens that are... like... worried about fucking video games. Like, how long have people been complaining about video games and like warning that it's going to ruin society and make kids violent, and to this day it still hasn't, and they're still worried about it. Oh, the little baby is chasing after the burbs. Baby elephants are adorable. She's chasing after the burbs. Aww. I love elephants.
What made Japan a more fertile ground for Western ideas than China? Was China just too big for meaningful institutional change in the same time scale?
I think China is suffering from the incredible success of its civilization. It had been the dominant civilization of Asia forever and ever for excellent reasons. I mean, if you look at the achievements of China, they're amazing. And for Japan, it had always been in China's shadow, and the Japanese had always tried to learn from others. The Chinese also learned from others. A lot of their institutions come from the Manchus, right? But they pretend that they're actually Han Chinese achievements. Well, not so much, actually. But the myth lives on that anything that's worth knowing emanates from China. Well, hubris, right? This is a human condition, and the Chinese get a fatal case. And the argument, what I'm wondering about is whether this country has got a fatal case right now of just, we know everything, we can do everything.
Where did he go? Oh no, he disappeared. Burbs are really funny.
Only eating dim sum for 24 hours in Singapore. For breakfast, I was around Beach Road, so I decided to try this Hong Kong Chi Chung Fun. We ordered the Hong Kong style Chung Fun, which is doused in a smooth and creamy peanut sauce and sweet soy sauce. They also had a special Youtiao Chung Fun, which was basically steamed rice roll stuffed with a fried dough fritter and scallion. These rolls were silky soft and tasted so good with the peanut sauce, though it filled me up fast. The Youtiao Chung Fun was also very delicious, but it would be best to share these so you can try both. They were absolutely addictive. For lunch, I actually wanted to get congee, but they were sold out, so I got another plate of Chi Chung Fun, except this time it was doused in spicy curry. I also got the curry puff and stir-fried radish to try. The pan-fried radish dish was my absolute favorite. They were soft, flavorful, but pretty oily, so I would ask for less oil next time. The curry Chi Chung Fun was also bursting with flavor. Curry puff was alright. I wish the pastry was more flaky. For dinner, I went to Cookie Coffee Cafe Bar, which has lots of vegan dim sum options. Liz and I went crazy. We tried the giant mushroom bao, which was delicious. They were so generous with the filling, and honestly, it's the biggest bao that I've ever seen. The char siu bao was also really good, but my favorites were definitely the siu mai, which is a steamed meat dumpling. We also tried the ota and lo mai kai, which is basically savory.
That looks pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Try Rita True died. My sleep issues improved and I'm starting to lose weight again. It also improved inflammation and gave me more energy throughout the day.
I was actually planning on ordering growth hormone and retatrutide at the end of the month, so I might do that. Thanks for the donation, Potatoes. $21st Savage donated $2. Minneapolis in 5 years.
I think yourself.
I don't know, maybe. You're a jackass, by the way.
VG, what are you going to do when Candace Owens wins the lawsuit? I will be back here when she wins her case or it gets dropped / dismissed to hear what you say after it happens.
There's no winning in a case like that. She's gonna have to waste a lot of money on legal fees, and when it's all said and done, she's gonna be out money, time, opportunity cost. Her reputation's gonna be ruined, so, like, it already kind of is, but there's no real winning, and there's a very good chance that she will be found liable for libel. So their lawyer is claiming they had communication with Candace Owens, and she is knowingly lying, and they're saying they're going to be able to prove that she's knowingly lying and she's not just some crazy person. So there's a very good possibility they'll win, and even if they can't prove, you know, the case for defamation, there's no winning for Candace Owens. Thanks for the donation, though, KDHD.
Fuck, why do these fucking SJWs love China so much?
It's because they've been fed propaganda on TikTok and they're dumbasses who don't know shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Axel Fuzz, $22. What racing sim games do F1 drivers use? Is F1 2025 actually a bad game? Yeah, it's bad. I played a little bit of it. The physics are just fucking stupid. They make no fucking sense, and the force feedback is not good. You get a very, very vague feeling through the steering wheel. The cars do not have nearly enough grip that they should. And again, you get a very vague feeling through the steering wheel. You don't really know what the car is doing. All the F1 drivers I see that play any racing sims, like, what's his name? Max Verstappen. They're all doing iRacing. iRacing is fucking terrible. It's not that the actual racing and physics are particularly bad. They're pretty decent, especially for certain cars. It's quite good. Some of the cars are represented very accurately, but like the actual game and the UI is just fucking terrible. I can't even play it because I can't adjust the fucking monitor settings, and every time the game launches, it launches on the wrong fucking screen, and it's not even scaled properly. So it's just bad. The netcode is also fucking terrible, and it fundamentally changes how you race. You have to give way more space between cars than you normally would be able to. So, I know people shit on it. Like, people are just fucking whiny babies, but Automobilista 2 has a really good online mode. Pretty accurate physics. Like, it's not perfect, but what really matters is skill transferability. So, you know, what you learn in the racing sim, as long as the skill is transferable, that's all that really matters. A set of courses, extremely good. The online mode for that game is a little fucking weird because you have to have the same exact mods as everyone else in order to play on the same server. I'm not the biggest fan of the type of racing, but Le Mans Ultimate is extremely good. That's very accurate. And I would also hold out for Assetto Corsa Evo. That's going to be an extremely good game. And Project Motor Racing is going to be good. That's coming out in November. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel Fuzz.
VG, what are you going to do when Candace Owens wins the lawsuit? I will be back here when she wins her case or it gets dropped/dismissed to hear what you say after it happens.
Well, you already donated that and I already answered, but thanks for the donation, KDHD.
Watch Coke the movie by Pizza Silver.
Coke the movie, Pizza Silver.
Are you ready for the ride, babe? Yep, I am ready. So ready. I hope it's not too dangerous. Oh, look at this. This is good. I think I'm gonna puke.
Is there gonna be a penis that flashes on screen?
You cannot throw in the... Oh! Back on! Now! Butter.
That entire time I thought there was gonna be like a black dick that was gonna pop up on screen. That doesn't look good. Thanks for the donation, Goldfish.
Half the new deadlift record. Also some Misfits ments.
Was this at a actual strongman event? Well, I guess Eddie Hall can't say shit at this point. Yep. I mean, he's a ridiculously strong dude. Nobody, like, it's obvious he was going to be able to do it. Like, I know Eddie Hall was, like, saying stupid shit like, oh, look, when he goes to a meet, he can't do it anymore. Like, he just had to peak properly, that's all. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. We'll watch the thing in a bit. Dodo donate $2, please react to some from the beginning.
Not there. So for some people, meaning...
Why nihilism is just copium. This is gonna be fucking stupid. Yeah, I'll wreck that fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did you know Sugar Boy's girlfriend is in high school? Yes, his girlfriend is in high school, is vegan, fit, kind, and Sugar Boy is 50 years old with sun-damaged skin. Yet the best you could manage was Jazzman? Is it just that your personality is shit?
Yes, I have a shit personality. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Of me hiring them, a professional company paying them thousands of dollars to handle my customs clearance, and now I'm being painted as the bad guy. Oh, Frank Tufano is leaving bad negative reviews on Always Forwarding. Yeah, to warn every other small business about dealing with these fucking selfish creeps. They are going, this is...
I want to take testosterone. Like, I just keep psyching myself out, though. Like, I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna take steroids, I'm gonna go on test, and then, like, I start second-guessing myself, and then I'm like, I don't know, what about side effects, and, it won't be natural anymore, and, like, I'm just being a bitch about it. Like, I think at this point, I would really for sure benefit from growth hormone just to, you know, heal from some injuries and stuff. And like, I just have, it's like, ongoing nagging issues around my groin and stuff that have been there for quite a while now. But Yeah, I kind of want to, I just want to be better, you know? I, I'm just being a pussy about it. I want to take steroids, but, you know. Butt fucker donated $2. Woman beat her kids to death and drove around for months with their rotting corpses in her trunk.
What? Open that up. Open that up. What the f? Get the f in! Put your hands up! Don't you f! Turn over! Turn over! Turn over! Your back. What I do? What I do? Give me your other hand! Now! I don't want to hear it! I don't want to hear it! Get up! On your feet! Roll over! Sit on your butt! Stand up! Have anything to do with nothing. She really don't have anything to do with nothing. You relax. BB, just relax, BB. Get over. Should have gloves and a mask on. What man, yo? What's in there, bro? It's a baby, yo. Come on. Please. Relax, bro. I'm here. I need you to breathe.
You know, I think I'd be a pretty good cop, because if I found, like, dead kids in the back of a trunk, I'd be like, well, those are dead kids. You're under arrest now, and I could just go on about my day and sleep like a baby.
Good instinct. Okay.
Like, I mean, when you think about it rationally, do you want her to, like, have kids? Like, if she's fucked up and retarded enough to, like, kill her kids and then keep them in the trunk of her car, like, she just has bad genes. You don't want her to pass on her fucking retard genes to her kids. So, you know, it's just nature's way of, like, weeding out fucking pieces of shit, you know? Let pieces of shit kill their kids. You know, like, obviously throw them in jail and everything, but, you know, nature works itself out. You know, now you don't have to worry about them breeding and having more fucked up kids.
I need you to breathe, okay? Okay. I'm not gonna take that, right? You're gonna sit here and we're gonna wait. Yes. We're gonna get. Excuse me. Where? Excuse me.
But. Well, that's nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, buttfucker. Thanks for the membership, Chris. Appreciate it. What's worse, pineapple on pizza or pizza dipped in ketchup? Definitely pineapple on pizza.
This is how they make money. They extort small businesses.
How does 50-year-old sugar boy manage to get 18-year-old barely legal high school girl tight Asian vegan pussy? She even has a good personality, hobbies, is fit. It's the way he carries himself, eh? Are you jealous of him? Maybe you should take his advice.
Teenage girls are fucking retarded and they'll date anybody, so... Like, I don't know if any of you remember going to high school, but, like, bro, some of the hottest girls in my school would date, like, the dumbest, ugliest fucking losers in the entire school, because they were the ones who were, like, too stupid to realize how dumb and ugly and retarded they were. So they'd just fucking ask out the hottest girls, and then, like, they'd be dating. Wouldn't necessarily last very long, or, like, they'd get addicted to drugs together and then, like, fucking get fucked up, but... Yeah, teenage girls are fucking stupid. Like, any idiot could go to, like, a fucking mall or something and then talk to the high school girls and get their number. Especially, like, it's so easy to impress young girls like that, too. Like, if you just have a car... it doesn't even have to be a good car. It could be some, like, shitty old fucking 1990s Honda Civic or something. You have a car? Cool. Because, like, they're dating fucking 16-year-old boys who can't afford shit. Like, they have to beg their parents for a fucking video game. And if you just have your own place and have a car, like, they're impressed. And they're too stupid to realize, like, oh, yeah, you're supposed to have that as an adult. RV donated $2. Why is your video titled Breaking Story 24-Hour Coverage? Also, what are your thoughts on the domestic violence allegations against Hafthor by his ex-girlfriend? Do you think they're legit? No, they're probably just bullshit. It's the title's kind of more of a joke. And I haven't even heard of the domestic violence allegations against Hafthor, but considering he's been with his current wife, I think, for quite a few years now. Like, his kids are getting older, so, like, they've had to have been together for at least 5 years, and considering we're only hearing about it now, it's just a dumb bitch ex-girlfriend who's upset that she fucked up the relationship and she missed out on, like, the kind of money and success that he has now. And she's probably just trying to get back at him because she can't get over it because she's a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, though, RV.
The whole Diddy trial was fucking stupid. The verdict delivered from the jury in Writer was nothing shy of pure insanity. Why did he get off easy?
Maybe because you're an asshole, and maybe because he had an adequate defense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And they don't want to get exposed for it, and they make a lot of money doing it, so they just call up their buddies, wipe their reviews clean, and continue this ridiculous behavior, and the only thing that can be done is expose them as much as possible. So please, I ask you guys to share the video.
I don't understand how he can be this worked up constantly all day long. Like, no wonder he has sleep problems. He's just constantly working himself up.
Look too far to find out that Always Forwarding is ran by a bunch of thieves and liars. Just a quick Google search, they were ruled to pay $800,000 to their former employees for not paying correct overtime wages. $800,000. So if a company like this was caught with that amount of money, you can probably assume that they've stolen millions.
That's not how that works. So if they weren't paying correct overtime hours for an employee, and there was a judgment ruled against them for $800,000, that doesn't mean they stole $800,000 in overtime wages. I don't know what the laws are in New York or whatever, but generally speaking, punitive damages match or double whatever the, like, actual damages are. So let's say they stole $400,000 in overtime wages from a bunch of employees over, like, a given time span, like maybe 10 years. So they would have to pay that money back plus punitive damages to, like, as a punishment to say, you can't fucking do this, don't do it again. It's like an additional fee for not only reciprocity, but it's punitive. Like, it's like, so you have to pay back what you owe, and on top of that, because you did a bad, you're being punished on top of that. So if they paid out $800,000, that doesn't mean they actually stole $800,000 from their employees. It was probably less than half.
Millions and millions from their employees. Probably even more, you know. These big billionaire corporate companies get away with a lot of things. So when they have to pay out, it tends to be a drop in the bucket. So I'm sure $800,000 for these guys was nothing, and then they just go and continue to take advantage of the rest of their employees. And I'm sure there's more court cases that I haven't found that have been against this company in the past.
Dude, Frank is such a fucktard. Like, it's just so bizarre how he can obsess over this shit and make video after video after video. Kid Boo donated $2. Look at this dumb white bitch.
But then they shoot at people as they're waiting in line for humanitarian aid. Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day, as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not going to let you filibuster, bitch. I'm not going to let you filibuster. I'm not going to let you filibuster. You guys are totally okay with IDF soldiers shooting and killing desperate people waiting for humanitarian aid. You're okay with that. I find it so unbelievably evil. Unbelievably evil. It shocks my conscience and my soul that people as evil as this exist in this world. Okay? Watching these images, looking at these videos.
This is their whole fucking strategy. Somebody will refute their claim that the IDF is just shooting innocent people, and then as soon as they get a whiff of, oh no, somebody's gonna debunk my bullshit, they start screaming and yelling and won't let you talk, and then start rambling about this moralizing bullshit about how horrible it is and how sick and twisted you are and blah, blah, blah. And, like, they'll keep it up for, like, 10 minutes straight.
Seeing all these kids, desperate, hungry, parentless, trapped in Gaza, and you're sitting here and you're defending it. I can't stand it. Filibuster unbearable.
Oh my god. What a dumb bitch. Like, this isn't really good animation. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's particularly well animated. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Michelle is literally a high school transfer student from China. She is clearly mature and sweet. I don't know why you're complaining that she's from high school if she has a good personality and is vegan and has a tight virgin pussy that Sugar Boy took.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Someone in chat said Sugar Boy is the vegan Diddy. I believe you meant Rapey Richie is the vegan Diddy? Since he literally admitted on stream to raping Jasmine multiple times. He coerced her into having sex and admitted. Sugar Boy is Mictor.
That's great.
Go to Peptide Stack. Are they worth taking?
Is that a website? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, my go-to peptide stack? The only peptide I've ever taken was TB500, and I think I ran it for like maybe 4 to 6 weeks, something like that. I don't think it was even for 2 months. And it definitely worked. My shoulder healed up really quickly. But I've never taken like a peptide stack, like multiple. Thanks for the donation, Richard is a princess.
Doctor owes me millions of dollars. This isn't too high on the priority.
Oh my god.
Alright guys, we've actually had these products for a while, but I haven't made a video on them because of all the other negative things going on. Like if a doctor owes me millions of dollars, this isn't too high on the priority list. Especially with like the negative things that happen every week, like that company letting $20,000 worth of my wagon.
This guy is so fucked. He's making a promotional video for new products, and the first thing that comes out of his mouth, I'm like kind of lazy and I didn't want to make a video about this because a doctor owes me $1 million and some other company fucking ruined $20,000 a product and I'm in lawsuits. Why are you bringing this up?
Beef brought in a cargo container. All my sales the entire year for Frankie's Naturals won't even pay for that. So that's why I try to ask you guys for help in as many ways as possible. But we did do 10 new products on Frankie's Naturals towards the end of last year, and we're actually supposed to have some new ones coming in unless those burst into flames on a cargo container.
How was she dumb? She was trying to spread awareness of the eye of murdering innocent children in Gaza. I would have done the exact same thing as her and Jenk if Zionists keep trying to justify the genocide because nothing else matters other than human life.
That's great, don't care.
What school of economics do you most subscribe to? Also, I can't find your debate where you said you debated an anarcho-capitalist. What country do you see having the most potential in long-term economic growth? Mine's Vietnam.
I don't know what you mean by that fucking question. The debate with the anarcho-capitalist was on another channel. What's the guy's fucking name? Breakfast tacos. Oh, right there. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a live debate, vegan gains versus 8-bit. Is free market capitalism best for society? Yeah, so that was it. Thanks for the... Oh, and what country... Long-term economic growth? Well... I don't know what you mean by that question, because, like, in terms of sheer growth, yeah, lower income countries are going to grow more because there's more to grow from. So, like, yeah, a country like Vietnam is going to have, like, more growth. But who cares? They're still poor. Thanks for the donation username.
Who knows what'll happen at this point. But we did sell some of these that I was making myself previously. However, the packaging and the formulation and like the containers and stuff are new for some of them. So we have the shampoo, conditioner, mouthwash. This is the bar soap, toothpaste, deodorant, moisturizing cream, sunscreen, shaving cream, and hair pomade. I kind of put this in order of what people commonly use because, you know, not everyone uses hair pomade on the end here. I guess a lot of people do use shaving cream if ladies use it for their body instead of their face, unless you're a 20-25 lady. Sunscreen, moisturizing cream. So what we'll do is we'll talk about each of these individually and why I like them compared to other products on the market. But the general idea of Frankie's Naturals is minimal ingredient, as processed and heated as little as possible, and also affordable. There's some other companies, I mean most other companies, especially Based Body Works, their products are 3 times the price of mine, and they also have more ingredients, and I don't think they're as healthy or as effective. So, you know, when these companies have control over the media and
Here we go.
they're able to sell products for whatever price they can and take advantage of people. I don't think that's the way to run a business. The only reason they're selling those products for such a high price is that they either feel like they can rip people.
Soap is pretty fucking cheap, dude. Is he selling this on his, like, mineral supplement website? Where is he? Like, I can guarantee you, every fucking single time this guy says, oh, my products are so much more affordable, they're always, there we go, hygiene products. They're always way more expensive. Toothpaste, $10, that's kind of expensive-ish for toothpaste. Beef tallow moisturizing cream, $14. That's not cheap. Deodorant, $14. That's not cheap. Hair pomade, I don't even know what... Is that just wax? Beef tallow bar soap. So 1 bar of soap, $6. That's not cheap. $18 for sunscreen. That's not cheap. And then the shampoo and conditioner, $14. That's not cheap. What's like L'Oreal shampoo? Yeah, I'm seeing listings for L'Oreal shampoo. For like...
Just learned family friends of mine who just got pregnant stopped being vegan, after 7 years, in worry for their baby. Not sure I'll confront them about it, but I'm curious if you have any ideas of what their dumb nutritionist has been telling them, lol.
Did they get that idea from a nutritionist? There's no reason to think you can't get enough nutrition on a vegan diet if you're pregnant. Like, if anybody gave them that idea, it's just based off of nonsense. Like, oh, vegan diet's missing nutrients, don't do it. Like, that's all they're gonna be told. So they're just dumb fuck cunts. That's all they are. I would never be friends with people like that. They're just pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, Tryon Gosling.
Off, or they're getting ripped off by an American manufacturer and they don't know how to actually source and formulate ingredients. So yeah, these are all available on frankiesnaturals.com, and you can see that website and all the other websites on frank-tufano.com. The shampoo and conditioner are both as few ingredients as possible, and I will be saying that a lot. However, in the case of shampoo specifically, there's not that many on the market that have a small amount of ingredients. Even like the minimal ingredient shampoos will still have like 15, 20 different things. But in this one, we just have water, shea butter in a few different forms. So there's like 2 different forms of shea butter, jojoba oil, glycerol stearate, and beeswax. So if you look at any other shampoo or conditioner on the market, it will not have as few ingredients as this. And that's the main thing to note, because before this I was using like the Lafia shampoo and conditioner, and even though that was the best one and the only one that was unscented, as these 2 are unscented, it still wasn't ideal. You know, sometimes these containers are a little iffy, but if you guys do have any issues with anything, please just reach out to me and we could always issue a refund. I accidentally took the label off the bar soap here, but I guess it's better that you can see it. We have some kind of goofy little face.
You donate $2. Venezuelan refugee said he lived through Mondani's vision before.
Zahran Mamdani, and as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores. These stores will operate without a profit motive or having to pay property taxes or rent, and will pass on those savings to you.
The situation in Venezuela is really weird. I'm not entirely sure if the food shortages were due to the weird socialized system they're trying to create. What I understand happened was there's basically one company that owns like huge portion of the supply chain for groceries. It's something like over half. So what ended up happening was when the Venezuelan government wanted to socialize and like price control, you know, the groceries and the food market, that guy who was in charge of distributing like the majority of goods, he just stored everything at a warehouse basically in protest, saying, if you're going to do this, I'm not fucking selling anything. And that's what triggered the food shortages. I'm not entirely sure if, you know, it was some other effect of like that socialized system where people just couldn't be fucked to like do anything anymore, and it artificially inflated prices and stuff like that.
Since I was a teenager, I was very interested to know why is the United States successful and Venezuela is not successful. What are the differences? And now I can say that the difference was the capitalistic system, and that was the biggest motivation I had to start with my political activism. I participated on radio and TV interviews in a country where freedom of speech is not allowed. And I even traveled to several states in my country to give a speech called Defending Capitalism.
Like, Mamdani's just a fucktard. He's probably not going to be able to even do anything he's fucking claiming he wants to do. And worst case scenario with this, like, you know, socially funded grocery store chain thing, they're probably just going to get robbed like fucking crazy, or they're just going to push out actual small businesses and make normal, real people lose money. Here's an article. Yeah, well, like, whatever. Again, the food shortages in Venezuela, I'm not entirely sure if they were actually from, you know, the stupid communist system that they tried to employ. From what I understand, was there was just basically one guy who made the decision to hoard all this food in warehouses in, you know, in opposition to their plan to, like, socialize the food system. Thanks for the donation, though, Ooh.
Wow, I thought Frank was trolling, but he is actually serious about his workout and horrible meat products. Wow, what a stupid human. Going vegan diet is literally what humans are supposed to eat.
I mean, the guy is a fucking retard. Like, he's a drug addict, can barely fucking work, paid for these dumbass fucking surgeries to make him cross-eyed. Like, he's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, PP Hole.
On every single one of these, some of them are different. The ones on the shampoo and the bar soap are both me with long hair. This only has 4 ingredients, so it has beef tallow, coconut oil, and 2 types of essential oils. So I like the bar soap because it does have a scent to it. So if you were working out or you do actually like stink a little bit, sometimes the unscented shampoos, it's a little bit harder to scrub yourself with. But all 3 of those, very, very low amount of ingredients, and also priced lower than most other stuff on the market. These I think are around $12 each, and the bar soap is around $3 or $4. And I cringe every time I go to like Ace Hardware and there's like an $8 bar of Dr. Squatch soap, as if anyone can afford that. So I really tried to make this as affordable as possible for you guys. And then we have the mouthwash, which has a kind of doofy logo, me with big teeth. And so does the toothpaste. That's the same logo on that one. This one actually has a decent amount of ingredients in it. Aloe vera, liquid, xylitol, sea salt, and essential oils. I guess it only looks like a lot because there's so many different essential oils in here. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's like 8 different essential oils. But outside of that, there's only the aloe vera juice, xylitol, water, and sea salt.
Dude, this guy's high. Like, he's clearly high and on drugs right now. What a way to promote a product. There's a lot of ingredients. There's 1, 2, 3. Like,
so, I tried a bunch of different mouthwashes on the market, and this one tastes really, really good because we came up with a special formula. However, I would be careful about giving it to kids because they might swallow it, because it does actually taste good. And I don't really use it that much because even though it's all natural and organic ingredients, you can still kind of displace your oral microbiome. But I guess if you're not a hermit in your house and you have to interact with people, you do want your breath to smell good. So most people would probably want to use that on a daily basis. It's just, I'll touch one of the containers briefly. You guys could see the shampoos are just simple pump containers. The bar soap, you can rub it on a towel or washcloth. The mouthwash is same as other mouthwashes. You just pour it into the cap. And the rest of these products come in a box. So I will be opening them up before showing them to you guys. So the toothpaste is in your typical toothpaste.
Can the Mossad soy on Frank? Wonder what his day-to-day life is like aside from complaining every opportunity he gets.
I don't think the Mossad really cares too much about Frank, even though Frank thinks they care very much about him. His day-to-day life is really simple. He basically gets high on painkillers and sleeps all day, and then when he wakes up and the painkillers kind of wear off, he starts obsessing about something that went wrong, like, that shipping company, and then he gets mad, films like 8 short videos about it, then gets high again, falls asleep, and then occasionally, whenever he has to go to his warehouse for something, he gets one of his employees to drive him there because he's too high to drive. So that's basically his normal daily routine. Thanks for the donation though, Uncle Cummer.
Tube, whereas previously we were selling a tooth powder, which to me isn't as convenient, and this actually has the same exact ingredients that our tooth powder had. Minerals, calcium, magnesium, peppermint oil, they put xylitol as the flavoring agent, and then hydrated silica is just kind of water emulsified with clay instead of just the regular clay we're using. So this is literally the tooth powder formula we used to make, just in a more convenient paste form. So I really like that one. You guys can see this one has so actually the logo on the mouthwash is different than I made a mistake. Logo on the mouthwash is different than the toothpaste. So
Frank is not a millionaire. He's legitimately going broke. He crashed his car and completely totaled it. And he was looking for a new car. He went to a used car dealership and he bought a Lexus that was still pretty expensive. I think he paid something like $40,000 or $50,000 for it. And he had to finance it. He couldn't buy it outright. And I think like 2 days later, he decided he wanted to return it because he found out like the payments and everything would be too much money. So then he ended up leaving the car at the dealership and then I think filing some lawsuit for them to take it back. So he's not a millionaire. If he was a millionaire, he would not have trouble affording a fucking used Lexus. You know, that's about $45,000. So he's yeah, so he's not a millionaire. He wouldn't have those sorts of problems where he just decides to return a fucking car because he can't afford it.
Mouthwash is like me with kind of a gummy smile. The mouthwash is me with a gummy smile. And the toothpaste is me with like a really oversized jaw. Yeah, we tried to do a funny little different logo on each one. So next up we have the deodorant, and this is the same as the toothpaste, as in we were selling a deodorant in a jar that you had to like take with your finger and apply manually. This has the same exact ingredients as that one. So shea butter, arrowroot starch, lemongrass oil, lemon oil, jojoba oil, candelilla wax. So they added the wax to make it more pliable and a little easier to move. But I will say, myself as well as some people, sometimes they do have a hard time getting this to start. So I might be able to do it now. So it's maybe like 65 degrees in my house, and I was able to push this up. But especially in the wintertime or in the colder months, don't try to force this mechanism. You might actually break it. So you might want to just like put this in some hot or warm water for like 10 or 20 minutes before trying to push this up. It's not too big of a problem because it only happens in the wintertime, but it was enough for me to mention it, and next time maybe we'll try to change the formula so that it's not as hard. But that's part of the reason, like this specific formula, it's super effective. And
cool, so it's hard like a brick, which means it's not actually going to apply on your skin because it's hard like a fucking brick. And it's more expensive than any other fucking deodorant you can buy. That's great.
The ratio of ingredients works really well compared to other natural deodorants I found that don't really work that well. And that might be because they are diluting their formula in order for it to be easier to roll up and down, but we didn't have any problems today. So then we have our moisturizing cream, beef butter, which I came up with, you know, that name and logo, and I thought it was really cool and creative. So that was the one that kind of branched away from the Frankie's Naturals logos with my face. And you know, we've been selling a moisturizing cream for a long time. However, it is now whipped. So the texture is really, really nice and special. I like this a lot. Only 3 ingredients: beef tallow, jojoba oil, and shea butter. It says here, grass-fed beef.
So basically, this is way more gross than a normal skin moisturizer. So rather than just having, you know, shea butter, natural oils, stuff like that, you have to add in body fat from a cow that's being hacked apart and mutilated, and then add that to the moisturizer you're supposed to put on your skin. How about no?
Tallow moisturizing cream, unscented formula, antioxidant properties, reduces inflammation. And yeah, the texture on this, guys, it's now really soft and whipped and really special. That's the difference between, you know, having commercial emulsification equipment and me making this stuff on my own. So there is a pretty significant difference in the texture and application of this new moisturizing cream, and I like it a lot more. And just to touch on those differences before, you know, we weren't able to make a shampoo and a bar soap. Like I did not have the facility set up to do that. Same with the mouthwash. So these are actually like 4 completely new products we didn't have before. The toothpaste, the deodorant, and the moisturizing cream, these 3 things so far are like new and improved.
Yeah, it is funny. He got plastic surgery and then he's promoting, you know, natural beauty products. Fucking stupid.
Versions of what I was making myself. The same formula, just texturally and container-wise, we made improvement. So next up, guys, we have sunscreen, and this is another completely new product. Was unable to make this on my own because you have to emulsify everything together very strongly. So in here there's water, glycerin, zinc, sodium chloride, and jojoba oil, and I would place a bet that you will not find a sunscreen with this little ingredients, because same thing as with the shampoo.
I don't know why he thinks that's a good thing. Like, if I were to sell a sunscreen that, like, just had, like, mud in it, does that mean it works better? Is it better for you? Like, no. Just means there's one ingredient. Like, presumably, there's, you know, multiple or many ingredients in some sunscreens because each ingredient is important and adds to the effectiveness of the sunscreen. Like, why would you brag? There's only, like, 2 ingredients. Why is that a good thing? It's like engine oil. Like, they put a bunch of additives in the oil to make it fucking work better, so, like, it can resist heat better, it stays, like, more, like, fluid and liquidy in cold temperatures, it has, like, good film strength, like, all these qualities. Well, are you gonna brag? This oil only has, like, it doesn't have any additives, it's just oil. Well, it's also shittier. Like, why? Why is that a selling point?
Shampoo and conditioner. Every other sunscreen on the market had like 10, 15, 20 ingredients minimum. Why? I don't know. Haven't used this one a lot yet myself because...
Like he's admitting he's a fucking retard. So, why do they have, like, a lot of ingredients in them? I have no idea. So you have no idea if those ingredients are necessary for, like, an ideal best sunscreen. So you just deliberately decided to make a sunscreen with as few ingredients as possible without any knowledge of whether or not that would make it a worse sunscreen. Like, he's such a fucking idiot.
Because I've been laying in bed all day, but this one has, like, a nice little pump action on top. You can just pump it.
Yeah, there you go.
Hand.
There you go. He said he's laying in bed all day. He's high. He's high right now. He's acting fucking weird and talking really slow and has trouble focusing. This guy's high on pain meds again. So this guy spends all day in bed, high on fucking pain meds, and then when they wear off for, like, you know, 20, 30 minutes, he then makes a bunch of, like, fucking videos for, you know, his YouTube shorts, whining and crying about, oh, this person scammed me, the Jews are after me again, and then he gets back on his pain meds and lies in bed again. He's such a fucking idiot.
And apply it. Really, really special product, not only because of how few ingredients are in it, it's very affordable. Sorry, I didn't double check the price.
It's not even particular. So again, this is garbage. It literally just has, like, you know, whatever, the oil and zinc in it, whatever the fuck it was. And it's as expensive, if not more expensive, than these other sunscreens that have a better formulation. So you're paying the same, if not more, for worse. Like, this guy's just a fucking clown.
Guys, but it's like half of what everyone else is selling these for. Because normally for this quality
Seriously, what is wrong with Frank and how does he get away with this? It absolutely makes no sense, it's just sad.
Well, there's a lot of idiots. Like, if you've ever wondered, like, look at fucking Greg. He's selling that worthless fucking turkesterone supplement. There's idiots who will just buy fucking garbage on the fucking internet. Like, that's why Temu exists. People see garbage on fucking Temu and then fucking buy it even though it's gonna break or it's like just an outright scam and doesn't work. Like people are just fucking stupid and they'll buy this dumb horseshit. So, I mean, if you don't care about ethics, or like maybe you do a little bit, but just to like a small degree, and you want to make money, sell stupid people garbage that is either worse or doesn't work or is of very little actual value, and you can make money off of it. Like Frank, or Greg Doucette, or any other fucking asshole who's just selling garbage. So yeah, there's just a lot of stupid people that are easy to take advantage of. That's how it is. Thanks for the donation though, PP Hole.
Sunscreen with natural, organic, minimal ingredients, you have to pay like $30, $40. This I think is 15 or 20. So I'm always trying to make things affordable for you guys, and I don't price things based on what the market is.
The FDA says you cannot sell sunscreen without testing. You have to put it as a lotion. Frank said he wasn't able to make the formulation on his own, so he might have... It says sunscreen. Says manufactured for Frank Tufano. So he clearly, he might have just gotten a white label product that has actually been tested, and that's why you can call it a sunscreen. Oh, it's $18. Yeah, dude, this is a ripoff. Total scam. Enigma donated $2. Was there a movie or series you didn't like watching it the first time, but then liked it more after giving it a second chance? Maybe Pokemon? I remember when it first came out when I was a kid, I didn't like the Pokemon anime. But like watching some of the episodes now as an adult, I kind of appreciate it more. Like it's not good. It's like there's a lot of things in the show that's dumb, doesn't make sense. Like it's not good, but like I mean, if you just look at it from the perspective of it's just a dumb show, whatever, and you just stop caring about like plot holes and nonsense, but I remember watching it as a kid, like everyone and everything in the show just irritated me. Like Ash Ketchum was a dumb, whiny fucking bitch. He's probably gay, never hit on any girls. Misty was a fucking cunt. Like, Brock was trying to get girls' numbers, and then Misty would, like, literally physically assault him, even though they weren't even fucking dating, and I was like, what a fucking horrible ass bitch. Like, every character on the show is fucking unlikable, aside from Brock. Like, he was just chilling, really. But yeah, Ash was like just this gay bitch. Misty was just an insufferable cunt. Team Rocket was okay. Like I thought, what was her name? Jessie? I thought she was kind of annoying, just her voice. James was kind of funny because he was pathetic. But yeah, like most of the characters on the show are just fucking annoying and just not likable, so I remember the show just irritating me. But thanks for the donation, Ednigma. How's summer weather in Ottawa been rollerblading? Also, there's another new Alien Earth trailer you should check out. It's been good. It's gotten pretty fucking hot, actually. We had a heat wave.
Seconds, and then it should start filling up.
Fuck. But yeah, I have been rollerblading. Alien Earth.
Collision imminent. Collision imminent. Collision imminent. Collision imminent.
Feels good, doesn't it? Being more than human. But there's a price. This ship collected specimens, monsters, from distant planets.
We don't lock them down, it will be too late.
Something's here.
It's getting close.
The entire plot of the show is fucking stupid. It literally makes no sense, and it's just dumb as shit. So the reason why the Alien movies worked is because you're on a very small, isolated location. So, like, you know, the first Alien movie was just the spaceship. They weren't like Marines. They didn't have any like crazy weapons. I don't know if they had any firearms at all. Yeah, I don't think they had any firearms at all. So the alien threat like made sense. There was only, you know, like 10 people on the fucking crew, and they didn't have any real actual weapons. And then even with the second movie, when the Colonial Marines were there, they just had, you know, simple firearms, just small arms, really. So, and there were like many, many, many aliens, probably in the thousands, that they had to contend with. So again, when you're talking about like 20 or so Marines versus hundreds, if not thousands of these aliens, and they just had regular small arms, assault rifles, machine guns, that's a serious threat. But like, if this thing is landing on Earth that looks very habited, what are the aliens gonna fucking do? Nothing. Like you're telling me all of the fucking military might of the entire fucking planet Earth can't handle like a few xenomorphs? Like, it's stupid. Like, there's no real actual threat. Like, let's just say it's like a Resident Evil like apocalypse, you know, thing where, oh, the aliens are able to infect so many people. You could just nuke the fucking city. Like, if it was genuinely a real concern that these aliens were going to infect so many people, okay, just nuke the city. Whatever. Like end of story. And, like, it's on Earth, so they have, like, and this takes place in the future, so they would have, like, drones that have, like, X-ray vision that could, like, tell if a human being was infected or find out where any of these aliens are and just automatically blast all of these dumbass fucking aliens. Like, it's just stupid. Who fucking cares? Like, the whole fucking idea for the show is fucking dumb. Like, yeah, so if you have the fucking a ship filled with these aliens landing on Earth, There's no risk or threat. Like, nobody fucking cares. They'd be able to just annihilate them easy. Yeah, it's stupid. I'm not going to bother watching that show. Just where it takes place automatically is a huge plot hole.
Price them based on what I spent and as low as possible. I don't think I showed you guys the deodorant logo is me like sniffing a stench.
Yeah, buddy, like, it doesn't matter if the aliens can multiply like crazy. This is what everyone does. Like, they massively underestimate just how good guns are, or just like any weapons in general. Like, look at what's happening in fucking Gaza right now. Like there's there was like roughly 40,000 Hamas militants within Gaza. Israel could have turned the whole place in a fucking parking lot in a minute if they wanted to. Like, the only reason they haven't is because there's humanitarian concerns where they're trying to avoid civilian casualties. But if there was genuinely an existential threat where there was like some alien life form that landed on Earth, you'd just bomb everything. Like, what's a fucking alien gonna do? Like, oh, they can run fast, they can spit acid, I guess. But like, they just get blown up. They're easily killed by either firearms or explosives. So it's just stupid. The writers are dumb. I don't know why the fuck they'd have like some alien spaceship land on Earth. It just makes everything like pointless. So I'll tell you what's gonna happen in this fucking show. Everyone's gonna be a fucking idiot and not do anything sensible. That's the only way to actually have a fucking story in a fucking setting like this. So it's like the horror movie cliche. Oh, he got too scared to shoot the firearm. Oh, everybody split up rather than staying in a group so that we can get picked off one by one rather than actually being able to rely on each other for safety. Like, it's just going to be that over and over and over again. It's fucking stupid. Dodo, donate $2. What would you do if you woke up and you were Frank? I'd probably kill myself. I mean, what would be the smart thing for him to do? Kill himself. Besides ending himself, that's the only smart thing to do. Instead of laying in bed and getting high on pain meds, what can he do? Well, like, he's just fucked, right? His older brother was the only smart one born in their family. Him and his sister are retarded, and his sister is literally retarded. I don't know what happened, but like, Frank's mom's eggs got fucked up after they had their first kid. Frank came out retarded, and his sister came out even more retarded. She's like literally mentally disabled. And Frank is borderline retarded. I can guarantee you, if you were to test his IQ, it'd be like around 80. So he's just fucked. There's no helping him. The problem with Frank, too, is he's a narcissist. So he can never admit there's anything wrong with him or that he can improve on something or that he needs help. So even if you were to try to give him advice and, like, help him, he'll never take your advice because he thinks he's perfect. There's nothing wrong with him. The only reason anyone is trying to help him or tell him what to do is because they're part of the Illuminati and they're trying to destroy his life or something. Like, there's literally no helping him. He will never seek out help, and anybody who actually tries to help him, because of his fucking delusional narcissist, like, fucked up brain, he will think that they're trying to lie to him and gaslight him and, like, brainwash him or something or take advantage of him. So he's just fucked. Like, what do you do? And I mean, the guy's constantly miserable, stressing out. I don't know exactly what he's getting out of life. Like, yeah, you might as well just... I'm not, like, obviously, because YouTube terms of service, but I mean, like, the guy's just fucked. So yeah, if I were Frank, and I don't know, assuming like, let's say if what you mean by what if you woke up as Frank, like, there was a small window of time when I switched bodies with Frank where I still had my, like, Richard brain, but my Richard brain was going to turn into Frank's brain. Yeah, I'd kill myself knowing I would turn into Frank because I do not want to live like this guy. He is a delusional fucking whack job. He probably has early onset schizophrenia, and he's only going to make his life worse and worse and worse and worse. And there's no helping him. Again, the guy is delusional as fuck because of his narcissism. So if I woke up in Frank's body and I knew after a few minutes I was going to turn, like, my brain was going to turn into Frank Tufano's brain, I'd end it all. I don't want to live like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Agreed. VG modern movies are such garbage.
Yeah, they're fucking stupid. Here's the issue. I think a lot of these movies are either getting written by women or the writers are getting asked to make changes to the script, and these recommendations are being made by women. Because, like, over and over and over again, you're seeing more shit come out where the power of firearms are undermined and characters do things that make absolutely fucking no sense in, like, a dangerous, hostile environment. Like, Last of Us 2 is the best example of this. You have these, like, two girls, Ellie and Dina, out in this zombie-infected fucking wilderness, and on top of that, there's, like, you know, humans that they have to watch out for that are trying to kill them. And then they're just yelling and yucking it up, like, as if there's no care in the fucking world, and they're not, like, even scanning the environment to make sure, like, nobody's watching them or, you know, make sure zombies are around. They're just, like, careless, walking through town, walking through the woods, yelling, screaming, laughing, yucking it up like, you know, some fucking dumb teenage girls do. Like, you can't tell me a man is writing this or is not getting instructed by a woman how to write these sorts of fucking scenes. And, like, this stupid alien Earth idea, it's gotta be a woman thinking this, because, like, any fucking dude who, like, plays Call of Duty, you know, is gonna know, okay, why would the aliens be a threat on modern Earth? Like, you can understand them being a threat when you're on an alien planet and there's only, like, 20 Marines on the planet with only small arms, and they're just totally unprepared against, like, hundreds, if not thousands of these xenomorph aliens. But the entirety of Earth having to worry about a spaceship that has just a few xenomorphs on it, like, there's just no legitimate existential threat. Like, the, like, worst case scenario, they could maybe make you sympathetic to, like, one character, you know, in the story, or, you know, the main characters, and then they could die. But, like, you know, there's not any threat of them being on Earth. People just fucking kill them. Oh, there's a bunch of xenomorphs in town. Okay, well, I guess we'll just bomb all the areas that we know the xenomorphs are in. There, alien's dead. Okay, well, it sucks that we had to kill some innocent people, but we killed the xenomorphs. Like, it's just a dumb idea. The reason the alien movies work is because they're on small, isolated locations where you can't get away from the xenomorphs, and the characters don't have enough resources to kill the fucking xenomorphs. So they're an actual threat. If they're on fucking Earth, then there's no threat. The xenomorphs are gonna die. Like, who cares if a bunch of fucking people in the movie die? Like, there's no real threat. It's stupid.
Be careful, SJWS might call you sexist for saying that.
I don't fucking care. They've been playing that game where, oh, we're gonna cancel you. No one fucking cares what they have to say anymore. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. They could hide in sewers and other places while they increase their numbers. Oh, okay. Just use a fucking drone or use a firebomb and blow out the sewer system. Like, it's, like, again, it's just fucking stupid. It's modern day fucking Earth, like 300 years in the fucking future. You're telling me 300 fucking years from now, like, people aren't going to figure out how to fucking kill aliens in a sewer? Like, buddy, we're already creating, like, autonomous worker robots. 300 years in the fucking future? Like, dude, we don't even have to risk human lives dealing with xenomorphs. You could just send in an army of fucking androids to fucking snuff out the fucking xenomorphs. Like, it's so stupid. It's a... Like, and by the way, androids exist in the fucking alien universe. You don't even have to sacrifice real human beings. Just send an army of androids with special vision capability where they have X-ray vision, and then they can actually, like, sense people's body temperature or literally use X-rays to see if someone's infected by a fucking xenomorph. They could also have super hearing, so they could hear where the fucking aliens are hiding in any place. Like, it's just dumb. There's no fucking chance in hell, like, you could ever make a realistic scenario where if xenomorphs landed on Earth, they'd ever be a legitimate threat. It's just fucking stupid. The only reason the Alien movies worked is because, like, they're on isolated fucking worlds and there's just way too many of them to fucking deal with. It's just stupid. There's no, like, don't even try to rationalize it, dude. It's just fucking dumb. It's a stupid fucking idea. Stop trying to make up fucking excuses for the stupid, dumb fuck, like, movie or series. It's fucking stupid. Okay? What if they could hide in the fucking sewer? Yeah, gee. They could do interstellar fucking travel. They have fucking androids. Like, look at the fucking drone systems we have today. Imagine drones, like, 300 years in the fucking future. Oh, how is a fucking future human society with technology that far surpasses our own, how would they ever kill a fucking alien hiding in a fucking sewer? Fuck you. Stop trying to make excuses for the fucking stupid shitty series. Dodo donated $2. What if you had your Richard brain and you woke up as Frank and killing yourself was not an option? Then what would you do? Maybe I'd try to, like, hit myself in the head really hard to rewire Frank's brain. Sometimes it works. Like, some people do get hit in the head and it actually sorts them out. It's rare, but I mean, like, that's really the only thing that's gonna help Frank. Like, at this point, like, he has to have some sort of rewiring of his neurons. Like, I don't know if he could do enough mushrooms or get hit in the head, but, like, you know. But yeah, like, normal intervention and, you know, psychotherapy, it's not gonna do anything for him. You would shut down all his business, or would you rebrand them as vegan? How would you dig yourself out of your financial burden? Let's say you had your body too. Well, if I had my body, then I wouldn't have Frank's body. Like, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't think there'd be any point in switching over Frank's business to, like, a vegan business because nobody would buy anything. All of your clientele would be built up as, like, this, you know, meat. So you'd lose all of your clientele immediately. And Frank doesn't have any, like, money saved up to take that kind of financial risk and then, like, build up a new clientele. So yeah, I would just declare bankruptcy. Or, like, try to sell the business to someone else. Something like that. You know what? If I was in Frank's position, I'd just kill myself. Like, what would be the point? I wouldn't even try. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sanderbling, let me see.
There's a French company making vegan whey powder. Would you consider trying it? Check this out.
Um, 11% more leucine than normal whey. That literally doesn't matter. I don't even know if that would be in any way beneficial. Adding leucine to protein doesn't seem to have any benefit. I wouldn't bother trying this out personally. But, you know, whatever. As long as people aren't buying actual animal products. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
Oh, you guys should have seen the original logo I was going to put on this. You would have got deplatformed off YouTube for sure. Deplatformed off YouTube for sure. Let's just say I had a very big nose and I might have been rubbing my hands together while sniffing. Definitely would have gotten deplatformed. The sunscreen.
Oh, wow. Jeez, he's talking about the, he's talking about this. Dude, Frank is a fucking piece of shit. So when he's talking about, I had a really big nose and I was rubbing my hands together, that's what he's talking about. So this guy is a massive fucking Nazi anti-Semite. What a fucking shithead.
Screen is me just chilling with some shades on. I thought that was kind of funny. The beef butter has two different logos, just like a cute cow on top and then another cute cow on the side. All these logos, guys, for all my products, they are custom designed by me, so you will not see them anywhere else. Then we got our shaving cream, which is me with a beard, which I unfortunately cannot grow. And this is another, like, some of these you might be able to find products that have pretty few ingredients, but about half of them, no. Same thing with the this year, the shaving cream. Usually very difficult to find a shaving cream that has a low amount of ingredients. This one is just water, glycerin, we have aloe vera, organic white grape juice, coconut oil, and jojoba oil. So whether you want to shave your face or other parts of your body or whatever, this is really nice. What I like doing is I'll use some clippers and then I'll use, I forgot what it's called. It's like something that gets a little closer. So I use
Soul Child donated $2.
Just a reminder, the Warsaw Ghetto lasted from 1940 to 1943. The Łódź Ghetto lasted from 1940 to 1944. So remember that the next time someone says, if Gaza was a genocide, they would have killed everyone already.
This guy's a literal fucktard. Like a literal fucking retard. Oh, buddy. I don't know what to fucking tell you. If Jews wanted to wipe out Palestinians and commit a genocide, please explain to me why they're deliberately trying to avoid civilian casualties. How, if they were trying to genocide the population, do they have the best militant to civilian casualty ratio out of any military that's engaged in urban combat? Which is especially, like, difficult in somewhere like Gaza, which has one of the most dense urban populations on the fucking planet. Hamas also embeds itself into civilian infrastructure, making it particularly difficult to achieve that. Like, they don't come anywhere close to the numbers you would see that would be representative of fucking genocide. Why have they opened up humanitarian aid channels? They even had to negotiate with Egypt to open up the fucking Rafah border to allow for the movement of aid. Why would they do that if they're trying to cause a fucking genocide? And the population of Gaza has fucking increased. they're killing so few civilians that the people who are having babies are able to, like, outpace the amount of fucking total deaths. Not just militant deaths, but they're able to actually outpace the total deaths in Gaza. There's been an increase in the population. Did that happen during fucking Nazi Germany, dipshit, when they exterminated 6 million fucking Jews? Like, fuck you, you fucking retard. I can't stand these fucking people. What a bitch. Just fucking bitch face, bitch made asshole. Thanks for the donation, Soul Child. You're a fucking idiot.
The regular clippers, that thing that gets a little closer shave, and then I'll put a little bit of shaving cream on and use the straight razor if I want to get as close of a shave as possible, but I don't really shave more than once every 2 weeks anyway, so for me this isn't a product that I use that much, although I wish I was able to use it more. And last but not least, we have our hair pomade shaving cream. That logo is me with my hair slicked back. Looks a little messed up, but we spent a long time trying to get that right. I just kind of gave up. The hairline isn't correct, but it's whatever. So we used to sell a hair pomade, shaving cream, another completely new product. Never had shaving cream before, but hair pomade we did have before, except it was like really, really hard. You had to kind of like scrape it out with your thumbnail, warm it up with some hot water. This hair pomade is completely water soluble. I like to compare it to Layrite. If you have a lot of hair, like if I have a lot of hair right now, you'll use this up really quickly. But if you just have regular short hair, it's not too crazy, and it's definitely more affordable because pomades in general are really expensive. And I was actually, I think, the first person to actually have a natural hair pomade on the market all those years ago, and now there's like dozens of them, so go figure.
Sure.
As usual, people making millions of dollars off of my creativity. So
I was the first person to think of the idea of natural hair pomade, then everyone copied me. Okay.
So this one has water,
Fucking
glycerin,
idiot.
beeswax, coconut oil, shea butter, jojoba oil, honey, candelia wax, cedarwood oil. This is basically the same formula that I used to make myself, except we've added water, coconut oil, and candelia wax to make it emulsified and water soluble. So although the ingredients are similar, it's a completely different product. Like the texture and application and everything are not even close, but because it's I really like that. It's not even that masculine of a scent. It's just, it's kind of like nice, almost kind of woodsy.
Soul Child and Tillers, obviously Israel's trying to, not to make it look obvious that they're committing war crimes and genocide. Oh, well, they're making it so obvious, or so unobvious, that they are, in fact, not committing a genocide. Maybe they're doing too good of a job trying to cover it up. So they're doing such a good job covering up that they're trying to commit a genocide that they're not actually committing a fucking genocide. Somebody should tell them. You're doing it wrong. You're covering it up too well. They even admitted it in a briefing. Oh yeah, cool. Right, I'm sure. I've explained to you before, they have no access to birth control or abortion. Their population growth out of control. You're a fucking retard. Congratulations. You're, like, actually fucking retarded.
But it's definitely like, I guess you can say it's masculine, but it's just kind of like an old school scent. You know, it reminds me of a barbershop. That's what I think of when I smell this. So it is, you know, minimal inflammatory, minimal ingredient, like really, really healthy for your hair and stuff. But it is way different than the old one. Yeah, this video's pretty long, so I won't ramble on too much more, but this is definitely the most affordable and highest quality minimal ingredient product line, to my knowledge, available online. So if you guys want to share this.
Yeah, somehow less ingredients means better. Why don't you just sell water and then call it shampoo? Oh, it's... Or you know what, just sell empty bottles and say it's imaginary shampoo, 0 ingredients, because the less ingredients, the better. Just imagine that you're, like, pumping out shampoo and then imagine yourself lathering it up. 0 ingredients, so it's better than actually buying something.
With whoever, you know, maybe even get it as gifts. They're very affordable, nice for people to try out. Everyone that I know so far has loved everything, loved the formulas, like the beef butter, the beef tallow is a very approachable gift to get people as an introduction. It's just really nice to have this stuff that's not only, you know, made with the highest quality ingredients. You know, there's as little stuff as possible in there if you're really, really sensitive, and I'm not charging crazy prices like everyone else. I think you can get everything here, every single thing here, for around like $120, which definitely can't be said about other companies online. You know, you'll probably be spending several $100s, and not only that, their products tend to be smaller and not last as long. So hopefully you guys enjoy this, and we should have already had the other stuff in. Should have. We're supposed to have similar to this, a dental floss, but also like all the house cleaning stuff. But I won't talk about that stuff. Hopefully it comes relatively soon. I don't know what's taking them so long. This was already crazy. This stuff took like, I think 6 months from the time I ordered it. That stuff, it's been 7 or 8 or 9 months. I don't know what's going on over there, but they should have already sent me that product. Because literally around this time last year, well, maybe we didn't get this stuff until like October, but you know, it's almost dawning on a year at this point that I've had this stuff in stock, and I ordered those other products immediately after we got these in. So, frankiesnaturals.com. Thanks for joining me today, guys. You can check out all the other business as well on frank-tufano.com if you want to look at all these unique and interesting products that I've come up with my own creativity.
He literally admitted the sunscreen was a white label product that he just bought, probably from a Chinese supplier. Oh yeah, I invented this. I came up with it with my own creativity. A fucking shitty sunscreen that I bought from a Chinese supplier. Okay.
So we have a bunch of interesting stuff on organ supplements.
What a dork. Just fucking dumbass dork.
Jason, where'd Hulk Hogan go?
I want to get Hulk
They
Hogan.
whisked him, he walked through here and they whisked him back there.
Go back there, Jason.
Just go back there.
I'm not allowed.
Jay, you're an internet celery. Yeah, fuck it.
Let me go back there, man.
What are you scared of? It's you, man.
I get kicked out, man.
So they'll just put you back out past the drapes if they don't want you back there. Maybe he'll be happy to see you. I think he knows about you.
I have a VIP pass. Why can't I go back there?
Go ahead, go walk back there.
Am I allowed to?
Do whatever you want. You're VIP. That's right. You're an internet celery. Yeah.
I'm not allowed back there, man. I don't know if I'm allowed back there.
He's fine. Looks like they got some pizzas back there set up.
Who said you go back there? No.
So go ask him if he can take you back.
Is there a way we can sneak back there at the other door?
Can you ask him, please?
Look at you about to cry.
Ma'am, can you ask me, please?
Get this on tape. Come on, get it. Come on, get it. What's up, brother? Whoa, easy, man, easy. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get it high. It still hurts.
On YouTube, I'm on living.
Look at that. Logan for president. Now
Yeah, I'm
we're
Jason Genova, YouTuber.
Oh, make America piss again.
And I got my Order 66 t-shirt from Star Wars.
Strong, brother.
Yeah.
And they have a Misfit Mania. You look in really good shape, man.
Thank you, bro.
You look awesome, dude.
Can you say a hell yeah, brother, to me?
No, that's Stone Cold. That's his gimmick.
What's your gimmick? Say
My gimmick? Well, you're not old enough to know my gimmick, but my gimmick is, hey, brother, what you gonna do, brother? That's my gimmick.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, you know?
I remember your TV show, Hogan Knows Best. That was a great TV show.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I think Jen got like addicted to meth or something again, and then she ended up going to rehab and got clean.
Great. You got a picture of them?
Take a picture for
21st donated $2. Tell me, what is it that you notice? Well, yeah, I mean, he should be in jail for the rest of his life. This guy has a lot of loose skin. Yeah, look at all the loose skin. He must have been like really fat at one point and then lost a ton of fucking weight. Dude, why is a woman even... Soul Child donates $2. What the fuck? Open up humanitarian aid channels. Gaza is at phase 5 starvation right now. You don't even know what the fuck that means. Israel's using food as a weapon of war. Cool. That's why they're giving people food. Is that what you mean by weapon of war? Like, are they airdropping in food without, like, a parachute, hoping it lands on somebody? Is that how they're using food as a weapon of war? Like, it's just fucking stupid. There's no aid in Gaza in sight at all, right? That's why there's aid in Gaza, and people are complaining that the IDF is shooting people trying to get aid, because there's no aid. So I guess all the fucking shit about the IDF shooting at people at aid lines is bullshit, because how could they shoot at people at an aid line if there's no aid? Okay, foreign doctors working in Gaza reported that baby formula has been confiscated by the IOF. Cool. I don't care. Soul Child donated $2. Why are you getting mad about people drawing parallels between what's happening to innocent Palestinians and innocent Jews in the Holocaust? Because they're not in any way fucking similar, and it's just bullshit that they're trying to make up. It's nothing a normal person would get mad about. You can just disagree and say you don't agree, and you can just fucking play Xbox and stop fucking bothering me, dipshit.
Ooh. 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 Get him. Get him.
They really just need to learn to keep these crazy people locked up. Is this person a doctor or an engineer? Dude, this happens so much. Where the fuck was this? They're all Asian. Is this AI? Yeah, is this like the Philippines or something? Yeah, I think this is Philippines. The post is saying the sky is black, always them everywhere. I don't even... I don't know if he's like half black or some shit. But yeah, this looks like it's the Philippines. There's so many people who look alike. I'm like, is this AI? Like, these two people look almost identical. They all have the same fucking haircuts. And then there's like two people with the same red sweater, same haircut.
Here's proof for Soul Child of the starvation. Now tell him to shut the fuck up and change his tampon already.
Yes, look at all the... You know what? It's probably just all cardboard. It's just cardboard, I guess. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Ew. What is this crap? Oh yeah, this is fucking retarded. Who did this? Was it Kai Cenat or someone who said he was going to give away PlayStations? Dude, if I was driving through New York and some fucking shithole little rat dipshit kid jumped on my car, he'd be, like, fucking paralyzed. Never dance again.
Hypocrisy that we find in the West. For example, if there's a woman, a celebrity woman of high status, wealthy, when she travel around with her bodyguards, she go to the award shows, the people praise her. They say, wow, look at her bodyguards, they buff. Look at her bulletproof car, this and this and this and that. They praise her. But how come when a Muslim woman travels, and Allah legislates that when a Muslim woman travel for a certain distance, that a male relative should travel with that woman to protect that woman, to try to alleviate some of the hardship of traveling for that woman, all of a sudden it's oppression.
Yeah, because that's not the idea. It's about control. It has nothing to do with protecting women. It's about keeping women under control. Like, look at Afghanistan. They're not even allowed to leave their fucking house.
What's the difference? Islam...
Yeah, the difference is the woman who's a millionaire fucking celebrity who travels around with bodyguards has freedom of movement and can go wherever the fuck she wants. Whereas the woman in Islam is told what to do by her fucking husband, or else she'll get beaten to death. Or she'll get captured by the fucking Muslim purity police and then get fucking tortured, raped, and killed or something. That's the fucking difference, dumb shit.
Stipulates that a woman should be protected. So when a woman in Islam travels a certain distance, it is not to hinder her, or it is not to stop her from living a good life.
Yeah, right. That's why all these women are trying to flee these shithole Muslim fucking countries and get refugee status. Right. That's why all these women who end up fucking traveling to the US or Canada or Europe, they end up leaving Islam and speaking out against it and throw away their fucking hijabs. That's why in Iran, there was that whole women's march where all the women took off their fucking hijabs and started complaining. That's why in Saudi Arabia, the feminist movement there has been advocating to allow women to go outside on their own and drive. Right. Like, this is what these fuckers do, by the way. They just try to gaslight you into thinking, oh, Islam is just sensible. We're doing everything you do. We have the same values. And they gaslight you into thinking any of this is fucking sensible and logical. And they lie to you about what Islam actually intends to do. It's not about protecting women. It's about keeping them under control and keeping them as slaves and second-class citizens. Fucking dipshit.
You recommend protein, and what protein you recommend? PLS.
Just any soy or pea-based protein's fine. Doesn't really matter. Thanks for the donation, dude. Would you say there's even a small benefit to having 1 gram per pound of body weight versus 0.75 grams? Maybe. Who knows? It's extremely difficult to really be able to know. I'd say if you're on steroids, probably matters more, but if you're natural, like, if there is any benefit, it would be negligible.
I don't know how to take a picture.
Take a picture.
Hold on, brother. The rules are a breath and a sip of beer in between pictures.
No, it doesn't.
Mine goes to promotion.
My battery's going to take a picture.
What are we doing here?
Here, take a picture, please.
Misfit Mania meets Hulkamania. Look at that. How are you doing? Lifetime Hulkamania. Queers, trading in vitamins. This is what you get, Big Lenny. Big Lenny, I feel safe, brothers. Big Lenny Mania. Don't you touch a hair on my chinny chin because this is what you're gonna have right here. That's right, Dale. A case of it. Dale. Oh, let's get Dale, brother.
Hold on, brother.
Uh-oh. We're gonna get Dale.
Well, at least he got to meet him before he died. Oh, this dipshit. Why nihilism is just copium. Denying nihilism is copium. Nihilism is just the reality and truth.
Today, we're going to talk about how nihilism could be a terrible form of copium. Now, a lot of y'all may reject this immediately, being like, no, like nihilism is a fully defensible philosophical position, which I think is fine. Like, this is not a channel about philosophy. This is a channel about human beings. And the problem is that when you take this existential philosophy that life has no meaning and you stick it inside a human being, it causes all kinds of problems. And this is something that I really kind
of... No, it doesn't. Just because you recognize life has no meaning, that doesn't mean you can't find meaningful things to do to occupy your time.
Struggled with as a psychiatrist, because I noticed that people would come into my office and some of them would really like lack meaning or purpose in life and others didn't. And I always asked myself, okay, from an objective standpoint, if we say that life has no inherent meaning because we're not worried about God or religion or anything like that, how is it that some people are able to find meaning and other people aren't? So literally, I want y'all to think about this, right? So there are two human beings who are moving through the exact same world, have relatively similar experiences, and yet one person...
I would say the majority of the fucking reason you end up finding people who feel like their life has meaning, or sorry, no meaning, is because people are fucking gaslit into thinking meaning is like some external thing that they can find in something. Meaning is created by your own fucking mind. Like, it's in here, it's not out there. So if you're looking for meaning out in the world, you're never going to find it, and yeah, you're going to get trapped into this, like, you're going to get trapped into that kind of mindset where no matter what you do, no matter what you look for, no matter what job you have, you're never going to find meaning because it's nowhere other than in your own fucking mind. You're missing it. So if you tell people the fucking truth that your mind is what generates meaning, and you're the one who creates that meaning, well, they're not going to be playing this fucking game where they keep trying to find meaning out in the fucking world and they can never fucking find it. You're just telling them the truth, that it's produced by your own fucking mind, and they're going to have an easier time finding it. And I think there's another group of people, and this particularly happens to men, where they just end up feeling like they have a loss of control. So they're in school and they're kind of forced to go to school and they don't like anything they're doing in school, or they end up, you know, getting into some job that they don't like or career. And then there's and everything seems like it's on autopilot. Like, you're listening to a boss, you're doing what you're fucking told. You have no control over what you're doing at work. And then when you go home, like, if you happen to live with somebody, like maybe your partner or your roommates are kind of running your life, or like you have other personal issues where you have like an addiction to food or drugs, like alcohol, and like it just feels like you have a loss of control. And then when you don't have any control, you just ask yourself, like, why am I here? What am I doing? And yeah, everything feels meaningless because you're not actually following your own fucking desires. So, meaning is whatever fulfills your own interest and desires. And if, like, everyone has their own sort of life ambitions, it could be money, it could be bitches, could be cars, could be video games, whatever. But if you're in a situation where you can't actually fulfill your own desires, yeah, like, your life is going to feel pretty fucking meaningless and stupid. So you have to tell people the fucking truth. Your brain is what produces meaning. There's no meaning out in the world. Your brain is what generates it. And you have to find some sort of way to like follow and fulfill some of your own desires. Like there's certain things are going to be unrealistic. Like you're never going to be able to rule the world or the universe and have like intergalactic powers like some sort of superhero. But like there's all small little things that we want. We want to make a bit more money. We want to fuck some more bitches. We want to ride some nice cars, you know, the basics. Those are things that are obtainable for a lot of people. And you just have to teach people that they do have some amount of control over their own life where they can obtain some of these things.
Person is
just random vids, $22 don't look carnivorous. Let me see. Oh, it's a snack. That's a nice snack. Looks like a friendly snake. That's the friendliest looking snake I've ever seen. Oh my goodness, I want to be friends with him. Back to Carnitard cringe. Oh yeah. He aged like 10 years in only 3. I think these pictures are only like 3 years apart. Not only has his diet been horrible for a long time, so like he was eating, like, especially if you rewind like a year ago, he was like only eating meat. So pretty much 0 antioxidants in his diet. Very low vitamin E, which is and vitamin A, which is really important for your skin. And he was living in Costa Rica with like a really fucking high UV index, and like he's white enough to piss milk. And he wasn't wearing any sunscreen. So this guy has gotten like sun wrinkled like a motherfucker. This guy turned into a goddamn raisin. Yeah. Oh. When people try to use Paul Saldine and Liver King as reasons not to do the carnivore diet. Yeah, so, buddy, was this the carnivore diet that made you jacked and lean, or was this like steroids and just eating in a calorie deficit for a period of time? This guy ain't natty. Like, he's clearly on fucking gear. He looks a lot fucking... When was this posted? July 30th? So is he off cycle here? Or is this like just all angles and lighting? He looks way softer. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Does he have more videos of himself? But like in that photo, it looked like he was on fucking gear. He eats like absolute shit. Yeah, bacon, which we all know is the ultimate health food, and butter. What a fucktard. Yeah, dude, like, I mean... How far apart was this? 1,000 days. What would that be? Like... What, about 3 years? Maybe he did that naturally? I'm kind of leaning towards TRT. Maybe he did that naturally. Because when I see him in videos, he looks way, way less jacked. It might be like, again, angles, lighting kind of thing. 212, 195. So it's like roughly a 15-pound difference, but like obviously built a lot more muscle. Yes, seed oils. Yeah, vegetables, very bad for you. Carbohydrates, you know, the main energy source for your body, really horrible for you. I don't know. I think this guy might be on cycles. Well, let me see this other one.
In a man.
Probably if you don't lift or gym. I need me a strong man.
Ain't no gym bro lifting you. You need a crane operator. What's your biggest turnoff in a man?
The Bigfoot things are weird. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Able to find meaning and someone else is not able to find meaning. They look at the world that they live in and they say there's no point to any of this. And it turns out that the reason for that is because the way that their brains interpret their experiences, the dopaminergic responses they have, the way that they think in response to a given situation is actually different. But that's not the problem. The reason that I'm really concerned about nihilism is because it's bad. So let's take a look at the data. The relationship between purpose in life and depression and anxiety, a meta-analysis. The mean weighted difference between purpose in life and depression was negative.
Just because you're a nihilist, it doesn't mean you don't personally have a meaning or purpose in your own life. Like, this guy doesn't even understand what nihilism is.
0.49. The purpose in life and anxiety.
Like, this is the same mistake that people make when you debate moral realism. Just because you don't consider moral statements to be objectively true, that doesn't mean you don't personally have morals. So I'm a moral anti-realist. I don't think any moral statements are objectively true. They're stance dependent. So they're subjective, but that doesn't mean I don't have my own moral values. Similarly with nihilism, I don't think there is such a thing as... I don't think there is a thing, objectively speaking, like there's no such thing as meaning, objectively speaking. That doesn't mean I don't personally interpret meaning. CDG donated $2. Do you consider ask yourself to be a close friend? Who's your closest friend? Yeah, I do. Nobody knows my closest friend. He's not like online. And he doesn't really want to be on social media and stuff. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Anxiety mean weighted effect size was negative 0.36. So this basically means the more purpose you have, the less depression and anxiety you have. And both approach deficits and avoidance motivation are argued to play a role in the relationship between purpose and psychopathology, with greater purpose potentially limiting avoidance tendencies.
This has nothing to do with meaning.
And reducing the effects of depression and anxiety. Now, this is the core of the problem, okay? Is that if we lack purpose in life, we are less likely to engage in difficult things. And as we are less likely to engage in difficult things, i.e. greater avoidance behaviors, this will sort of narrow the scope of our life. And this is where Ernest Becker described this incredibly well in
this has nothing to do with nihilism.
Their book, The Denial of Death. The more you shrink back from the difficulties and darings of life, the more you naturally come to feel inept. The lower is your self-evaluation. It is ineluctable. I don't know what that word means. If one's life has been a series of silent retreats, one ends up firmly wedged into a corner and has nowhere else to retreat. This state is the bogging down of depression. Fear of life leads to excessive fear of death. Finally, one doesn't dare to move. The patient lies in bed for days on end, not eating, letting the housework pile up, fouling the bed. So y'all may say, okay, but if we look at Nietzsche's philosophy, he says that there's no inherent purpose in life, so life has to be discovered. Fair enough, right? So I'm a big fan of discovering purpose in life. But the question still remains, how do we find that purpose in life, right? What is the process that gets us to purpose? And this is where things become really, really scary, because unless we understand what nihilism truly is from a psychological perspective, from a neuroscience perspective, it will be very difficult to find purpose. So when I work with human beings...
None of that makes any fucking sense. Again, nihilism is considered a philosophy, but I wouldn't even consider it a philosophy. I would just call it a truth. Sort of like moral anti-realism. Only nihilism is basically like, I don't know, meaning anti-realism or purpose anti-realism. So like, what the fuck does that have to do with neurobiology? Nothing. Like, it's just like asking, does the color blue objectively exist? Like, not really. Like, there's certain wavelengths of light that we interpret as blue. Blue is like a subjective experience. But does blue exist? Like, not really. It's stance dependent.
What I find is a description that's very similar to this, okay? So you're living your life and you don't really see a point to it, right? There's like, I don't want to be one of these plebs that's just like eat, drink, and marry, like be captain of the football team. I can't be captain of the football team. Go to college.
Light donated $2. Is brown rice protein fine and just as good as soy and pea? If you look at randomized trials, that use rice protein isolate as opposed to whey protein isolate, there doesn't seem to be any differences in body composition changes in response to weight training. With those studies, though, subjects were still consuming other protein sources. So it was just the protein supplement that was swapped out. Like, at the end of the day, chances are, if you're getting adequate amounts of protein, it probably doesn't matter. And each amino acid is going to be plentiful enough in your total daily diet where it doesn't matter. But hypothetically speaking, you're probably better off it's probably a safer bet to just consume soy or pea protein. I recall Dr. Greger speaking about that before. It raises IGF-1 or something, cancer risk. Dr. Greger doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I wouldn't take his advice for the most part. Protein sources with more leucine content are going to raise IGF-1 levels more, but one, it's only a transient effect. In order to actually increase your cancer risk, you have to have your IGF-1 constantly elevated. And secondly, you want IGF-1 for muscle building. So, if you're ultra retarded, gay, paranoid about ever getting cancer, then you shouldn't really try to be building much muscle and eating protein because that's going to raise your IGF-1. IGF-1 is needed for muscle growth. That's why the combination of testosterone and growth hormone are so anabolic, because you're raising IGF-1 within the muscle cell. So if you're going to be this gay paranoid bitch who is like, oh, IGF-1 is elevated a little bit, then you shouldn't really be weight training and trying to build muscle, because you're going to raise your IGF-1 levels. But again, at the end of the day, none of this is linked to cancer. High protein diets are not linked with cancer. So thanks for the donation, Flight.
Get some dead-end job, and then what? What's the point of all of this? What's the point of all of the grind? And as we sort of ask ourselves, what's the point of this stupid grind, which, by the way, is produced by your brain, which we'll get to in a second, right? Because there's a lot of human beings out there, a lot of normies, that are all into the grind, and they're so I want to get a nice handbag, and I want to get this Instagram post, and I want to get this kind of fancy carrot ring, and then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and they're these people who are kind of these empty-headed fucking normie plebs who are living life. And then there's some of us who are thinkers, right? Who look at this and we say, this life is empty. But then the problem is that as we go through life, okay, we are faced with these little challenges, these little things, should I get up at 5 a.m. to meditate every day, or should I get up at 6 for work, right? We face all these little challenges. Should I go on this dating app? Should I go to the singles meetup? Should I go to this networking event? Should I polish up my resume? There's all these little things in life. And when you're facing life with sort of what's the point? You have a series of silent retreats. You're I don't think so. I don't think so.
What are you going to start taking at the end of the month? I might start actually, taking steroids. So testosterone, growth hormone. But I'm pretty fucking sure that I'm just gonna take growth hormone and maybe retatrutide. But I might actually just start taking steroids.
10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 are the same thing.
Huh.
All right, let me see if I can do this with a straight face. Listen to Donald Trump introducing the next fighter jet and the number, the alphanumeric number.
But we're here for a reason today that is very exciting, and I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first sixth-generation fighter jet. Number sixth generation. Nothing in the world
Wait for it.
comes even close to it. And it'll be known as the F-47, the general took the title. And it's a beautiful number, F-47.
It's a beautiful number. F-47, It's a beautiful number. I can't imagine why the generals would pick F in 47.
Oh, was it 47 felonies? Face 34 criminal charges. What's okay, it says 34. I don't get it. What's the joke? F Trump, the 47th president? Whatever. That was not funny.
What's the difference between Batman and a black man? Batman can go out at night without robbing.
Record listing the members of this committee and their individual calls to release the Epstein files.
Shauna, without objection. The subcommittee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Point of order. Are we not going to take the vote?
We're in recess. That was a previous order.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we need to take the vote from the motion.
We're in recess pursuant to the previous order, which passed without objection. So we're in recess, and we will move to those votes. Sorry, this is out of order conversation. I'm just being polite. We had the previous order that we moved without objection. Votes would be moved until after deliberation.
So are they actually going to subpoena the Epstein files?
I work at Peak Energy. We're a few doors down. We're in 1845. Okay. So we do solar around here. We're just coming around talking to niggers. Sorry, dude. Maybe.
Yeah, I've seen that. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Don't build muscle if you're scared of getting cancer because you'll raise your IGF-1. But isn't resistance training associated with lower rates of cancer? And that's why Brian Johnson does it? Pretty sure he consumes pea protein.
Yes, I know. Like, it's just stupid. So, Dr. Greger is an idiot, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Just because you raise IGF-1 levels transiently after eating a high-protein meal, that doesn't mean you're going to increase cancer risk. So there's no association with high-protein diets and cancer risk. There's no association with resistance training and cancer, and it in fact reduces risk of certain cancers. So the IGF-1 thing is just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Flight.
Who is your best friend? What's his name? Was he the same person that outed Inkiri as a fraud? Also, are you playing Battletoads later?
So, yeah, my friend is the guy who did training with Alec and Kiri, and Kiri got him hurt and had him on the dumbest resistance training routine imaginable. But I'm not telling you his name and shit. And yeah, I'll be playing Battletoads later. Thanks for the donation, Vegan for Life.
I don't think so. And then that creates a huge problem, because the more that you retreat from life, the more that the normies move forward and the more further behind you fall. And then it becomes really hard to engage with life because you don't see a point to it. When people hear about our coaching program, their first response is usually, why would I work with another human being when I can watch YouTube? Even just what ends up motivating us, right? So if we're not motivated by some grander sense of purpose, we end up being more vulnerable to things like escape behaviors. So let's take...
I don't know why you need a grander sense of purpose. Like, if you want something, you like, is that not motivation enough? Like, how many dudes will spend hours and hours and hours and hours, like, looks maxing, going to the gym, like finding the right type of diet so they can get abs, like, you know, making sure they have the best clothes, nice hair, trying to get a car they can't afford so that they can pick up girls and like fuck bitches. Like that is it's insane. If you look at any of these looks maxing communities, they spend like just such a monumental amount of time and effort just to bang girls. Are you telling me that they have like some weird like religious sense of purpose? Like like me wanting to look as good as possible so I can fuck as many girls as possible. This is just the ultimate life purpose that was bestowed upon me by God himself. And if I don't fuck as many bitches as possible, I am failing God. You know, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. No, they just want to fuck bitches. Like, so I don't know what he means by grander sense of purpose. People generally are motivated to do things because they want to do things. So if you want to fuck girls, you're going to do things that will, you know, fulfill that goal. Like, if you want to look good, you'll do things that will fulfill that goal. If you want to make more money, you'll do things that'll fulfill that goal. Like, I don't think people are generally motivated by, like, some greater sense of purpose where, oh, I have to do what Jesus Christ tells me. Like, no, people just do what they want. It's just silly saying something like this.
Take a look at Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, which is a wonderful text on nihilism, sort of the intersection between nihilism and psychiatry. Moreover, there are various masks and guises under which the existential vacuum appears. Sometimes the frustrated will to meaning, that's like finding a purpose in life, is vicariously compensated for by a will to power, including the most primitive form of will to power, the will to money. In other cases, the place of frustrated will to meaning is taken by the will to pleasure. That is why existential frustration often eventuates in sexual compensation. We can observe in such cases that the sexual libido becomes
What is this from? Why would I accept any of this? So, various masks and guises under which the existential vacuum appears. So, I'm assuming whoever wrote this is basically saying when people don't actually establish some greater purpose or meaning in life, and there's like this vacuum and void that needs to be filled, people will like get frustrated and try to compensate for it by like trying to seek power, and the most primitive form of power is like money. Why would you assume that? Like, life is pretty good when you have more money. Like, especially men. Like, you can see men in particular are kind of driven to get more money because, like, it's... I think this is obvious. The more money you have, the more opportunity you have to actually get things you want. So, like, every fucking opportunity is more accessible to you if you have more money. More money gives you more free time. You can like just retire if you have enough money and you don't have to work anymore. Like you could have so much money where you don't even have to like earn more money. You know, there are people who've made hundreds of millions of dollars where they don't even need to like make sure they have their money invested and live off the investments. Like they could just have cash in the bank and then just run that out until they die, and they'll still have tons left over. So, like, you can retire, like, you never have to work. You could retire, like, when you're 18 and never have to work and just do whatever the fuck you want all day. The amount of women that you have access to now, there are many women who will deny you sex or a relationship just based on the amount of money you have. Now that's never going to be a barrier. You will not find a single woman on the fucking planet who is going to reject you because you don't have enough money. So the amount of relationship opportunities you have, the amount of opportunities you have to explore hobbies and interests. Like there are a lot of people who want to, you know, race professionally. Like, look at Keanu Reeves. He got into racing because, like, what dude doesn't like race cars? The guy who played Malcolm in the Middle, I can't remember his name. He basically retired when he was 18 because he made so much money from Malcolm in the Middle. And again, he explored his hobbies and interests and started professionally racing. Like, that's an extraordinarily expensive hobby. Now you can do whatever fucking hobby you want because you have enough money. You can start whatever fucking business you want. There's so many people with business ideas that can't get off the ground because they don't have enough money. Like, money just opens up so many more opportunities to you. Why would I assume, like, oh, people have a lack of meaning in their life and they try to fill that void by seeking money? Well, why would I assume that? Money may be a pathway to the things that you actually want to fucking do. And then, like, and then sex. Oh, right. Because dudes don't just want to have sex. The only reason men want to have sex is because they have a lack of meaning. Has nothing to do with sex just being fun. Like, this is stupid. Why would I accept any of this? Dr. K is a fucking idiot. I don't know what kind of fucking bitch-made moron wrote this. Did he mention it? Viktor E. Frankl. Okay, this guy's a gay retard. Is this guy a communist? Who the fuck is he? Austrian German. He may very well be a communist. Was an Austrian neurologist, psychologist, philosopher, Holocaust survivor. Founded logotherapy. Existential therapy developed by a neurologist and psychiatrist. Premise that the primary motivational force of an individual is finding meaning in life. Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's like some religious, gay retard. Buddy, like, when I see a man writing about, oh, the only reason men want money and sex is because they lack meaning in their life, and they're trying to fill that vacuum. This guy is a gay retard. Like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? That is just so fucking dumb. Bro, you're telling me your average fucking man wouldn't be happier having money, being able to drive Ferraris and banging whatever fucking girls they want? Like, you're actually a fucking idiot. I can guarantee you, if you give any man millions of fucking dollars, Ferraris, and they can fuck any girl they want, they're gonna be fucking happier. So, like, fuck you with your existential vacuum bullshit. Let me see, Quirk. So he's a gay religious retard. Oh, people are going away from God. They need to stop focusing on money and women. They just need to follow God. Right.
Dad, why is everyone saying we all look the same? I don't know, kid, but I'm not your dad. I'm Mark, your neighbor.
Asians.
You're in a room with 100 dicks. How many of them you choking on?
I ain't choking on none of them.
You that good?
Oh, fuck.
how you call homosexuality an abomination.
I don't say homosexuality is an abomination, Mr. President. The Bible does.
Yes, it does. Leviticus
18:22.
chapter and verse. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions while I had you here. I'm interested in selling my youngest daughter into slavery as sanctioned in Exodus 21:7. She's a Georgetown sophomore, speaks fluent Italian, always cleared the table when it was her turn. What would a good price for her be? While thinking about that, can I ask another? My chief of staff, Leo McGarry, insists on working on the Sabbath. Exodus 35:2 clearly says he should be put to death. Am I morally obligated to kill him myself, or is it okay to call the police? Here's one that's really important, because we've got a lot of sports fans in this town. Touching the skin of a dead pig makes one unclean, Leviticus 11:7. If they promise to wear gloves, can the Washington Redskins still play football? Can Notre Dame? Can West Point? Does the whole town really have to be together to stone my brother John for planting different crops side by side? Can I burn my mother in a small family gathering for wearing garments made from...
Yeah, the Bible's fucking retarded. Most Christians have never read the Bible. There's a lot of insane, stupid shit.
So we send you to jail? Yes, the bus, the cafeteria, the lunch plates, the hallways, basketball, the outside of it, and back to the buses.
So we're...
Yeah, school's prison. School literally is prison. It's fucked. School sucks, dude.
What about Joe Biden using his bone spurs to dodge the Vietnam draft?
Joe Biden has a problem. He isn't an American. He isn't a patriot.
I'm sorry, I asked you, I said Biden and I meant Trump, so those were things that...
Oh, Trump?
Trump, yes. Can I ask you the question again with
Yes,
the right
you may.
name? I'm so sorry. How do you feel about Donald Trump using his bone spurs to dodge the Vietnam draft?
My brother-in-law had flat feet.
Yeah.
Hi, would you like some headphones?
Absolutely, but how did you know my name was Phones?
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Quirk.
Take for instance pizza for example, is there any objective criteria to measure whether pizza tastes good? No. But I like the taste of pizza, so am I going to not eat pizza just because there's no ultimate meaning and purpose behind it? No. Same with life.
Yeah. Like, it's just fucking stupid. People have everything in reverse, and they literally do not understand nihilism at all. Everyone who always criticizes nihilism has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And it, like, the pizza analogy is perfect. Like, does pizza objectively taste good, or does pineapple on pizza objectively taste good? Is it, like, a provable fact, independent of any mind or stance, that pineapple on pizza is good? Or pizza itself tastes good? No. Does that mean you're not going to eat it? No. If you like pizza, you're going to eat pizza. Just like if you like life and if you like doing certain things in life, you're going to fucking do it. It doesn't have to have any kind of objective meaning. It just has to have, like, some sort of meaning to you. So if you find something enjoyable or meaningful or whatever, then you can go ahead and fucking do it. These things are completely unfucking related. And his critique of nihilism makes absolutely no fucking sense, because you can be a nihilist and find things pleasurable and meaningful, and that's good enough motivation for you to do it. Like, Dr. K is just an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
And by the will to pleasure. That is why existential frustration often eventuates in sexual compensation. We can observe in such cases that the sexual libido becomes rampant in the existential vacuum. Okay? So I know that's, like, kind of complicated, so let's understand this. So if we lack purpose in life, it's going to get replaced by something. And this is where, you know, I kind of talk about all of the normies, right, that leave you behind, but I would say more than 50% of nihilists that I've worked with are actually incredibly successful people. So since they have no purpose in life, since they have nothing driving them forward, and medical students are the best example of this, right? So since there's no, like, I don't actually have a reason to do anything, I fill it up with other stuff. Yeah, why am I going to become a doctor? Because then fucking women like doctors, right? And then I'm going to have money, and then I can go on vacation, and then I'm going to be somebody. So a lot of people will chase things like investment banking or private equity or lots of money, lots of power. They'll try to become alpha males, and I don't really have a purpose in life, so I'm going to go to an alpha male.
I don't know why you would assume any of these things. Like, maybe that's just what they want. Like you figure maybe the reason they're doing this shit is because they want it?
Boot camp so that I can be powerful.
Stupid.
And once I have powerful, I can do whatever I want. And in the absence of meaning in life, they will chase pleasure. And this is also where we can see that there are studies that show that meaninglessness in life is
that's what everybody does. And like, by the way, when somebody uses pleasure like this, it's extraordinarily misleading. And I think he's deliberately being deceptive. Like, you could look at pleasure as two different things. You could look at pleasure as something that's very, like, fleeting and shallow. So like a one night stand. Or you could look at pleasure as something as just something that you want to do that's very fulfilling, but requires like a lot of effort, but it still gives you pleasure. So like, you know, me benching 410 pounds, that was extraordinarily difficult, took years and years and years, a lot of fucking dedication and focus, but that gave me pleasure doing that. Same with like a long-term relationship. Like, are you telling me like long-term relationships aren't pleasurable? Then why would anyone do it? Like if one-night stands are what you're defining as pleasurable, but long-term relationships where you have like a wife and kids, they're not pleasurable, so they're just awful? Are they painful and horrible constantly? Like, is it nothing but suffering and torture? Then why would anybody do it? So, like, he's using the term pleasure in a very misleading, dishonest way, and I think he's doing it deliberately. Like, ultimately, people do things in the interest of some kind of pleasure. Like, if there wasn't any sort of pleasurable benefit to doing something, then you wouldn't fucking do it. Like, there are things that are very difficult, but you get something out of it. Like, you could sacrifice a lot of time, a lot of effort, but there's some kind of reward either during or at the end that you get out of it. Like, you might get a lot of satisfaction raising children, and like the kind of joy and happiness that gives you, like, that's pleasurable. If having kids was just fucking horrible nightmare constantly, you didn't get anything out of it, then you wouldn't want to have kids. So this is just fucking stupid. He's saying a whole lot of fucking nothing, and he's being very fucking loose with his words, and I think he's doing it deliberately. Like, this guy isn't a complete fucking dumbass. I think he's a twat and a liar, but he's not a complete fucking dumbass. So I think he's trying to convince you of some sort of ideological point, but he's deliberately being deceptive and misleading because he just doesn't like the idea of nihilism. CDG donated $2 since Joe isn't donating. I think you have to be a fucking crazy retard to enjoy any of this sports shit. These girls aren't even attractive. Okay. Alright, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Just a high schooler and her boyfriend. Does this seem creepy to you? Watch off stream for 15s if you're going to be a massive cuck bitch, or just watch on stream.
I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation.
Is correlated with things like addiction, is correlated with things like pornography addiction, alcohol addiction, marijuana addiction. So if we don't have a driving compass forward, we will replace that with something empty. It'll be the search for power without purpose, right? It's not like I want to be powerful so that
I don't know why you would assume somebody would get addicted to drugs or anything else because they have a lack of purpose in life. Like, addiction is pretty complex. Like, you can be like a moral realist and still get addicted to things. Like, how many fucking Christians have we all known, or Muslims, Jews, whatever, and they end up getting addicted to drugs or have a sex addiction or addiction to alcohol? Like, that's just fucking retarded. This guy is an idiot. He's just, again, saying nonsense. You don't have to be a nihilist to have an alcohol addiction.
I can do something good in the world. Or people may even say that. I hear this all the time in like medical student interviews where they're like, yeah, I want to help the world. And it's like, okay, you don't have to go to medical school for 4 years and residency for 3 years to help the world. You can go to a soup kitchen today, right? You can spend the next 4 years of your life helping people in the soup kitchen. You will probably help more people than you will in 4 years of medical school. But we don't really say that, right? We don't really say like, but that's not how they think, right? What they're really looking for is the power.
Again, that sounds outrageously stupid. To say you will help more people and be a greater benefit to society by giving homeless people soup versus becoming a medical doctor. Like, that's just a stupid thing to say.
The prestige, the money, the sexual gratification. And so this is the challenge with nihilism, is that if you're nihilistic, you kind of don't see purpose in life, right? You retreat from life in some ways. And even if you're very successful, you may have noticed that you retreat from life in subtle but very important ways. So even if you're successful, there are probably all these chances where you like could have done something good. You could have made art, you could have made music, you could have become a video game developer, but instead you joined a private equity firm, or you ended up working for one of these like gigantic evil tech giants. And that's where we see like even memes like this of like, you know, teaches stuff to kids $60K per year or sells.
So, like, what is he even saying? Like, he's saying anybody who achieves any level of success and gets rich is a nihilist? Wasn't the guy he referenced, the gay retard religious dipshit, what was his fucking name? The guy was a psychiatrist, so this was a medical doctor. So he's saying nihilists become doctors, but then he references a doctor who was making the case that people only seek money because they don't have enough meaning in life. Like what? CDG donated $2.
Michelle from China.
That's great.
People stuff 220K a year, does nothing for 350K a year, or make software that kills people for like 450K a year, right? And that's sort of like what happens in life is you can sort of end up without purpose and still be really successful. So y'all may say like, okay, Dr. K, like nihilism is a philosophy, you're not representing it correctly, like fair enough, right? So where I'm coming from is that I think the majority of people, the people on the planet who describe themselves as nihilists do not have a meaning or purpose. And where I'm coming from is that if you do not have meaning or purpose...
Why would you assume that? Like, by the way, I could say the inverse. People who describe themselves as Christian don't have a meaning or purpose. Like what? Again, he's just saying a whole lot of nothing. CDG donate $2. Why do you call me a crazy retard for donating burps?
With like little bows.
Because who the fuck would watch this garbage? That's great. I don't really want to watch a crack addict burping. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
It hurts you very noticeably. So here's a paper that shows purpose in life predicts allostatic load 10 years later. We found that greater life purpose predicted lower levels of allostatic load at follow-up, even when controlling for other aspects of psychological well-being potentially associated with allostatic load. Now, this begs the question, what the hell is allostatic load? Allostasis, therefore, refers to the physiological change that the cardiovascular, autonomic, neuroendocrine, immune, and metabolic systems simultaneously undergo in situations of stress, i.e. how your whole body responds to stress. Too frequently, too sustained or inappropriate cycles of allostasis, i.e. too much stress, lead to a state of biological frailty known as allostatic load, which is positively associated with greater risk of diseases, cognitive decline, and mortality. So this is a paper that is showing us that purpose in life predicts your body, your immune system, your psychological, your neuroscience response to stressors in life. So when life throws me some...
This has nothing to do with nihilism.
Some kind of challenge, like I lose my job, or I go through a divorce, or my partner comes up to me and says, hey, I want a divorce. Literally, the amount of cortisol that my body produces in response to that, the amount of adrenaline that it produces, what happens to my heart rate, my blood pressure over the course of the next year, which then feeds into my cardiac mortality chances, right? All of these like neuroendocrine problems and things like that. Purpose protects you from all of this stuff. So if you lack a purpose in life, I think it is harming you in a very real way. So if nihilism is bad, the first thing that we have to understand is how does one become nihilistic? And this is where
this has nothing to do with nihilism. By the way, notice how at the beginning of this video, or at any point in this video, did he ever even define nihilism? So he just doesn't know what nihilism is.
Nihilism is a reaction, a natural reaction to certain circumstances. So let's take a look.
No, nihilism is an objective fact. There is no meaning that exists in the world independent of a stance.
Get Frankel again. Apathy, the main symptom of the second phase, was a necessary mechanism of self-defense, okay? Reality.
So nihilism isn't even mentioned here. It just says apathy. So, what is he talking about? Apathy is not nihilism.
Dimmed and all sorts and all emotions were centered on one task, preserving one's own life and the other fellow. So the first thing to understand is that nihilism is a very natural reaction to the frustration of your efforts.
The fucking resource he just linked there didn't mention anything about nihilism. It said apathy. Apathy is not nihilism.
And the really scary thing is the more heroic your effort, if it gets frustrated, the more likely you are to become nihilistic. So in the case of Frankel, what he saw is that there were a lot of people who were like...
Your source did not even claim that.
In these concentration camps. And when they would try to do something, right, if they would get stopped by the guards, the more that the guards made their efforts useless in life. We also see this with like trauma and CPTSD, where if you grew up in a situation where you tried really hard and you got really frustrated, I'm not saying psychologically frustrated, I mean that your efforts did not yield results, right? So the more effort you put in and the less life gives you, the more likely you are to respond with nihilism. And this is sort of like an
He provided no source for any of that.
Evolutionary response, okay? So our brain has two modes.
So again, apathy is not nihilism.
It has a mode of building and it has a mode of surviving. So when we're in survival mode, we are actually conserving our energy.
Again, please provide a source. I don't know of any scientific source that says our brain has two modes, build or survive. Where is he getting this from? He says a lot of fucking bullshit. CDG, donate $2. Can you at least watch 5 seconds per vid? I'm not watching 5 seconds per vid, dude. You're lucky I'm even clicking on all these links. Jackass.
We're conserving our efforts. We're saying we're just going to get through today. That becomes the goal, not build for tomorrow. And so the more nihilistic we become, the more we lose sight of the future. So Frankel describes this really well. The prisoner who had lost faith in the future, his future was doomed. With his loss of belief in the future, he also lost his spiritual hold. He let himself decline and became subject to mental and physical decay. Usually it began with the prisoner refusing one morning to get dressed and wash or to go out on the parade grounds. No entreaties, no blows, no threats had any effect. He just lay there hardly moving. If this crisis was brought about by an illness, he refused to be taken to the sick bay or to do anything to help himself. He simply gave up. There he remained lying in his own excreta and nothing bothered him anymore. So
none of this has anything to do with nihilism. So again, another source referenced, no mention of nihilism. I really don't like Dr. K. Not only does he say a lot of pseudoscientific bullshit, but, he literally doesn't know what he's talking about, and I think in situations like these, he just deliberately lies.
This is a natural reaction at some point. This is sort of the dark night of the soul that so many people face, where I try to build for a future, I get rebuffed in some way, and then I sort of become listless, right? There's no point in trying. There's no purpose. And I think what happens is this is the way this looked when you were in a concentration camp. In today's world, what does this look like? This looks like waking up, maybe going to your job, maybe forcing yourself to do the bare minimum at work so you don't get fired, flagellating yourself to strive for promotion because that's what you should do, maybe even being objectively successful in life. But when you leave your job, when you have a moment to yourself, you end up just...
What does he mean by objectively successful? Again, success is a matter of opinion. There's no such thing as objectively successful.
spending time on the screen, just looking at like things on the internet, doom scrolling, I think is a really good example of this, right? So if Viktor Frankl, if you took these people in concentration camps and you gave them all the screens that we have today, what kinds of behaviors would they exhibit? They would exhibit exactly what we're seeing today with a lot of addictive behaviors towards technology. So in the nihilistic reaction, we no longer...
He's claiming concentration camp victims, if they were given cell phones, they would obsessively scroll through Instagram. Why would you assume this? Like, that's a weird thing to assert. Like, if you gave Jews in the Holocaust cell phones, man, they'd be scrolling all day. Like, what?
Longer strive for something, because striving requires like a reason to do it. And then we sort of default to like lying in our own excreta, just surviving, getting through the day, getting through the grind. We feel super burnt out. But then that creates a problem. Because even if we're sort of trying to survive for today, no one is going to come from the outside and give you meaning, or the likelihood of that is really low. The really hard challenge about this is if you kind of get stuck in this whirlpool of nihilism, you basically have to pull yourself out by your bootstraps, right? And this is...
What does any of this have to do with nihilism?
Is kind of what I see. This is so like scary to describe, but it's like people will be sort of living these empty existences and they say, I got to change this. I got to change this. So they dig really deep. They use a lot of willpower and they say, okay, I'm tired of being lonely. I'm going to get out back into the dating world. And as they get out back into the dating world, they push themselves a lot. They push themselves to do something. But even when they sort of put themselves back out there, the responses aren't great. And since they're more vulnerable to depression, since they're more vulnerable to anxiety, since they're more vulnerable to addiction, since they're more vulnerable to allostatic load and a higher stress response in these situations, it's like every attempt they make to get out of the box, they get pummeled and then back to square one. So how do we get over this? This is where the neuroscience is really cool. So I got to explain this for a second, okay? Because this like fucking excites me. So if you sort of think about like normies, okay, who are like living a normal life, and you think about you, okay, and maybe you're a normie because we have a lot of normies on our channel now. There's a huge difference in...
He's about to say something really stupid.
Literally the way that your brain processes information, like what goes on in your brain, okay? So let's give you just one really simple and scary example of this. So some of y'all may say, yeah, the reason I'm nihilistic is because life doesn't have any actual meaning. Like that's not fake. That's like...
It's because society gaslights people into thinking they have to do X, Y and Z by this age and timeline, and if you don't, you're a failure. Nihilism simply rejects arbitrary social norms and allows the user to orchestrate their own meaning, not lack thereof.
Yeah, like basically. Like, I mean, all nihilism is like, it's just the reality. There's no meaning out in the world. Your brain creates, you know, the meaning. And what logically follows from that is, yeah, shit like that. I don't have to adhere to anybody else's standards. I can adhere to my own standards. I can do what I want and what I'm interested in, because I know meaning exists in here and not out there. Like... But yeah, like, again, all these people who say this shit, they don't even know what nihilism is. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Real, okay? And it turns out, I hate to break it to you, you're right. So spiritually neurotic has been long since where psychoanalysis wants to bring him, namely at the point of seeing through the deception of the world of sense, the falsity of reality. He suffers not from all the pathological mechanisms which are psychically necessary for living and wholesome, but in the refusal of these mechanisms, which is just what robs him of the illusions important for living. He is much nearer to the actual truth psychologically.
Auto rank. Who's this dipshit? Another Austrian. Just wondering if this guy is another religious fucktard. It doesn't seem like he's a religious fucktard.
Than the others, and it is just that from which he suffers. So what Otto Rank said many years ago, which has been proven by lots of studies on depressive realism.
No, none of this has been proven.
And things like that, is that if you're nihilistic, your biggest problem.
No such thing as being nihilistic.
Problem is not that you're wrong, it's that you're right. And that you lack the necessary illusions of healthy psychological functioning. So this is crazy, right? So if y'all are like, oh my God, all these normies are deluding themselves with Gucci bags and Instagram, whatever the fuck, and like, you're not wrong. This is insane. So in order to be a psychologically healthy human being, you need a healthy layer of illusion about what the world is in order to function properly. And once you...
No, you don't. You just don't. Like, why do I need to think that, like, meaning exists somewhere out there? Like, do I need somebody to tell me, like, Jesus is gonna get mad at me if I don't have a, like, wife and kids? Like, no. You can make up your own rules and just live by your own principles. Why in the fuck do you need anybody else to tell you what to fucking do and what is or isn't meaningful?
Restore that, I don't know that you need to restore it. That's how most people get through it. If you've lost it, we're going to show you a different way. But like, you're not wrong in the sense that if you don't see meaning and everything is shit, like, you're not wrong, you're right. The problem though is that even if you're right, it doesn't change the challenge that you face, right? Because now you've got to live in this world. It's not enjoyable. You're surviving. You're not thriving.
Again, I don't know how, like, nothing, like, everything becomes unpleasurable because you realize nihilism is true. Oh, gee, pizza doesn't taste good anymore. Oh, even ice cream doesn't taste good anymore. You know, like, nothing has any meaning, right? Because the reason people eat pizza and ice cream is because there's meaning in pizza and ice cream. Right? Like that's why we all eat pizza and ice cream, because we're all told pizza and ice cream are meaningful. Now that I know it's not meaningful, it doesn't taste good. Like, this is stupid.
And while the normies may be able to thrive because they have an illusion, you're, unfortunately, I'm sorry, going to have to work harder. But I'm here to help you, so don't give up hope. That's why we're making this video, because there is a path. If you've lost the illusions of life, I want to lay out a path that, fingers crossed, will help you find meaning while maintaining your real version of life, okay? We don't need to restore our illusions or delude ourselves. We just need to understand what's going on, okay? So here's the first thing you got to understand about your brain. So people who are more likely to be nihilistic and lose purpose in life probably have alterations of their dopaminergic circuitry and are more prone to anhedonia. So one really good example of this is that a lot of people that I've worked with that I think are kind of like nihilistic have something called social anhedonia, which means that the amount of dopamine that is secreted in their brain through social interactions is lower than normal. So you know how like some people like small talk and they're like, they just enjoy small talk, and it's like you find small talk to be incredibly boring. So I don't know if this makes sense, but literally in the brains of people who like small talk versus don't like small talk, their dopaminergic response is different. So some people get actually a decent amount of dopamine from just talking to another human being. Their brain is simply wired that way. And some of us find that just to be like...
You know, it's kind of interesting. I was on a antidepressant drug. It was an NDRI. So norepinephrine dopamine reuptake inhibitor. And as soon as I took that drug, I noticed that I was way more social. I would actually bother to make small talk with people rather than like saying, oh yeah, see ya, bye. So like if somebody would say something to me, I'd actually have a conversation with them. It's really weird. So, yeah, there's probably... People probably have certain tendencies where, like, you know, if dopamine spikes in your brain doing certain things, you're more prone to do it. But yeah, when I took the NDRI, I became way more fucking social.
Annoying and a waste of time, okay? So there are alterations in your dopaminergic circuitry if you are nihilistic. And what that sort of means, let's like think about the implications of that. That means that...
No. I don't know why I'd accept this. What does he mean? So you may just be the type of person who doesn't like fucking small talk and socializing. That has nothing to do with nihilism.
When you take an action the inherent amount of pleasure that you experience is going to be lower than someone who is not nihilistic. And if we think about the implications of that, that means that it's...
I can guarantee you the reason why certain people are more prone to certain addictive tendencies, like, you know, they can't stop eating fast food, is because they get more pleasure from eating fast food. Like, maybe dopamine is triggered more when they eat junk food. Does that mean anybody who doesn't regularly eat junk food and isn't motivated to eat shitty food, are they nihilistic? Like none of this follows. So he's saying because your neural circuitry doesn't create like reward signals for doing certain activities, that means you're a nihilist? Okay, well, wouldn't that be true for anything? Like if you don't have a gambling addiction and you're not super motivated to gamble, you're a nihilist? Like this is just stupid.
It's not fun for you, which means that your reinforcement towards that behavior is less. And if that reinforcement towards that behavior is less, that means that our motivation starts to decrease. If our motivation starts to decrease, we move further into the camp of just existing and being triggered by our environment to do the bare minimum, right? So when our...
Like, again, none of this logically follows. Like, everybody has their own fucking interests and things that they like doing more. Some people are more social. Some people aren't. Some people like video games, some people don't. Some people like sports, some people don't. Like, none of this has anything to do with nihilism.
Environment pushes us, we do it, but then we return to our state of just kind of sitting there. So there are alterations in dopaminergic circuitry, okay? Second thing is that people who are nihilistic tend to be very, very ruminative. So if you literally look at like a non-nihilistic person versus a nihilistic person, the amount of time that a nihilistic person spends in their own head is way higher. So they tend to be thinkers. So this also becomes really, really like functionally important, because if I'm stuck in my own head, there's sort of like this inverse correlation between being in my head and acting. Whereas if we think about all these like bots, right, who are just like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this. Isn't life fun?
Dodo Donatellers, why do people think it's a big accomplishment and need to tell everyone that they are pregnant or their wife is pregnant? Like, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. I don't need to. No, I don't want to know. I don't care. Get an abortion. Why? I don't know, dude. I really couldn't give a fucking shit if somebody is having kids or not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And joyous and grand, and I'm going to go sit in the park and enjoy the sunshine, right? They're not stuck in their own head. They're out there like living life, whereas we're sort of trapped in our own head. And there are associations with rumination. Literally, when you have one thought, the likelihood that that will lead to another thought, which will lead to another thought, which will lead to another thought, that you will spend an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours thinking is way higher. And if we look at nihilistic philosophers, like, they were thinkers, and chances are you're a thinker too. The next thing to keep in mind is that this is what makes it so bad. So thinking in and of itself is not a problem. Even being stuck in your head in and of itself is not necessarily a problem. Maybe it correlates with less action, which is maybe a problem. The other problem with nihilists is that the content of their thinking is usually about themselves. So there's some evidence that they have hyperactive default mode networks. So the default mode network is the part of your brain that thinks about you. So what that sort of means is not only are you ruminating in your head, but the content of your rumination is focused on yourself in some way. So either you're thinking about how much of a loser you are, you're thinking about how hard things are for you, you're thinking how much you wish you were like other people. So you are thinking about yourself in some way. So these are 3 neuroscience traits which will predispose you and are mechanisms for nihilism. So now the question becomes, okay, are you screwed? Absolutely not, right? So the cool thing is that if we look at nihilism...
None of this has anything to do with nihilism.
There's a group of people, like Viktor Frankl is kind of at the top of the list, where he also did a lot of psychotherapy, developed his own thing called logotherapy, which basically, if you have lost the illusion of the joy of life, how do you go about finding meaning and purpose? Because if you can find meaning and purpose, the advantage of that is your avoidance behaviors, your escapism, your chasing power for its own sake, money for its own sake, sexual gratification, pornography, being an alpha male, whatever, for its own sake, and sort of having this kind of empty life, right? Does this kind of make sense?
Like, what do you mean for its own sake? He just keeps throwing words out there. What utility is that doing in your proposition? I mean, if you like money and you like buying things, wouldn't it make sense to get money? Like, don't people have kids for the same reason? Like, they just want kids? Like, it's just so stupid. Like, oh, people just have kids for its own sake. People get married for its own sake. Like, what does that mean?
sense. Like so many of the alpha males that I run into, they actually lack meaning in their life. They're not like, their purpose is to be an alpha. They're like, I'm devoting all my efforts to being an alpha. Whereas I look at all these.
Maybe because they want to do it. Why would you assume that the kind of benefit they get from doing those things is any less than the benefit other people get from doing other things? It's just stupid. Dodo donated $2. Are we going to watch Sarah Payne today? Not sure, Dodo. We'll see. Thanks for the donation.
These quote unquote beta male, slightly overweight dudes like at the playground who are like living their life with their wife and their kids, and they're just like living a normal life, and they're kind of having fun, and they're sort of like life is good and life is enjoyable, and they're just living it. So how do we get there? So there are a couple of fundamental.
Like, by the way, it's funny he mentions this because people without children right now, on average, are happier than people with kids.
Mental things that we need to change that will hopefully give us the requisite building blocks to find meaning in life. And now this is, I gotta explain this for a second because it's kind of confusing. A lot of people will try to find meaning, but you can't find meaning. That's why it's so damn hard. What you have to do, so if we're saying that neuroscience, a certain kind of neuroscience activity predisposes you to nihilism, it should follow that if we reverse that neuroscience activity, meaning will more easily be found. And that is what I've seen as a psychiatrist. It is not about waking up one day and asking yourself, what is the purpose of my life? It is changing the way that you interact with life so that your brain turns on in some ways. And then you'll I know this sounds insane. You will wake up one day and you'll be like, oh, I have meaning. Like literally that is the most common thing. You don't find the meaning. You give your brain the right building blocks so that it pieces together the meaning for you. Okay. So what are those building blocks? The first is to ask yourself, what makes life meaningless? Not that life is meaningless. Okay. You have to ask yourself what makes life meaningless. And it's kind of interesting, right? So it's kind of like life would have meaning.
That's where, like, I don't know, like, how do you prove a negative? Isn't that, like, philosophically impossible? Like, you'd have to prove the premise, if the premise is life has meaning. Like, the default position is that it's meaningless. Like, give me an argument. Like, how could meaning exist independent of a stance or independent of a mind? I don't even know what somebody means by that. Like I've debated moral realism with Christians and Muslims. Well, not so much Muslims because they won't even debate me, but anytime I even ask them what that even means, moral realism, they can't even give me a fucking answer. Like, nobody even understands what they're even fucking talking about. So I don't know what it would look like or what anybody could even mean by meaning existing objectively. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Dodo donate $2. Can we watch at least just the intro? It's funny.
Jeffrey's staring at his phone.
Sure, we can watch the intro. Just give me a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I know you said you've been having sleep problems. Do you normally push through your workout despite being sleep deprived?
Depends to what extent. Like, if I'm like awake but I have trouble sleeping, I'll still work out. But if I'm like really fucked up and zonked because I've really gotten like no sleep, then no. But if I just have like mild sleep issues where, like, you know, maybe I'm getting around 4 or 5 hours of sleep, I'll probably still work out. But if it's something like, you know, 2, maybe 3 hours, then like I'm just too fucked to really do anything. I missed my workout that I was supposed to have yesterday because of the sleep problems, but I got enough sleep today, and I did a workout before stream. My mom came over on Friday, and I had a workout with her then. But like I was only really able to work out because she was there. I really had fucked up sleep issues still. So it depends to what extent. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Except this thing is in the way. And so if you ask yourself this question, And it's not an easy question to answer, because if you kind of think about it, like, you really have to like work towards answering this question. I would recommend that you go on like a 4-hour hike in a safe way or whatever, and really think about the question: what makes life meaningless? What is it that makes an absence of meaning in your life? And what you will find is that
I don't even understand what he means by the question. Like, is he asking what makes life meaningless, or what makes life meaningless to you personally?
there will be some kind of vacuum, right? So your life may have meaning if you had this, or if you had this, or if you had this, but that answer won't be easily accessible, because then your mind will rebel against that and say, oh, just because I have a partner doesn't mean that my life will have meaning. So be careful about asking that question in the way that you, I don't know if this makes sense, the way that you find an answer and then you'll discount the answer. That will be the ruminative default mode network thinking of your brain. You'll have an answer, but you'll immediately discount it. So go ahead and find the answer. Don't worry, you don't have to actually make it or anything like that yet. We'll get to that in a second. But this is a really important question to find a compass. The purpose of a compass is not to achieve something, it is to move in that direction, okay? Then we also know that there are a couple of things which are required to, not required, but basically required. Let's just use that word. Required to have meaning in life. And the first is that human beings, in order for human beings to feel meaningful, we have to give something to life. So we can call this creativity, but what I literally mean is, like, if we think about what gives a human being's life meaning, it's like when I look out into the world, I have some kind of effect. I have some kind of impact. Like, literally, what is the meaning? What is the purpose of my life? The purpose can be represented by something outside that exists when I'm gone or when I'm not there. So for some people, meaning is like raising healthy kids. For some people, meaning is creating artwork or music or whatever, right? You have to leave your mark on the world, because if you have a mark on the world, you have an impact on the world, then it's hard to not feel like you have meaning. Now, that isn't the meaning. So this is where things get a little bit subtle. That itself is not the meaning. Like, making art is not the meaning. Remember, what we're doing is giving your brain building blocks. So literally, as you create stuff, okay, as you put yourself into the world, and I don't mean make an attempt at something, I mean have some manifestation of your will that exists in the world, meaning will follow. This is essentially the opposite of those little silent retreats that you...
Oh, cool. So if I become like a fascist dictator, my life will finally have meaning because I'll be able to leave a really big mark on the world. I guess Hitler's life was particularly meaningful, but, you know, everyone else's wasn't meaningful. Okay, like, again, this is just a stupid fucking idea. Like, this is what logically follows from this, like, idiot idea. Like, the 6 million people who died in the Holocaust, like, how many of those fucking names do you remember? Like, nobody. Everyone knows Hitler. I don't think anybody outside of people who've had, like, family members who've died in the Holocaust, or maybe some authors that have written books on it who've gone through it. Like, nobody knows the 6 million people who died in the Holocaust. So the 6 million people who died in the Holocaust, their lives were, like, not meaningful, but Hitler's life was particularly meaningful, you know, in the grand scheme of things, because he left a bigger mark on the world. Like, it's just stupid. So if you want your life to be meaningful, like, you know, kill as many people as possible. Like, hopefully, like, you're better off killing millions, because then your life will be meaningful, because, like, you know, people will remember that. It'll really change the world and leave a mark. It's so dumb. Just so fucking stupid. Like, and if this is the standard that we're going to go by, like, try to leave a mark on the world, not only is that going to, like, motivate people to do some, like, insane fucking horseshit, like murder people. Like, and by the way, there are serial killers who committed serial killings because they, like, with the intention of wanting to be remembered. You're going to leave people in a position where if they don't get a level of fame that would be considered, you know, like, oh, leaving a mark on the world, everyone remembers. Like, if nobody knows what you do for work, or nobody listens to your music, or whatever fucking project you're working on, oh, well, I guess I'm going to be depressed again. My life is meaningless. I didn't really leave a big impact on the world. It's fucking stupid. You don't have to have anybody know you. You don't have to leave a mark on the world. You just have to follow your own fucking interests.
Oh, poor you. Now you've experienced 1/10 the sleep deprivation that the innocent civilians and children in Gaza are suffering from because of the constant aerial bombardment by Israel. Do you have sympathy for them, or are you a fake vegan hypocrite?
Didn't they literally just have like a month-long ceasefire? So what do you mean constant aerial bombardment? They had a ceasefire. And by the way, the only reason the ceasefire wasn't extended is because Hamas rejected the ceasefire proposal. They rejected every fucking ceasefire proposal. So if they want to be bombed, then they can go and be bombed. I don't fucking care. They're the ones who voted Hamas into power. So yeah, they can get fucked. I don't give a shit. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
You make. Your life is full of a lot of silent retreats where I'm running away from this tiny little conflict and this tiny little conflict, this tiny little conflict, this tiny little conflict. Okay? So think about what kind of impact you want to have in the world. I don't care. It doesn't have to be like a grand impact or anything like that, but each and every one of us have a desire to like make something. That's a core human desire. So think about what that is and take some step forward in that way. I'm not saying...
Okay, I'll build my own firearms. I'll, each time I kill somebody, I'll leave like really intricate coded messages that are really hard to decipher. And then the news media will start talking about me, and I'll know because I left an impact on the world. My life was meaningful by being a serial killer that left like really intricate, weird, messages that nobody could decode, like the Zodiac Killer. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Saying that the first step or even the 1,000th step will give you a sense of meaning. That is the building block that will then get composted by your brain and hopefully end you up with meaning. Second thing that we have to do is we have to receive things from life. So we have to give something to...
No, just ground yourself in your fucking desires. Just enjoy life for what it is. It's all you have to do.
Life, and we have to receive something from life. And this is where a lot of the nihilistic people that I work with aren't really like receiving things from life, they're just existing. So I would say a really good example of this is savoring, right? So life has some amount of joy, like true joy, not dopaminergic pornography usage, video game stuff. I mean like joy. Nice things can happen.
I don't know why you would assume. Like, bro, this is so idiotic. Why is there, like, a deeper level of joy obtained from X rather than Y? Like, why would we assume video games or jerking off is a less joyful experience than doing anything else? So, like, I do not have an interest in ever having kids and creating a family. Why would that be considered like more joyful and meaningful to me than jerking off and playing video games? Like, if that's what you just really enjoy doing, then that's just what you really enjoy doing. And you should probably make life decisions around jerking off and playing video games. So, like, make enough money to buy whatever video games you want and goon to whatever porn you want. Be able to pay for your internet connection so you can download porn faster and live life on your own fucking terms. Like, if that's what you enjoy, that's what you fucking enjoy. Why are we assuming that one activity, like, and again, this sort of thinking is what gets people, like, into a fucking depression, because now you're having people get gaslit into thinking the things they enjoy are not actually fucking meaningful and they should be ashamed of their own fucking hobbies. Oh, you're wasting your time playing video games again? Oh, you're just wasting your time, fucking bitches. Oh, you're wasting your time making millions of dollars. Oh, you're wasting your time doing this or that. If that's what they fucking enjoy, that's what they fucking enjoy. Like, this guy is, like, claiming he wants to help people get out of depression and shit, and then he's discouraging people from doing the fucking activities they might actually enjoy most. It's fucking stupid. Like, people think differently. Like, I really like fucking motorcycles. Like, is that less meaningful than somebody doing, like, I don't know, fucking humanitarian work or, I don't know, raising a family with kids? To you it might be, to me it's not. I'd rather fucking ride my motorcycles than raise a family, have kids, or do humanitarian work. Like, fuck you. CDG donated $2. Hey, would you ever have sex with this girl? What do you think of her pecs? Are they bigger than yours?
This is where we go back to something like go to an art museum and then like lay out on the lawn and just like enjoy what life has to give you. Even if you, you know, if you're like one of these people who's like eating tendies or whatever all the time, like you can still savor your tendies, right? Don't watch anime while you're eating your tendies. Sit there and be like, wow, like these tendies are really amazing. Like, let me enjoy these tendies. I have ranch dipping sauce. I've got some barbecue sauce. I have some
tendies aren't meaningful. Sorry. You can't enjoy those.
buffalo sauce. Like, let's go tendies. So try to savor life. Try to give what life is trying to offer you stuff. But as long as your head is trying to like get, I don't know how to say this, like as long as you're trying to min-max the dopaminergic extraction from your brain, you won't be able to savor life. And the third thing, and this is really important, is the one thing that you can truly control in life is your attitude towards what life sends your way. And what we tend to find in people who are nihilistic versus people who are not nihilistic.
Like, by the way, he's saying this, but then like literally in the next breath, he's saying, oh, don't think that way. It's just, he's just saying nonsense.
Is the attitude with which they receive things. So the next time that something bad happens to you or something good happens to you, pay attention to how you receive it. When something good happens to you, does some part of you say, oh yeah, this is going to be worthless, it's never going to be enough, it's one step in the right direction, but I have 1,000 directions to go? Is that how you're receiving life? Or when you have a setback, do you consider it a failure? Oh yeah, now that this thing happened, I'm never going to be successful. Do you take a setback as a failure? So really pay attention to the way that you are receiving life. My hope is that if you do these three things, have something that you give to life, have something that you receive from life, and pay attention to and hopefully alter the way that you receive what life gives you, then you will give your brain the building blocks.
You know what? This guy's a bitch and he thinks like a bitch. Like, look, this whole premise that he's trying to share that, oh, nihilism is such a bad way of thinking and all this crap. Like, again, the reality is you're the one who creates meaning. It's your will against the world. If you're gonna fucking tell people that they have to live in some delusion that there's like some meaning out there that you have to find, like, it's just stupid. It's bitch thinking. Like all these religions like Christianity, Islam that try to like convince you that you have to like live in line with God's will and that's what's meaningful. It's just bitch thinking and it's training you to be a fucking bitch. You're the one who creates meaning, and again, it's your will against the world. So people can think whatever the fuck they want. You've just got to do what you want to do. And it can be difficult. It can be fucking hard. Don't get discouraged, following your own interests and desires just because they're hard. I think a trap that a lot of people fall under is when things do get difficult, they end up kind of giving up. You can, like, some of the most happy and joyful and, like, pleasurable experiences are obtained through difficulty. And, especially with men and the way men think, like, men seek power. And the way you prove to yourself that you have power is by, like, defeating adversaries. And that adversary might not necessarily be another person. That adversary may be, like, making a certain amount of money each month. That adversary might be, like, getting a certain car. And, like, getting those things can be very difficult. But you've got to prove to yourself that you have the power to get what you want. So, like, don't let fucking idiots like this tell you that you have to stop thinking in a nihilistic mindset. Nihilism's just the truth. There's no meaning to find out in the world. Just ground yourself in your desires and fight for them. And you might have to fight really fucking hard, but you've got to teach yourself that just because it's hard, it doesn't mean it's, like, not worth it or you're not going to get greater pleasures through those difficulties. So just fight for what you fucking want. It's all there is to it. Like, if you're, like, unmotivated and you're kind of laying in bed, kind of rotting, like, there's obviously something better out there to fight for than to just be miserable lying in bed. So just think about what you fucking want, and don't let anybody tell you that money and women and fast cars aren't meaningful. If that's what you fucking want, then fucking fight for it. Get fucking money, get bitches, get fast cars. It's better than laying in fucking bed and doing nothing and being miserable. So prove to yourself that you have the power to fucking get what you want and just fucking do it. It's that simple. Just stop being a fucking bitch. So this is just bitch-made fucking garbage. Like, the fucking vacuum of meaninglessness and you fill it with money. Like, yeah, that's what fucking dudes want. They want fucking money, bitches, and cars. Fuck you, faggot. Like what else? Like, what else are you gonna do as a man than make money and get fucking girls and drive cars? Like it's just fucking dumb.
Why do you still not like Harley even though you and Jasmine are divorced?
She still hasn't replied. What? She's posted to a story 7 minutes ago, but I texted her an hour ago. Should I double text? No, that's cringe. But maybe if I say...
Draw VG saying I fully internalized nihilism while jerking off and pouring nicotine tablets into his mouth. Also gummy pissing on motorcycle boots.
Okay, I can do that for you. Guess that'll be his cat dick.
I was just jerking off thinking about making out with a hot girl and was about to come, and then for some reason the thought and image of Richard and Jasmine making out appeared in my mind and I instantly became soft. Orgasm ruined. Thanks, dipshit.
Well, I don't know, maybe you could just think of me fucking you instead. Hopefully that helps. Thanks for the donation, CDG, and, there you go. There's me jerking off, pouring nicotine tablet. Oh, wait, I didn't finish the gummy. Cat. And his bottom areas white. Looks like he has boots on. There we go. There's me eating nicotine tablets, jerking off, saying I fully internalized nihilism, and gummy pissing on my boots. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo. Ew, donate $2, skip to 130. If there's any reason you dislike the Trend Twins, probably for being Carnus, you're probably going to dislike them even more now. You didn't give me a link, but I'm assuming you're talking about their latest video where they, like, went to a Texas steakhouse or something? Or ate barbecue?
That you need to survive in this Zionist world. You take the long, hard road because it builds character. All right, builds that thick skin that you need to survive in this Zionist world. Because if you cry at every missile that strikes a young Palestinian boy.
See, we're using our channel for good.
I saw them on the Bradley Martin podcast. They're fucking gay retards who believe in this fucking Gaza genocide thing. It's fucking retarded. Like, they're fucking meathead idiots. They're clearly not politically interested enough to ever actually look into any of this crap, so, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, you.
Something else funny. Maybe I should send her something. Who's she out with? Let me just watch her story again. Okay. I'm gonna double text her. Adonis kicks the door down and saves Jeffrey from embarrassing himself. Come with me, little one. It's beautiful. Adonis gets Jeffrey into self-improvement. He's meditating, reading books, working hard, building a business, leveling up his fitness. He looks so fulfilled and different now. Adonis and Jeffrey hit PRs in the gym together. A girl smiles at Jeffrey and he feels awesome. And then Jeffrey's phone beeps. It's Jessica, but he doesn't even notice. After my first year in university, I traveled back home to my hometown, and I'm gonna go on a night out with my old high school friends. So it's the first time that I'm seeing them for over a year, and I'm just walking into the town center of where we live, and I see the group right there. It's the guys that I used to play video games with, that I grew alongside for like 5-6 years in high school. And instantly, you know, it's like I never left. It's like we're back to the gang's back. It's high. We're laughing at each other, talking, whatever. And after a little bit of conversation, we start walking over to the club that we're going out to. As we're on the walk there, I remember years before this point when me and the same friends used to walk home from school. And there was one day in particular where I was with
boring. Cannot be fucked.
The concussion, it starts with a bad mood, a forgotten word, a slammed door. Maybe it's a retired football player screaming at his kids, breathing too loudly. Perhaps it's a 38-year-old army veteran staring at a wall for hours, forgetting why he ever walked into the room. Maybe it's the same man 2 weeks later, sobbing in the front seat of his car, gripping the steering wheel, unsure what to do over what's happening. This isn't stress. It's not burnout.
Am I gonna play the new Mafia game? I might. Like, if it gets good reviews and stuff, I saw some of the gameplay and I'm not particularly impressed. Like, one thing I don't like is with a lot of these, like, games that take place in an old-timey historical setting, the UI looks extremely modern, and there's just so much, there's just so much, like, digital shit on screen, and it kind of takes me out of it. I'll show you what I mean. So, like, why is there a speedometer at the bottom? Like, do you need to know how fast you're going? I don't even know if cars at this period in history even had speedometers. I think the enemies had, like, health bars or something. It was really fucking retarded.
Back room.
It's like, yeah, like, the enemies have markers on them. I really don't like that shit. Like, and by the way, the Splinter Cell games figured out this problem when, like, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, when that game was out on the PS2 and Xbox, they didn't need, like, a marker on the enemy to tell you when you're within melee range. They would actually have an animation for the character telling you when the character is ready to actually strike within melee range. So, like, this problem was already solved on the PS2 and Xbox era, but, like, modern games need a fucking big flashy, like, circle dot thing on the enemy to tell you, you know, what you can and can't do. And again, for a game that takes place in, like, 1914, it just feels especially inappropriate. And I'm not sure what I really think of these stealth sections either. I have a funny feeling when this game comes out, it's not going to be particularly well optimized. Like, it looks like it's running at a pretty shitty frame rate. Oh, wait. Maybe it looks better. No, it's still running at a low frame rate. It says 4K 60, but the game doesn't look like it's running in 60 FPS. Like, that's... Like, this is probably on easy mode or something, but... Yeah, bro, running up to somebody when they have a shotgun. I don't know, if it gets good reviews, I might play it. I can always refund it on Steam.
It's not simply getting older, it's something else entirely. It's CTE, or Chronic Traumatic
Space Ice uploaded a new video on Mortal Kombat Annihilation. You can watch that.
Encephalopathy. You probably heard of it. Athletes, murders, suicides. That movie with Will Smith, perhaps. But what you think you know is merely the surface, because CTE isn't just about football, and it isn't just about dying. It's about everything that happened before. It is the slow, ugly unraveling of the mind while the body keeps on working, still picking up the kids and still pretending that nothing's wrong. That's the part that you don't hear about. What is CTE? So let's be clear right from the beginning. This isn't about one big hit. It's about many smaller hits, repeated blows to the head.
Q don't need to tell us UK is such a shithole, they just passed that retarded Online Safety Act. And overnight became even bigger police state, going house to house arresting people. If the shit passes, US will have the same thing happen.
So let's get everybody up to speed to current events before we talk about this bombshell that came out today and a lot of people are starting to talk about and find out.
The UK is so fucking gay, dude. Bro, you have fucking so many stabbings and knife crimes in the fucking UK and acid attacks. which are like particularly unique to the UK. And then they're going after people for watching like hentai and shit. They just want to, like, they just want reasons to arrest people. That's all it is. It's just fascism. Thanks for the donation, though, Q. I'll watch that in a second. Dodo donate $2. Please react from beginning to 6:15 or maybe more.
The youngest of 3 brothers, and he grew up.
Okay, I'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donate $2. Did Jasmine sleep naked sometimes? Did you sleep naked sometimes? What clothes did you wear while sleeping? Just my normal clothes that I wore during the day. What clothes did Jasmine wear while sleeping? Just her normal clothes. Did Jasmine put her clothes back on before going to sleep after you'd have sex with her? Sometimes. Did she sleep naked? Sometimes. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
About. So about a week and a half ago, Steam removed hundreds of games off their platform for payment processors like Visa and MasterCard, all in the name of brand protection. It was so powerful that Steam was forced to add an entirely new policy to basically say, we will kiss your boot, payment processors. We will do what you say. If you want us to remove any game that you think is gonna hurt your brand, we will remove it instantly.
Ratchet and Clank PS2 donated $2. Have you tried LSD in the past, and how likely is it to get N-Bohm instead? I'm assuming that's like an analog drug. I've never tried LSD. I was actually planning on taking some LSD, but the drug dealer my friend was planning on getting it from got arrested. I'm not sure how often LSD is faked. I would imagine it's pretty common because it's pretty difficult to make real LSD, and there's a lot of drugs that are analogous to LSD that are much cheaper to make and easier to make. So I would imagine it happens pretty often, so anytime you get LSD, I'd make sure to get a test kit. Thanks for the donation, though, Ratchet and Clank. CDG's Bussy donated $2. Oh, a rabbit? Oh my god, the rabbit goes right in his little tank machine. Oh my god, he is ready to blow people away? Imagine how many people that rabbit can kill with that machine gun. Oh my god. That's a good rabbit. Rabbits are really cute. I like rabbits. That's an adorable little bunny. It's cute that he can take the rabbit outside and go on a walk with him.
Double your gooning rate.
You have to goon at least 2 times an hour every fucking day.
Goon, 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 goon. No result, but I'm a little bit better. Goon, 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 goon. Goon, goon, boom. And it looks like overnight success.
Yeah. For decades, billionaires and corporate elites have pumped out propaganda claiming gooning is unhealthy, unproductive, shameful.
So, we're going to create a token, and we're going to goon to it publicly, collectively, repeatedly, to show the world the power of gooning.
According to the Public Nigga Committee's administration, the token is set to launch this Friday.
We're gonna goon so much, you may even get tired of gooning.
Double.
Sounds like a plan.
Guilty on 69 accounts of showering, not scamming, and not shitting in your street food.
Your Honor!
I sentence you to a 5-minute shower.
No!
And using deodorant every day.
My life is over, please, no!
For the next 2 weeks.
Thanks for the donation to CDG's Bussy.
Steam basically bent the knee. A few days after that, itch.io did the exact same thing. They removed their entire adult game catalog, thousands upon thousands of games. You know, customers, people that bought these games were discovering that they were no longer able to either play the games they bought, download the games they bought. You had developers that realized that they were no longer...
The Voice of Christ donated $2. Is this real? It gave me chills.
Watch closely. At a mass in New York,
During the consecration, something extraordinary happened. The voice of Jesus Christ was heard through the voice of the priest. Listen carefully.
All of you, and eat it. This is my body, which will be given up for you.
Did you hear it? Now watch. As the
I think he was trying to hold back laughter because it's kind of retarded. Soy liberal meltdown.
What happened is these guys, the Brilliant Minds of the Nelk Boys podcast, went and interviewed war criminal Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and now they're getting now. Yeah, they did.
What? Guys, in the middle of a war?
It was a genocide.
Dude, this is so fucking gay.
Adam, it's a war leader. We have to do it.
You know, 60,000 people, lowest estimates, are dead right now.
We understand. We have.
I don't know if it's at 60,000 estimate now, but that's total deaths. That would include militant deaths.
Empathy with everyone who's been affected by the war in general, but we are going to have a pro-Palestinian on next week. That's what we do here. We do not.
He's charged with as a war criminal by the ICC. It's like, well, you could have.
He's okay. I guess every black person is guilty of a crime because they've been accused of something.
Slobodan Milosevic on?
Oh my god. Yes, compare Netanyahu to a guy who ordered mass executions, right? That's the same thing, apparently. These people are fucking gay retards. Thanks for the donation, Voice of Christ.
Are going to be able to make money, they lost their livelihood, and it left everybody confused until hours later, itch.io made an official statement saying that payment processors like Visa and MasterCard and also Collective Shout were responsible for why the entirety of the adult catalog had to be removed. And what this brought into question for everybody to see is that these payment processors like Visa and MasterCard have way too much power. They are straight up a mafia or cartel capable of controlling the entire world when it comes to cash flow, and if Steam, a massive platform like Valve and Steam, cannot even fight back against payment processors, it's pretty much the end for any other smaller business that is trying to sell fictional content, because Steam is massive. Anyone that plays games on their PC is aware of Steam. They use Steam. It is the main go-to, and if they can't fight back, it's basically over. But obviously this new
I want to rail CDG.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready. Would you stop it? You wait. You wait. There's no food. What are you doing?
Dude, if I trained Gummy to ring a bell every time he's hungry, oh my god, that would be ringing all fucking day long. That'd be horrendous. I'd never teach Gummy to ring a bell when he's fucking hungry. That cat's fucking adorable, though.
That's what she said I did to her. She fainted with great emotion. She actually indicated that she loved it. Okay? She loved it until commercial break. In fact, I think she said it was sexy, didn't she? It was very sexy to be r***ed. Didn't she say that?
Yeah.
Climate change is a sham. First of all, God controls the climate because he controls the sun, and the sun controls the weather primarily.
You mentioned God's design, and one of the things that's really bothered me that I've been fighting is these Green New Deal policies that really go against God's design for nature and how he created this world that we live in.
It's crazy how these people can be in, like, a position of power where they can actually, you know, influence policy. Holy fuck. Thanks for the donation. I want to rail CDG. New hit piece, Tony Tellers. Do you think he accidentally made the fascists look cool?
I'm just here today asking, what's it like being a virgin?
Pretty rad.
What's your body count?
I'm a father.
Yeah.
Proud father. Yep. We have a website, patriotfront.us.
Oh, I've heard of Patriot Front. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a group of incels.
Yep.
What's it like being a incel virgin?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, this guy's a gay ass dork. React question.
I used to lift weights with David Duke. I told you guys that, right?
No.
Yeah, David Duke and I.
Was he a nice guy when he?
Yeah, Theo Vaughn's a massive fucking racist. I know he's an anti-Semite. I'll take a look at that, though. Thanks for the donation, new hit piece.
I'm the one donating in your name, CDG. I've also donated as Soul Child and a few other people a handful of times as well to maximally trigger Little Richie.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
News got a lot worse. First off, after all this happened, a few days later, the United Kingdom's had a law come into effect called the Online Safety Act. At first glance, this law was meant to protect children, which, in a perfect world, that's fair. That's fine. Makes sense why you would want to protect the kids from internet access and being able to find things that are, let's just be honest, really bad online. However, when it comes to any government, any organization, or any company, usually something like this that restricts people is typically not used out of the goodness of their heart. It is not used in good faith. It is used to control and have power over people. And in this case, the United Kingdom restricted the entire internet for everyone a part of their populace, where you can no longer access the internet without providing an ID. For instance, identification of either your face or...
Yeah, and that's a great way to get people's, ID stolen, personal information.
Actual driver's license. You couldn't get on Discord, you couldn't get on Twitter, you couldn't get on YouTube. You get the point. The entirety of the internet was locked down thanks to this law coming into effect, but this law also started to leak in and affect people in Europe as well. And you're probably wondering to yourself, how is this even relevant if you don't live in, let's say, UK, or you don't live in Europe? Well, we're going to get into that one in just a moment, because as you can see on screen, this is related to the United States. So, after all this happened in the UK, in under 24 hours, once that happened, once this law came into effect, it wasn't used to protect kids. They started to create an entire situation where they were starting to monitor. They made a police monitoring task force to go to people's doors to basically arrest them or question them if they say anything that is against what the government actually wants you to say.
Yep, that's the UK. They'll arrest you for wrongthink. One of the craziest stories I've ever seen in the UK was a guy who was arrested for praying. He was praying in front of an abortion clinic. His ex-girlfriend or ex-wife or something aborted his son, and he went in front of the abortion clinic to pray for his dead son. You know, gay shit, but, harmless. Like, people have their own views and whatnot. The police stopped him, asked him what he was doing, and he said he was praying. And, that should have been the end of that. The police asked him, what was the nature of your prayer? As if it's any of their fucking business. And then the guy said, well, my ex-girlfriend aborted my son, and I'm just praying, for my dead son. They arrested him for it. I'm not kidding. It's fucking insane. Let's see. UK man arrested for prayer. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah.
Adam, last November, you were in...
I just don't want to watch the 20-minute video, but, it's a real thing.
Adam, last November, you were in front of an abortion clinic and you were silently praying when you were approached by police officers. Can you take us through what happened?
Yeah, I arrived and I was there for barely 2 or 3 minutes, and there were these community police support officers So not actually police officers, but officers employed by the council to manage antisocial behaviour in and around Bournemouth. And they approached me after I was there for barely minutes and asked me what I was doing. And I said I was praying for my deceased son, Jacob. In fact, no, let me correct that. First of all, they asked me what I was doing, and I said I was praying. Then the female officer asked me, what is the nature of your prayer? I was a bit taken back by that, and I said I was praying for my deceased son. At which point they informed me I was breaching the PSPO order and instructed me to leave the area.
So in that moment, during that interaction, did they fine you? Was there a penalty for it, when they were asking you to leave?
So they informed me that they considered that my praying for my deceased son was a breach of the PSPO, that it was an act of disapproval of abortion, although I wasn't manifesting that prayer in any way. And if I hadn't told them, they would have had no way of knowing what I was praying about.
Because it was silent. This was a silent prayer in your mind, right? You were praying. Yeah.
It was a silent prayer in my mind. I should say I've been praying outside of abortion clinics since 2019 as part of 40 Days for Life. We do keep the authorities informed about our activities. And because there was a buffer zone there, I'd said that, I will be praying, but I will not manifest my prayer in any way. I will not interfere with anyone in any way. I have no signs. I will respect people's privacy. I had my back to the clinic. There was a tree between me and the clinic. And they came, as I've just described, said my mere presence there was breaching the PSPO. And once they declared that I was breaching it with no evidence, they had nothing to say that I wasn't doing anything to upset anyone. I hadn't been there for barely 2 minutes when they came up to me. They just declared that I was breaching it, and that if I failed to move on their instruction, that therefore I would be liable to a fine.
Now, so Adam, I'm going to come back to you in a minute, but
yeah, and he ended up actually getting fucking arrested. Like, that's the UK. There is a law against wrongthink in the UK. It's fucking nuts.
Hey VGTBH, I am a pretty anxious person and definitely do not want kids, and I see stories of people on Reddit that got vasectomies but still end up getting girls pregnant. Do you think this is something to worry about?
Vasectomies are the most effective form of contraception by far. Usually when people end up getting girls pregnant after getting a vasectomy, they don't get the required confirmation test to make sure the vasectomy actually worked. So after you get the vasectomy, I believe like 2 weeks or a month later, after you've healed, you have to jizz into a cup and they analyze your semen. And if there's any sperm in your semen, that means the procedure wasn't done properly or didn't work. So you have to go back in and get the surgery again. Usually that's not the case, but for me it wasn't the case, and I've gotten it tested multiple times. I got it tested a couple years after just to make sure, still, fine. But if you don't get it tested, I think the success rate is like 80%, where, like, again, there's about an 80% risk that you could get a girl pregnant. Or I should say 20% risk. Yeah, it's 80% effective, so 20% risk that it didn't actually work. If you actually get it checked and they verify that, yeah, the vasectomy procedure was successful, I think it's something like 97 to 99% protective. Yeah, vasectomy is nearly 100% effective in preventing pregnancy. Planned Parenthood. They're saying it's almost 100. I think it's something like 97 to 99% effective. It's okay. So on the side it says 99% effective. So just get it tested. If you get it tested, like 99, you can be 99% sure. And I mean, if you get it tested every year, every like few years, just to make sure that it hasn't reversed itself, you're just not going to get a chick pregnant. Thanks for the donation though, Jack. 21st Faggot donated $2. Let me see. Oh. What are these silly burbs doing? He's telling him, don't sit on my back. You don't do that. Birds are fucking hilarious.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Yeah, so if you're asserting your Fifth Amendment, that's an implication of guilt. Like we know Trump's on the Epstein files, and considering how much he's trying to cover everything up, he probably fucked kids. Like, I'm 90% certain at this point that he fucked kids with Jeffrey Epstein. Is he gonna ram these kids? Whoa. Well, I don't think I'd get that upset. Maybe you could just give him a honk first before running them over. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st Faggot.
Ultrasound confirmed I have spermatocytes. Doc says I had them before vasectomy, but online says could've happened after. I don't want surgery again to remove. Remember when you had pain in testes? What was it related to? Have a good one.
Apparently it was related to epididymitis. I've seen online that apparently epididymitis is a bigger risk if you have a vasectomy. I haven't seen too many sources assert that, though, but it was epididymitis, not a spermatocyte. Yeah, I mean, you could get another surgery to get it removed. Like, you don't necessarily have to, but if it's bothering you enough and there's no other way to treat it, then just get the surgery. Thanks for the donation, though, Q.
Say. So basically, they're using the law that was meant to protect kids to now censor people online if they have anything that goes against what the government wants you to say. Scary stuff. Basically, the UK overnight turned into a massive police state. There's a lot of people talking about this. Even Stride Ice, a big ReZero leaker, he even comments on this, talking about the situation, on how it's been getting bad for years now, but it's gotten even worse thanks to this situation. But getting into the main point here is that this was the start. It's very...
Yeah, anti-migrant posts on social media. So if you post something like the UK should reduce immigration, they, like, harmless shit, like they're letting in too many immigrants, nothing that you'd really care about. They're going after people and arresting them for shit like that. It's fucking nuts.
very clear that there is an acceleration of censorship
Yeah, I
in
still
just
use
this
Netflix.
last week and a half. Now, I've been covering this topic for way over a year now about payment processors and what's happened to like DL Site, what's happened to Pixiv, what's happened to Manga Library Z. I've been very, outspoken about the whole situation. But now that this situation has gotten so massive that it's starting to affect not just gamers, but pretty much entire countries, it's very clear that there is something more going on, especially when you take a look at the new bombshell that came out today and a lot of people are now starting to talk about. So this right here, as you can see on screen, that it's been on the screen since the very beginning, is called S1748 Kids Online Safety Act. This is the official congress.gov site. This is an official governmental site ran by the United States, and this is a bill that has been introduced into Congress back in May of this year.
I'm not watching any shows on Netflix. Usually I just watch movies. Watched a few documentaries lately. One really good one was on O.J. Simpson. The O.J. Simpson doc on Netflix was fucking amazing. That was really good.
Just a few months ago.
You know what's weird? I was at the grocery store and some old lady told me I look exactly like O.J. Simpson. Like, I don't know. I don't see it personally. I don't think I look that much like O.J. Simpson. Like, I get the Drake comparison a lot. I honestly don't even understand the Drake thing. I mean, we could be cousins, but I don't know. People say I look a lot like Drake. I've also gotten Lewis Hamilton a few times. I don't think I look anything really like him, but like, I don't see it, but yeah, that was really weird. I don't think I look anything like OJ.
2 months ago, and it's been relatively gone under the radar, not noticed whatsoever. Nobody was really aware of this until today, and I am talking
No, I don't think snorting shrooms would make it work faster.
about the situation because it's incredibly important, because this bill,
like, as long as you don't eat any food before taking mushrooms, mushrooms tend to kick in pretty quickly. Like, within 10 or 15 minutes, generally, assuming you have an empty stomach, you'll feel them kicking in right away. It might take a really long time for the high to, like, build up to its peak, like maybe about an hour, but you'll start feeling them within, like, 10 or 15 minutes on an empty stomach.
ironically enough, is titled the exact same way as the bill that just came into effect in the United Kingdoms. Online Safety Act. That's what passed the United Kingdoms. Kids Online Safety Act. Definitely similar. Now, you could chalk it up to saying that, there's only a few words to really describe what the bill is trying to do, but it's very apparent that there is definitely something going on. Call me a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but anyone seeing what's happened in just the last week and a half can all agree that there is something massively going on with censorship and just these governments' push and these organizations and companies' push to censor fictional media, to censor the internet. It is legitimately concerning, and that is why I'm speaking up about this, because it is actually insane to see such a massive acceleration of censorship. But we got to get into what this bill actually is. So at this current time, this bill was introduced relatively recently. It's just only been introduced. It hasn't even passed Senate, hasn't passed House. It's not even been to the president. It hasn't become law. But one of the big things I want to talk about when it comes to this bill that was introduced is that this is the very same government that is refusing to release the Epstein files, the Epstein list. They're refusing to drop names of those that harmed people, that actually assaulted people. They're refusing to name drop actual criminals. Our government is protecting actual.
Yep. It's just all a game to control people.
Working in his family business. His brother's such. Jaspreet is about to date a girl from his hometown. No, don't do it. Don't you know what Indian women are like? Oh, it's too late. Jaspreet's girlfriend has already cheated on him and turned him into a feminist at the same time. Arjun looks around at the sad state of his country. What has happened to my people? Why are the men at war with the women? And what can we
Hamza isn't even Indian, he's fucking Pakistani. Why in the fuck is he talking about India? What the fuck does he know about India?
do to fix this issue? My name is Hamza, and my mission is to change the lives of 10 million men before my 30th birthday on June 10th, 2027. I make these videos because I think that men have been left behind, and this is my small contribution to the world. If we become strong and masculine, women can be feminine again, and the whole world heals. And so today, I'm going to tell you the story of Raja Raghuvanshi. Raja was the youngest of 3 brothers, and he grew up working in his family business. His brothers Sachin and Vipin were already married, and so some of the pressure was on for Raja to get married as well. And so on May 11th of this year, he gets an arranged marriage to a woman named Sonam. The wedding happens, their marriage is official, and his wife plans the entire honeymoon. Before they go on the honeymoon though, she pulls away. It's not uncommon for a couple to get married, and shortly afterwards the wife's behavior completely changes and she starts acting more cold. A lot of divorced men have actually said this online. At the moment they got married, their wife started getting cold and distant and resentful and stopped having sex with them. But this wasn't an ordinary case. She pulled away up until the time of their honeymoon. They stay in like this cabin near like some waterfalls for their honeymoon, and on the last day they check out because they're about to do this trek, and there's a few other people who are staying in the same cabin who are doing the trek as well. So Raja, his wife Sonam, and a few random guys are all about to go trek through the jungle. His family text him, how was the honeymoon, and he doesn't reply.
They're on a honeymoon and they're spending time with other dudes. The story already doesn't make any sense.
He doesn't reply for a little while. They text his wife, hey, he's not replying, what happened? And she says, oh yeah, they just had an argument, he stormed off, she's not spoke to him, she's busy, whatever. His family and his friends notice that he's still posting on social media all the time, he's posting to his stories. He starts replying to his family, but no one's seen him for days. Soon, the family are getting even worried, they're becoming suspicious. That's not the way that he texts. A search party forms. Where is he? His wife hired the 3 men who were on the trek with him to kill him. Like imagine going on a trek with your new wife and you're just hiking together and there's a few other people.
So this was probably an arranged marriage and she wanted out of it or something.
Part of the same group as you. They got to a sheer drop. The guys grabbed him, slit his throat, took his jewelry, took his phone, took everything, and then pushed him down this massive pit. His body was found like a whole week later, decomposing. She took his phone, she knew the passcode, and for a week afterwards she was pretending to be him, texting his family and uploading to his social media profile so everyone thought that he was still okay. A few days ago I was on my phone and I posted to my Instagram story and I said, what are some men's issues that you want me to talk about on my next YouTube video? And I got message after message after message of guys saying, you have to talk about this, Hamza. Not just this that we've just spoken about, not just about Raja, but there has been 7 other cases like this in the last month in India. 7 times a husband has been killed because of his wife in the last month. March 25th, another guy, Praveen Rao, came home early and he found his wife getting fucked by some random guy. She got hit, that guy, the guy she's cheating with, to attack her husband and strangle him to death, and they dumped his body in a canal. March 20th, Chandrasekhar was sleeping when his wife got her lover, the guy she was cheating with, to sneak into the room and strangle him to death. March 19th.
Yeah, aren't these like all arranged marriages where these women are forced into these relationships? Because I know arranged marriage is a huge thing in India.
Dilip was riding home from work when there was a few guys stranded, their bike wasn't working and they asked him for help. When his back was turned, they fucking executed him and dumped his body in the field. His wife organized it because he found out she was cheating. March 16th, another man finds out his wife is cheating. He goes to confront her. She lures him upstairs where the fucking guy she was cheating with was waiting for him and he...
Oh my god. Is he saying that Indian men shouldn't marry women from India because they're gonna kill them? Like, these are rare sort of edge cases, right? Like, they're not normal. There are plenty of women in the US who marry, like, not only their husbands, but, like, their boyfriends and shit, too. Should you just never date anybody because you're the girl might kill you.
Beats his fucking skull in with an iron pipe. March 4th, a guy from the military, from the Navy, comes home on his daughter's birthday, and his wife prepares a drink for him. He's starting to fall unconscious when then she brings in the guy that she's cheating with, and that guy beheads him. He chops his fucking head off, and both of them together, the wife and the guy she was cheating with, chop him up into 17 pieces and put him into fucking like Cementville drums. Like it's a fucking horror movie. March 3rd, another husband in India hears his wife on the phone to a man. He confronts her, she grabs a knife and brutally attacks him and stabs him in the fucking dick. And when he collapsed on the floor, she grabbed a brick and bludgeoned him in the skull with it. April 12th, a guy named Ravit discovers his wife is cheating. And after they have an argument, eventually he's fallen asleep. She invites over the guy she was cheating with. They strangle him to death and make it look like a snake bite. They get like a venomous snake and put it underneath his body. 7 cases where the wife was cheating, the husband found out, and the wife gets him killed because of it. There is a culture in India that no one's speaking about, where Indian women are cheating on their husbands, and when their husbands find out, they're getting them killed. Indian women already had like a
I can guarantee you there are similar cases that happen in the US. There are cases in the US where women will kill their boyfriends if they find out that the woman, like, she's committing infidelity. There are women who kill their husbands if they're committing infidelity. Probably a bigger problem here, too, is that women will just falsely accuse you of rape if it's convenient for them. So if you're their, like, side dude, they'll accuse you of rape if their husband or boyfriend finds out. That actually happened to a dude I knew, and I made a video about it. Like, I guess you just shouldn't date women because, like, some crazy bitches do this.
Really bad reputation sort of worldwide. Guys would kind of talk about them and say like, oh yeah, just be careful. They're like hyper feminist, they hate men. And this is on top of that. Feminists, like the big lie of feminism is that it's supposed to be for equality of the sexes.
Like, by the way, this guy's from Pakistan. Well, you know what Pakistani men do? They acid attack their wives or their girlfriends if they do something that they don't like. So there are an insane amount of acid attacks in Pakistan.
This is Bushra. She looks like she does because of greed, because of anger, because of evil. Her in-laws demanded money after a family wedding. She had nothing to give. They took the revenge with acid.
When a man she knew threw acid on Saira Liakat's face 5 years ago, Saira thought no one would ever want to look at her again. She believed her life was going to be reduced to the walls of her cramped brick house. But today she has a packed schedule. Every morning she...
Yeah, so men in Pakistan acid attack women if they won't date them, won't marry them, if they, like, go outside on their own, like, who the fuck knows? Like, so, oh, well, you're from Pakistan. I guess no woman should ever date you because that's just what Pakistani men do.
Where are the feminists now? Where are they? Have you seen one feminist march for this? Have you seen one feminist post about any of these cases? Have you seen the feminists on the street saying, women, wives, stop cheating on your husband, stop killing your husbands? Not a single feminist is going to talk about shit like this because they don't care about men's rights. Or
They're probably not talking about it because, like, it's not an issue that affects them. You'd kind of expect people to be more interested in, like, issues that affect them, right? Like, yeah, you're not going to see too many women talk about, like, men's rights issues, but you're going to see women talk about, like, how many men do you see talking about, like, women's issues? Not that many. It's just the way it is. Like, you know, like anti-Semitism. How many non-Jews are really talking about anti-Semitism? Not that many. It's just every person is part of a community and they kind of talk about things that affect their community. Like, I don't think women, like, by and large, are okay with women murdering their husbands. Like, it's just stupid. Like, how many times has this guy talked about Pakistani acid attacks? Like, Are you like, okay, I guess we're assuming this guy is okay with men acid attacking women just because he's never talked about it? Like, you talk about things that you're kind of interested in and affect you. You talk about men's issues. I wouldn't I wouldn't accuse this guy of being in favor of acid attacks against women just because he's never talked about it. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Men's safety. When men are the victims, everyone's just quiet. No one speaks about it. Every single one of these cases that has happened in the last month or so.
Okay, like, he's just a fucking retard.
Wasn't
I'll
doing
say
his
this.
thing. I'll say this. That's interesting.
We shared a back fence, and he would help me lift weights sometimes. And then sometimes I'd buzz over there to the gym with him, dude, right over to the gym with him.
He's spotting you. David Dukes is spotting you on the bench press. Was he
Yes.
already David Duke at this point?
Yeah, this
You
is
know,
probably 20 years ago.
How we know him? Was he spewing any of that stuff when
He
he
was
lifting
chilling,
weights?
dude. He was talking chest and tries, baby. That was
Chest
it.
and tries.
Alright, so for this video, I wanted to talk to you guys about Theodore Capitani von Kernatowski III, aka Theo Von.
Heard you got deported, dude. Bye.
For years, Theo has had this squeaky clean image. The guy who grew up broke in Louisiana, fought his way up through reality TV, and somehow...
Why would he hang out with David Duke? Like, assuming he knew what David Duke, who he was, and it sounds like he knew who he was, what would be his interest in hanging out with somebody like that?
somehow turned that into a massive comedy career. Lately, though, things have started to shift. Over the past couple of years, he's gone from just doing funny podcasts to hanging out with serious political figures in the upper echelon of the elite. Like, almost out of the blue, he's doing sets for the Trump family in Qatar, eating dinner with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, and sitting down with high-profile guests that most podcasters would only dream of having access to. Which raises the question, who is Theo Von really? So I started digging into Theo Von's background, and what I found paints a picture that's a lot more complicated than just a poor southern kid who made it big. So let's just start with his...
Is testosterone isocaproate safe? I've never even heard of that. I wouldn't... Okay, so... Synthetic testosterone ester that is used as a component in testosterone replacement therapy medications like Sustanon and Omnidron. I would not take Sustanon or Omnidron. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend taking anything like that. Like, it's just pointless and stupid. So if you want to take anabolic androgenic steroids, the two safest ones are testosterone and Masteron. So they have the least amount of side effects, and they affect your organs the least. So taking anything else, like assuming you're not a professional athlete and you're not looking for unique effects from these other drugs, you should only ever consider taking testosterone and Masteron. Everything else is just more dangerous, has more side effects, and even if some of these other compounds are more like anabolic, quote unquote, you can just make up for that by taking more Masteron. So take like a TRT dose of testosterone, so as much testosterone as you can tolerate before like your estrogen levels go too high. So for most people, that's probably going to be around 1,500 to 2,000 nanograms per deciliter of serum testosterone. And then if you want any more anabolic effect, just take some extra Masteron. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend taking anything other than testosterone and masteron.
His upbringing. Theo.
Jasmine will convert to Islam. Donated $2.
What version of the Bible do you think was the best?
The best?
Yes.
Well, I'll go with her.
I like the ESV and I like King James.
King James. What do you think the King James Bible says about homosexuality?
It's a sin. It's an abomination.
Sin. Did you know King James was gay?
That is a big misconception.
Not a misconception. He was openly gay.
That's a big misconception.
He had a boyfriend that came to meetings with him and kissed him in public.
Well, yeah. How God feels after giving you the disease and then taking all the credit when you survive. Oh, that's good.
A lot of people say the best revenge in life is success. But if you just go out there into the world and crush it, that'll get it. That'll show them.
Yeah.
Wrong.
That's a loser mentality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The best revenge is to actually follow someone when they leave their work.
Okay.
You're in your car and you follow them, and when they're walking down their street towards their home, you mount the curb.
Wow. Okay.
And you actually mow them down. And when they bounce off your windshield and are laying on the ground struggling to breathe, you go up and lean down and whisper in their ear, "Gotcha."
I mean, that's...
Can't argue with that. Thanks for the donation, Jasmine will convert to Islam.
Theo loves to tell the story about growing up in Louisiana with an older dad, and how his life was just one big struggle.
Wait, how far? Like, how poor did you grow up? Would you say
poor? We grew up poor, man. I mean, I think our rent was $150 a month. Single mom, toilet hanging through the ceiling.
So your dad passed away.
Dad passed away when I was 16. He was old, but he just didn't have any money.
He talked about not having money, not having opportunities, and trying to make it out of a small, poor neighborhood.
People would look at me, you know, the bus dropped me off like in the poor neighborhood, and my dad was so old, and my mom was always gone working. She wasn't like a mom some of the other kids had. So the only thing I could control was me.
And you see, there is some truth to that story, because by most standards, Theo was not rich. But the way he tells it sometimes makes it sound like he was living in extreme poverty. This doesn't really make sense, though, when you realize that Theo's family had heavy connections. Like, according to some reports, Theo's father was deeply involved in politics at different levels. He was reportedly connected to the Un-American Activities Committee and maintained relationships with U.S. senators, including J. Bennett Johnson, who served as an honorary chairman of his foundation. So look, I'm not saying Theo grew up in a mansion with servants, but if your dad is rubbing shoulders with senators and chairing committees, you're probably not living the exact same experience as the kid whose family is truly broke. So in my opinion, I believe Theo is likely middle class for Louisiana standards, which is lower middle class compared to the rest of the country, but definitely not the dirt poor image he's manufactured over the years. This story of his also doesn't really line up when you find out that Theo shared a backyard fence with David Duke, who was the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan and a Louisiana state representative. And Theo's admitted multiple times that David Duke was his neighbor when he was a teenager. In fact, Theo says that Duke often took Theo to the gym to work out together when he was around 15.
Dangerous to say no. Dude, I used to work out with David Duke when I was growing up.
Holy shit.
We shared a back fence when I was growing up.
Holy shit.
We used to go to, I mean, that's kind of, I don't know if you consider the Ku Klux Klan a pyramid scheme or not, but we used to go to the gym. And I'll tell you this, man, he was, you know, I don't believe in his practices, but he was
elected to Louisiana House of Representatives in 1989, and that year, the sitting representative resigned his seat to become a judge.
And when Theo first shared this on podcasts, a lot of people thought he was joking. But this year, David Duke himself confirmed that story is real during an appearance on Jake Shields' podcast, saying that he remembered Theo and even appreciated something Theo said about him on Joe Rogan's show.
Yeah, before we get in, I ran into your old friend Theo Vaughn a few weeks ago. Great guy, man.
Jake Shields is a literal Nazi.
Yeah, such a good guy. I talked to him for like half an hour.
Oh, I think Theo Vaughn's a great guy. Yeah, I've actually, he wanted to work out. He was a next door neighbor. In fact, he was practically in my backyard across the fence. And he had a very old father, like my age, even when he was just a young kid. And he wanted to work out. And I was very happy to, because I love to teach and share, and I used to train people, and I was really super fit. And so I used to take him to our gym, Franco's, and I trained him, and he got in shape. And
so that story is now fact. Theo was neighbors with David Duke.
I'd be more than happy to fight Hassan. It's just that he'd be unwilling to do it. But yeah, Hassan is not naturally gifted athletically, and it would be pretty hilarious watching him flop around in a boxing ring. Majin Buu donated $3. Let me see. Oh, jeez.
Exogenous hormones, and I want to know your take on this, because my whole thought process with exogenous hormones is
The only thing I appreciate about this guy is he hates the carnivore diet community. Other than that, this kid has serious fucking mental health problems. Like, he's fucked. And you know the only reason he's talking to Nick Fuentes is because he's an attention-seeking dork.
Sure, you know, the aesthetic benefit of being bigger. It's nice. You know, having a more dominant frame is going to help you in business negotiations, politics, whatever. So I'm doing that more so for the reason that if you're trying to be natural and listen to these wellness guys, the shit that they're saying is so fucking absurd.
He doesn't know shit about steroids, by the way. This guy has gone on trenbolone-only cycles. He's a fucking idiot. Like, no fucking clue what he's doing. He's also talked about having issues sourcing steroids. Like, he said, oh, the only thing that I can get right now is, like, trenbolone. I mean, you can look up on... You can just Google it. There's steroid forums on fucking Reddit where people will tell you where to buy fucking any gear you want, just off the internet. That's how I found out the steroid supplier that I'm probably going to buy from. So he's not only stupid, but he just seems like remarkably insanely lazy. He's not even willing to just search where to even get good drugs from. So I don't even know where he's getting his trenbolone. He might have just known some kid at his school who told him that he has a drug dealer who could get him tren. It's hard to believe that the only thing you could find online was tren. You can buy anything you want online. It's fucking, like, he's just so fucking stupid.
Wanting people to spend hundreds of dollars a week on supplements, ashwagandha, certain types of underwear, EMF shirts. And I'm like, fellas, can we just acknowledge for one fucking second that maybe it would be a little cheaper in this economy just to use synthetic testosterone? And that way you could eat fucking Popeyes and not have to deal with all this bullshit. And this really doesn't get through to all these influencers' heads because they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month on the supplements that they're selling to people. So they're like, what do you mean? You know, eating a grass-fed ribeye every day is not, you know, it's not unrealistic. It's like, yeah, but, you know, when most people are on welfare, it starts to get into crazy territory. So what do you think about that, about, you know, exogenous hormones?
I don't know. They kind of scare me. I mean, doesn't it make it so you can't make testosterone naturally, or is that a myth?
That's a myth. So, you know, while you're on the hormones...
That is not a myth.
Your body does stop producing the testosterone endogenously. That is correct. But, you know, once you stop taking it, you will be fine. And if...
So generally speaking, it kind of depends on what compounds you're on and for how long. But if you're talking about being on steroids for a couple years straight, there's a very high likelihood that your natural levels won't return quite to where they were before. They might be close, like within 10%, but there's a very good chance you'll be down like 5 or 10% lower than you were before. Like, everyone's different. Some people, like, even with very short cycles, they can get permanent damage. But the longer you are on steroids and the longer you have that suppression of your natural testosterone, the higher the likelihood that you'll permanently be suppressed and you won't produce the same amount as you did before. And like pro bodybuilders, they're on so much steroids for so long, they basically end up not producing like practically any testosterone anymore, and they have to be on TRT. So what he's saying is nonsense.
If you want to ensure that, you could go a step further, take something called HCG, which is basically going to signal the receptors in your brain to start the production of the natural T again. But that's a...
You can take all the HCG you want. It causes direct damage to your testes. It's kind of a use it or lose it sort of thing. Again, the longer you have suppression, the more damage that occurs in your testes. And you can take all the HCG you want. It's not going to return you to normal levels.
Common argument that people give is, oh, well, you know, you're not going to be able to produce testosterone naturally. It's like, well, I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to stop.
You're never getting off? You're going to be on it forever?
Yeah, why would you not want to operate at a higher level than the average normie? That just doesn't make sense.
I don't know. It just freaks me out. Like doing a shot every day and getting all
not every day.
Jacked up and stuff. How often do you do it then?
Twice a week.
Oh, okay. That's not crazy.
It's really
Ideally, you should be injecting every single day.
about 1 to 2 minutes of time expenditure a week. Versus if you want to have your testosterone in the higher end of the natural reference range, you're going to be spending a lot longer than that, making sure you have 8 hours of sleep and this thing, and, you know, grounding on the fucking grass every morning. I promise you testosterone is going to save you a lot more time.
What about Batista, though? Wasn't he on steroids and he got off and now he looks like a skinny little guy? No, Dave Batista from wrestling.
Oh, Dave Batista? Yeah, I mean, obviously when you're juicing and stuff like that, you're going to be, you know, a lot bigger, and when you come off, the gains aren't really going to remain as much, because a lot of these guys are using compounds that kind of make their abdomen, you know, more tight and stuff like that. Like if you're using Anavar, it's reducing your visceral fat. So when you come off, you don't have that same like roided out look. Like these things are giving you like a drier look. So sure, you know, you lose the gains, you know, from the testosterone cycles or whatever cycles you did when you come off, but that doesn't happen unless you come off, you know. So you could restart your production, but no natural could hold that much muscle that these bodybuilders are holding while they're on gear. So it's not to say that it's not possible to come off, but it's not possible to come off and look like an IFBB.
I would not take any steroid advice from this moron. He's a complete idiot. Well, thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
And they occasionally interacted. But Theo has always maintained that they never talk about race or the clan, just fitness.
But he was he was very friendly. I could see how people could give into, or
he was charismatic.
Right?
He had the charisma.
He was charismatic, and he was tall.
Was he spewing any of that stuff when
he
was
chilling,
lifting
dude?
weights?
He was talking chest and tries, baby. That was
chest and tries.
You know?
Keeping it real.
Yeah, lats. Yeah, lat pull down.
And just to be clear here, I am not accusing Theo of secretly being a member of the KKK or sharing their beliefs. The question that naturally comes up, though, is whether being around someone like David Duke as a teenager might have shaped Theo's worldview. It's a fair question, because just a few years after those workouts, Theo faced his first controversy after he made a racist comment on MTV's Road Rules, saying he didn't believe in interracial dating. And when he said this, he was completely serious. He even defended it in his local college newspaper at LSU. But with that being said, this was a long time ago, and people grow and change. Theo's comedy today is very different from that comment. But when you look back, there are patterns about Theo's comedy worth considering, especially after learning about his environment growing up. One example of this was during his second ever appearance on Tiger Belly, where he joked that slavery never existed because they never found the boats.
No, dude. No, not Bob. No, bro. I don't believe in Vietnam. I don't believe in
it happened.
War, huh? I'm not saying it didn't happen, dude. Are you those? They never found the boats, dude. You know?
Oh, right.
It's just like slavery. They never found the boats.
And now, in context, it's a joke. But it's also eerily similar to a real conspiracy theory used by white supremacist groups to deny the transatlantic slave trade. Does that mean that Theo believes that? Probably not. He jokes about a lot of stuff, and pushing boundaries is a part of comedy. But when you layer that on top of the David Duke connection and the early comments about interracial dating, you start to wonder where some of these ideas originated, or at least where he got comfortable joking about them. Again, to be absolutely clear, there is no evidence that Theo is spreading propaganda or involved in hate groups. Moving along, though, one thing I've realized while looking into Theo's career is that he's not just some goofy, off-the-cuff guy. Underneath his gullible, hillbilly stage act is a very calculated individual who's carefully manufactured this character of his that, in my opinion, is just a very blatant ripoff of Riff Raff, all the way down to the hairstyle. In reality, guys, Theo Von is just a businessman, and the buddies he has in the comedy scene are just his business partners. And when Theo feels like one of his partners could damage his business, he leaves them with zero remorse. For example, look at his decision to leave King and the Sting, the podcast he hosted with Brendan Schaub. Theo said that his departure was for personal reasons, but the timing is pretty suspicious, as it happened right when Brendan was feuding with Bobby Lee and when Chris D'Elia and Brian Callen's allegations were coming to light, people who Schaub is still deeply involved with. So leaving when he did kept Theo out of the drama, and in hindsight, it was one of the best business decisions that he could have ever made. Another way that Theo escapes criticism is one that I actually touched on in my previous video, which is that his copyright bots on his podcast are the strictest out of any other comedian on YouTube. And you may not know this, but if you've ever clipped a Rogan Sphere comedian before, you might be aware that some podcasts have copyright bots on their videos that copyright claim your video automatically if you feature their content. Kill Tony does this a lot, and JRE does this sometimes as well. But the difference between Kill Tony's bots and Theo's bots is that if you dispute Kill Tony's with fair use, they'll always accept it and let you monetize it, since if you add commentary, the video falls under fair use. JRE accepts disputes as well. And to this day, I've never lost a dispute to Kill Tony or JRE, which I completely respect and commend them for. Theo, on the other hand, rejects disputes in bad faith, without fail, every single time, even though my videos of his clearly fall under fair use. which to me just screams that he's terrified of what everyone besides Joke World has to say about him.
From touring the country doing stand-up to having one of the biggest podcasts in the world, there's no denying Theo Von has slowly become one of the most popular comedians working today.
And then lastly, I want to talk about Theo's political stance. A lot of people assume Theo leans conservative because of his association with Trump. And to be fair, doing shows for the Trump family and appearing at certain events confirms that. But recently, Theo's been vocal about his support for Gaza in the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Gotcha.
Blessings,
Have a
bro.
good one. If you have one message to the world, one message.
One message to the world, man. Fuck. Free Palestine. How about that? Put that out there.
Have a good one.
And Theo acknowledging this is at least a small step in the right direction, but it comes across as sort of naive, since he's the comedian in the Rogan sphere now that is assigned as the official court jester of Donald Trump, and he's been heavily criticized for this in the media, especially after tearing up about Gaza on his podcast, to which comedian and rapper Zach Fox called him out for in an IG story, saying, "Don't let this piece of tornado bait fool you." He was blowing hookah smoke and doing key bumps with Trump, his family, and some of the literal architects of the genocide he's fake crying about. So now we have a guy who hangs out with conservatives, but also advocates for causes that many on the right don't
Yeah. It's all a grift. It's just a money-making asshole.
Over years, sometimes decades. Now, not every hit causes a concussion, and that's actually part of the problem, because the damage, it builds up gradually, with protein, specifically tau protein, beginning to clump together in the brain. Now, this is similar to rust spreading through a circuit board. Too much rust, eventually you get a short circuit, and that's precisely what happens with this sort of head trauma rust. Symptoms may not appear for years or even decades, and when they do, they don't all emerge at once. Initially, there are mood swings, followed by forgetfulness. Over time, the condition worsens, leading to paranoia, rage, confusion. It's both shocking and painful to witness, compounded by the fact that CTE can't be definitively diagnosed until after death. As a result, those living with it often find themselves drifting, misdiagnosed, dismissed, or labeled as depressed, lazy, or just going through something. CTE wasn't a new disease when it was identified. It had long existed under other names. Boxers referred to it as being punch drunk, while doctors used the term dementia pugilistica. The symptoms, slurred speech, tremors, and memory loss, had long been recognized, but the prevailing assumption was that these only affected boxers. A known cost of taking too many blows to the head over too long a time. Few looked beyond the ring, but that changed in 2002 when Dr. Bennett Amalu, a Nigerian-born forensic pathologist, performed an autopsy on Mike Webster. Webster had once anchored the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line, but later ended up living in a truck, addicted to painkillers, paranoid, and broken. He died of a heart attack at the age of just 50. During his examination, Amalu found no signs of stroke, trauma, or any apparent cause in Webster's brain. However, under the microscope, he observed tau, misfolded, clumped, and massively pervasive. This discovery, it marks the first confirmed case of CTE. Now, at first, the NFL naturally rejected the filings, but Amalu kept going. He published, examined, and proved the pattern while others slowly followed. What began with one autopsy evolved into a mounting body of evidence. Repeated head trauma, regardless of severity, can produce long-term degeneration. Eventually, the NFL acknowledged the link. Yet the discovery wasn't the result of a league initiative or a medical commission. It came from a quiet lab and a pathologist who refused to look away. Not just football. Now, it's easy to pin this on American football.
Yeah, dude, it's so stupid. All they have to do is get rid of the fucking helmets in football, but they just refuse to, and they're gonna, like, permanently damage these people's fucking brains.
Where the headlines and early cases emerged. But stopping there means you're missing the whole picture. So CTE has turned up in rugby players, in Australia, in the UK, professional wrestlers who spent years getting slammed headfirst into mats and chairs, hockey enforcers whose job was to hit and be hit, and even in football, as in soccer to our American friends. Players, especially defenders, who headed the ball thousands of times over their careers. Turns out that light thud when you're...
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. You don't even need very severe head trauma. Just bouncing a fucking soccer ball on your head will give you CTE.
Forehead meets a ball, well, it all adds up. And it doesn't end with athletes. Military veterans are now showing CTE-like symptoms after years of exposure to blast waves from IEDs, grenades, or even repeated heavy weapons training. The trauma isn't caused by a single explosion, it results from the brain being shaken repeatedly. Then there's a group hardly ever discussed. Survivors of domestic violence. These individuals have endured years of head trauma behind closed doors, often remaining undocumented, untreated, and invisible. Some studies are now beginning to reveal similar patterns of long-term damage, yet there is barely any research funding or acknowledgement of their suffering. The point is that CTE isn't just a sports disease. It's a consequence of repetition, which opens the door to far more victims than most people realize. The hidden symptoms. Now, look, everyone's aware of the big signs of CTE: memory loss, depression, angry outbursts. But those are just the obvious ones. CTE doesn't stick to a script, and some of the symptoms can be stranger and more disturbing than most people ever imagine. Take impulse control. People who
How long you cycling for? Well, if I do decide to take steroids, it's gonna be lifelong. That would be the plan anyway. Like, if I do it, it's gonna be, like, lifelong. If I just do growth hormone, then it's just gonna be, like, 3 months. Like, at least 2 months, but probably a 3-month cycle.
who were once calm, measured, and maybe even gentle suddenly find themselves gambling away their savings, drinking themselves into blackouts, or blowing up over nothing. And when the dust settles, they either don't remember what set them off, or worse, they remember, they just can't explain why it happened. Then there are the personality shifts, which can be heartbreaking to discuss. Imagine watching someone you love slowly turning into someone else, a husband, a father, a friend, becoming cold, paranoid, and detached. They are not just angry. They're also unpredictable, as if a switch has been flipped inside them, transforming them into an entirely different person. Some of these people develop paranoia, delusions, even hallucinations. They begin to think that people are watching them, that their phones are bugged, that their own family is out to get them. These are not just bad moods, they're full-blown psychosis, which is terrifying for both them and everyone around them. And here's one thing that you don't hear much about.
Steroids are vegan.
Sexual dysfunction. We're talking about loss of libido, sudden compulsive behavior, inappropriate advances, or even complete emotional detachment. Some part
Mangoose donated $2. He will save us. Oh my god. He is not the hero we need. He is the hero that is fuzzy and is very cute. Oh my god. Oh wow. So fuzzy. I love little fuzzy guys. That's a good fuzzy boy. Oh. Morning. Oh, little skunk. Oh my goodness, look at the little skunk. That's a good little skunk. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's stretching and waking up. I really like skunks, they're cute. I ran into a skunk a couple weeks ago when I was cycling. Skunks are good. Oh my god, so beautiful. So nice and fuzzy. Oh, that's a big kitty. Oh, look at the big kitty. I love big kitties. Big kitties are nice. Oh, that's... The hell is that? I don't think that's a cow. No, it's a bison. My god, a little baby bison. Oh my goodness. Those are good babies. Oh. Oh my goodness. Little badger. Oh my god. Oh wow. So chunky. He's eating his snack. It's a good snack. Yes, he loves his snack. Oh. Oh my goodness, he's getting scritches. Oh, those are some good scritches. Oh, wow. What a beautiful potatoes. I wish I could pet a potatoes. Wow. That's a good Hyrax. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis.
I want to say it's like being in a relationship with a stranger who just no longer knows how to connect with them. And these symptoms, they don't follow a set timeline. They come, they go. They often overlap in...
Should I go to the hospital for fear of ants? Depends on whether or not the fear is justified.
Ways that can be really confusing to the sufferer. Without a definitive checklist, many people spend years being misdiagnosed as bipolar, schizophrenic, borderline, or depressed. Yet beneath the surface, the damage is physical, it's real, and it's only getting worse. Families left in the wreckage. And it's not just the individual with CTE who suffers. Everyone around them does too. Wives, husbands, kids, parents, and friends all have to live with the fallout, the mood swings, the silence, the explosions. And the most heartbreaking part is that many don't realize what's happening until it's too late. Families talk about walking on eggshells, never knowing which version of their loved one will walk through the door. Some nights they're distant, other nights they're shouting at shadows. And when things go really wrong, when someone lashes out, breaks down, or disappears for days, there's just no manual for this kind of thing. People are often quickly labeled as domestic abusers or addicts, which naturally tends to push them to the margins of society, and of course, just makes everything worse. Many partners end up blaming themselves. They wonder if it's them, or perhaps they're not doing enough. Maybe love, patience, therapy can fix it. But when it doesn't, they don't just lose a relationship. They lose the person, bit by bit, month by month. Some families are left behind entirely. Divorce, repetition, evasive silence.
All right, I get it. Let's see.
Ooh, boy. So, according to official sources, on July 20th, a security forces airman stationed at F.E. Warren Air Base died after his holstered SIG M18 handgun discharged. You see, an active duty airman assigned to the 90th Security Forces Group at F.E. Warren Air Force Base, Wyoming, was found dead on duty from a gunshot wound. Was it user error? Mechanical failure? Holster issue? That's where things get a little murky. You see, Air Force Global...
Well, it's a SIG P320, so I think we know the answer.
Nigga.
Biochemically, there's very little difference between cane sugar, high fructose corn syrup, 5% difference in fructose. Yeah.
Very excited now to be joined by my friend Dr. Lane Norton. He is, and I'm going to get his full bio correct, PhD in nutritional science, co-founder of the Carbon Diet Coach nutrition coaching app. A Carbon, by the way, product that I use. And Lane, you and I go way back up right now to the highest levels of the U.S. government. Your option. Now, since you are a PhD in nutrition science, you've given hours of content, you've reviewed all of the data. I just want you to break down at a nutritional science level whether this is a, quote, healthier option for people to be drinking cane sugar Coke as opposed to high fructose corn syrup Coke, having fries that are cooked in beef tallow versus having fries that are cooked in seed oils.
So you made a good point, which is it healthy compared to?
Yeah.
Because that's really what we want to know. And first off, I want to say that I'm glad that people in U.S. government are taking an interest in health and nutrition and promoting health-promoting behaviors. Unfortunately, I think people's personal biases are really getting in the way here. And this is something I think with RFK is going on is known as a naturalistic fallacy, which is if something occurs in nature, it must be better for us. And in some cases, that's true. But in some cases, we have plenty of man-made things. Take whey protein, for example, which is an ultra-processed food, but has been shown to reduce levels of inflammation, improve glucose control, improve, I even think, levels of liver fat, and basically metabolic health. So I think we got to be careful with lumping things into big categories. Now, when it comes to replacing high fructose corn syrup sweetened beverages with cane sugar, again, the only reason I can think that people would think this is healthier is because cane sugar is natural.
Yeah.
Biochemically, there is very little difference between cane sugar and high fructose corn syrup. Cane sugar is sucrose, and sucrose is 50% is a disaccharide, which is a glucose molecule linked to a fructose molecule. So 50-50. High fructose corn syrup is 55% fructose and 45% glucose. So if you're telling me that a 5% difference...
Well, there's a range. It can actually be identical.
...in fructose content is somehow going to change our nation's health. I would say that you're basically putting your energy into stuff that is not going to make a darn bit of difference. And I'm looking at right now dozens of randomized control trials in humans where when they substitute high fructose corn syrup in a 1-to-1 ratio with other sugars, there's 0 outcomes that are different in terms of body weight, body fat, liver fat, metabolic health, insulin resistance, because it's still sugar.
Right.
And even if you want to go down that road, I mean, people make a big deal out of sugar, but the reality is our sugar intake has actually declined over the last 20 years while obesity has continued to rise. And when you look at isocaloric, so when I say isocaloric, I mean in feeding trials, when they control total calories, but they substitute in other forms of carbohydrate for sugar, again, you don't really see a difference in metabolic health outcomes or body weight or body fat. And there was even one randomized control trial that was very well controlled. They provided all the food to participants, and they looked at over 100 grams of sugar intake per day versus about 10. And same total calories, protein, carbohydrate, fat intake was still the same, and they found that both groups lost basically the exact same amount of body fat, and all their blood markers improved in both groups. Now, I'm not saying that eating sugar or high fructose corn syrup is a good idea,
right,
because it is not satiating and people overconsume it. And so if you're going to eat a lot of sugar, it's not like people drink a Coke and they go, well, that was 40 grams of carbohydrate, so I'm going to skip pasta tonight. No, they just take it in on top of whatever else they're eating. So I think the real damaging messaging here is that somehow, because you substituted in cane,
bring attention to this. And to be clear, I agree with the message.
then they simply have not read the human randomized control trials. I mean, here's the argument against diet soda. Well, these look in the meta-analyses, but why didn't they bring up the group that was the high group, like the high intakes of aspartame? Because the risk actually compared to what? So, but if we look at the cohort data, if we look at people who consume more seed oils versus people who consume more saturated fat, what do we see when it comes to mortality, heart disease, and cancer? And what we see very consistently in the literature is people who consume seed oils or plant oils in place of saturated fat live longer, they have lower rates of cardiovascular disease, and some studies show lower rates of cancer and some studies don't. So I'm not sure if that's a real effect, but certainly for heart disease and mortality,
Yeah, Lane's right about all that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Global Strike Command has paused use of the M18 modular handgun system effective July 21st, 2025. This decision was made following a tragic incident at F.E. Warren FAB. They've yanked all M18s out of rotation across the command and are issuing M4s instead, while every single M18 gets re-inspected. That doesn't happen unless they think something serious might have been going on or be going on. To be clear, nothing official has been released about exactly how the shooting happened. But on forums, Reddit, and some military circles online, there are unofficial claims floating around. According to these unconfirmed accounts, the airman may have removed this holstered M18 and placed it on a table or desk. And that's when the gun discharged while still inside the holster, striking him in the chest. Again, none of this has been formally verified, and I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just telling you what people say happened.
Dude, SIG P320s just go off. They fail drop tests constantly.
Hey VG, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. Feeling better today, got some good sleep, had a good workout, so it's going alright. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Yeah, they consistently fail drop tests, and they will also slam fire. Happens all the time. Yeah, there you go.
Did you see that? Holy crap! What's going on, folks? So I want to jump in here real quick before we get started. I know this is a long video, and if that's not your thing, that's okay. You just want to see this go off by me manipulating the slide.
Yeah, this is a super, super unsafe gun. There's a problem with the firing pin safety, and if you drop it or move it in any way, the firing pin will slip and it'll go off.
Because of that craziness, just jumped in the...
Yeah, never, ever, ever get a SIG P320.
But you're going to lose a lot of context. Pre-travel on a trigger or free play. Nothing is happening here. And or let it, if we can release the... Oh, let me, I got to charge the pistol again. And people are like, it can't go off inside a holster. So if you have less than a millimeter, remember, the up and down play is 0.5 millimeter right here. 0.5 millimeter. So if you have, all right, let me see if this will set it off. Will it tap and it set it off? Trigger's dead. The striker just fell, and I didn't stick nothing in the back, and they did. Now, if the striker's safety is in good working order, it's supposed to stop it. Will it? We're going to test that later with a primed case. I got a primed 45 case right here we're going to test it with to see if that's an issue. But I'm going to get some jerk off that comes in these comments go, well, just don't stick a screw in your trigger. This is a tool to simulate, to take the human factor out, so that you same people that will come in my comments and say this aren't going, you pulled the trigger with your finger, bro. I didn't. But I simulated a human taking up the pre-travel, going through the firing motion, or the firing sequence, okay? Putting a decent amount of pressure on there, all right? And then bumping the gun. Now, if Think about this. Think about if you were to, because again, in the FBI report, they found a ledge on the sear. What if you, let me put this back in here so that I can take my finger off here so certain people aren't like, you just pulled it with your finger, bro. That's what. Now, let's simulate, because remember again, the FBI report said there was a ledge on, it was either the sear or the striker hook. I don't remember. And you pulled the trigger a little bit, less than a millimeter, less than 1 millimeter. And it caught on that ledge. And then you holstered your gun. Okay, this is a G-code holster. Then you holstered your gun. And it just went off. Same. So let's try that. We're going to try of the firing sequence. It's probably, all right. I think that's probably good right there, just to guesstimate. As a shelf, maybe you're putting of, so let's see. Why is a pistol, even if you're saying it works properly, why is a handgun able to, I gotta go load more cases. I didn't think it was gonna do it. I wonder if we can do it again. First time.
Yeah, this is a super unsafe firearm. And then
drop test.
If you do a drop test, it'll
40
go
caliber. It's got a prime case and then a dummy round on top with a full magazine underneath. So we're gonna drop it from about arm's length. Go ahead. Son of a bitch. So
immediate.
I guess it's really not drop safe, huh? That's not just a bunch of
one round.
Yeah, that thing will go off. Yeah, and he holstered it, and it fired. And you saw his finger wasn't even on the trigger. Yeah, he did not have a finger on the trigger. That was fully holstered, went off. Yeah, dude, the SIG P320s are fucking garbage.
Now, if you're thinking, wait, I've heard this before. Yeah, you have. Because the M18 is basically a military branded P320, and the P320 has a history. Let's go back. 22 more gun owners sue 6 Hour alleging P320 fired unintentionally. Then, jury finds 6 Hour liable for pistol shooting, awards $2.3 million in damages. Then there's this. New Hampshire judge rejects class action lawsuit over 6 Hour's troubled pistol. So as you can see, some courts say, yeah, there's a problem with the P320. However, there are other judges that say, nope, user error. But then the Michigan State Police came out with an evaluation report on the M18, where on July 31st, 2000.
You know what's also a notoriously unsafe handgun? Fucking 1911s. I don't know why so many people like them. They're fucking terrible, and chances are the reason there hasn't been a class action lawsuit against some of these producers is I have to figure so many different companies are making 1911 pattern pistols that like there's not enough misfires or like accidental discharges with them where like any one particular brand where there ends up being a class action, but they slam fire all the fucking time. I've seen so many 1911 slam fire.
2024, an MSP motor officer was standing in a squad area when his department issued 6 Hour M18 fired uncommanded. The MSP motor officer had objects in his hands at the time of the event, including keys. In the evaluation that followed, the Michigan State Police worked with the FBI's ballistic research facility to analyze the weapon. While they couldn't replicate the exact malfunction in the officer's specific gun, the investigation did confirm that it's mechanically possible for the M18 to fire without the trigger being pulled. Specifically, if the sear engagement is lost and the striker safety lock is defeated. Under certain movements common to law enforcement duty, holstering, unholstering, and body friction, the report found that the striker safety could become disabled. That safety is supposed to be the final line of defense to prevent an
W22 I normally trust you on the Israel-Palestine stuff, but recently I reviewed some of Avi's Twitter posts and they don't have sources for his claims about civil to militant ratio. Do you have a source for the claim Israel casualty ratio is low for urban warfare? He does use sources. I think he just relies on publicly available data. You can just ask Avi what the source is. But it's sourced from... He explained it to me. It's sourced from multiple different sources. Sometimes for each conflict that he compares, there may be different sources, like, I don't know, CIA data, stuff like that. But just ask Avi. It's publicly available data. Thanks
commanded
for the donation,
discharge.
Jade.
If it fails and the sear also slips, you've got a live striker and nothing left to stop it from hitting a chambered round. The report didn't say this will happen every time, but it did say the risk is real and warrants further investigation. And that brings us back to this airman. Now, before I go further, let me clarify something I think a lot of people miss when we talk about SIG. Sig Sauer isn't just one company. There are actually 3 separate companies that operate under the SIG name. There's Sig Sauer AG in Switzerland, the original company, Sig Sauer GmbH in Germany, the German sister arm, and Sig Sauer Inc. in New Hampshire. The American company responsible for the P320 and M18. They are legally and operationally distinct. And what they're talking about here, the P320 and all the controversy around it, that's Sig Sauer USA, not the Swiss arm, not the German arm. So don't confuse the entire...
Yeah, the Swiss and Germans would never have made this gun, I can guarantee you.
Entire SIG universe with the specific situation we're dealing with here. This is like Porsche and Volkswagen. Yeah, they're connected under a bigger umbrella, but if a 911 explodes, you're not gonna walk up to a Volkswagen Golf owner and say, yo, what the hell? Same umbrella, totally different product, totally different team. So this conversation, this gun, this lawsuit, this tragedy pertains to Sig Sauer USA, just so we can clear up some of the confusion. Now, I have several Sig Sauer P320s, and I have the M18. I've got one of the first generation P320s. The M18 I liked, but I gush over the X5 variants of the 320. And one of my favorite PDW chassis, the Flux Raider, utilizes the P320 as well. The whole modular chassis thing, the fire control unit swap system, is cool as hell to me. I've got all the original stuff and still do. And that innovation, that's always been SIG's strength. They're a gun company that really pushes limits functionally and visually. If I had to name one brand that's the Apple of the gun world, SIG is the first one that comes to mind. They've always had this fresh, bold take on firearms. So yeah, I'm biased in that regard. I love their products. But I don't jump to conclusions because I've seen what happens. I've been in this game for a bit, long enough to know how dangerous it is to start making bold declarations before all the facts are in, within reason, of course. It's easy, especially online, to just jump in and say, oh, this is what happened after one headline. But I've seen too many cases where people do that and then a week later, boom, new evidence drops and everything completely changes. That's why I'm cautious about these types of stories, especially because I've got a big platform. My voice reaches far, so I try to be responsible with it. Do I think something's going on with the 320? Well, there is a lot of smoke. So that's telling me that I'm probably not carrying a P320 anytime soon. Granted, that's easy decision for me to make because it's not a gun I carry anyway. Now, the P365, yeah, that's part of my carry rotation. I carry it a lot, and no, I don't have plans to stop. I've run mine ragged and abused it, so it's staying in a rotation for now. But let me be clear, I haven't had issues. The P320 water is murky. And when water is that
it's not murky, it's obvious. People have been able to recreate these malfunctions over and over and over again. It's a shit gun.
Murky, I'm not swimming in it. At least not on the P320 side of the Oh no, I'm not dropping those platforms. In fact, before this all happened, I had a video in the pipeline about how the MCX Spear LT got featured in the show Lioness and how much I love that gun, and I got reacquainted to how much I love the gun by watching the show Lioness. So I'm still gonna drop that video because it's good content.
Yeah, Sig P320 is just fucking garbage, dude. That is a stupid gun. Alright. Let's play some Battletoads.
Almost touching, but not quite. Not yet.
Oh my god,
That's
bro.
really close.
Oh, wow. That is really close. You could, like, just fit a hair in between there. How are either of them gonna back out without, like, fucking each other's car up?
Do you think it's better if I pull away or he pulls away?
I think either way it's fucked.
Almost touching, but not quite.
Oh my god, they can't park.
Not yet.
Dude.
Oh my god, bro.
He's gonna fucking, like, they're gonna scrape when they back out. That's fucking hilarious. Fuck. Any hope for Battlefield 6? I mean... I'm hoping it's gonna be good. What I'm hoping is it's just like a better version of Battlefield 3. Battlefield 3 was just peak Battlefield. I still think that's the best online multiplayer shooter ever made. So if they make it like Battlefield 3, then I'm gonna be happy. This part is ridiculously fucking hard. I might want to look up like a strat for this because like this is fucking rough. Oh damn, yeah. This is super rough. I think the missiles, like, actually alter... Yeah, oh my god. I think the missiles actually alter their path depending on where you're standing, too. Fuck! What level are we even on? Battletoads... Missile Mayhem? Is that it? No, that's not it. Battletoads, NES, Missile. This may just be some get good faggot shit.
Is Battletoads the hardest video game ever made? Everybody has that one difficult game that just haunts us as
on the upper part, and slightly below that is where you want to be when you're dodging downwards. Part's a little bit tougher. Those are easy, but it is another difficult vehicle section. These ones that close on you, you need to be towards the front of the screen to avoid. And to get through these fireballs, you can just kind of hang out here in the lower left corner. It's rare that a fireball will come down there that you actually have to move out of the way of. I think there was only one this time, yeah, so far. Just stay down here, don't worry about the one up. Yep, there was another one. So just watch for a fireball that's down on your level, but for the most part, those are easy to avoid. And these missiles, same thing.
Oh!
An occasional missile will come over that you have to avoid, but if you stay down here in the lower left corner and just watch the top left of the screen for missiles that are coming your way, you should be able to easily avoid these as well. Alright, a few more missiles. Hang out in the lower left. But after this, we're going to be back to dodging electrical walls, so...
Okay.
That part's a little bit tougher. These ones open in front, but then quickly move to the front, because those ones close on you, and then back again, and then to the front again. Alright, here's the super fast part. Just like in the turbo tunnel, we end with a super fast section, so stay all the way at the back of the screen, and you may have to memorize this part to make sure you can do it. It gets even faster here, and it makes sort of like an M shape. Down, middle, up, way down, and that's it.
Okay. Well, I'm not retarded. Like, can't call me a fucking retard for not knowing that. Need to get the one up. Oh, right. Ah, damn it. Fucking fuck that up. So they have to be like right at the edge. Ah, fuck. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I forgot what section I was on. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna start from there. That is insane. I've never fucked up like that. Okay, I'm just fucking retarded. How am I doing that all of a sudden? What? Jeez. Fuck me in the ass. This section's fucked. Holy shit. I'm just gonna try to do this through on one run, and then we'll actually move on. So I think I might actually have a handle on this section now. Oh, damn it. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I fucked that up. I didn't have to move. I did it again! I'm stupid! Fuck! Oh.
Frank was geeked off opioids in his recent video. With all the surgeries he has been through, I can't blame him. The amount of pain and suffering from that many eye procedures is unimaginable. Don't you feel a little bad for him?
No, he's a fucking asshole. He deserves worse. He has a business that makes money off of torturing and killing animals, so no. He deserves way worse. And he's just addicted to pain meds. He doesn't need them. He's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dude. I keep moving when I don't have to. This game, like, fucks with your mind. No, ah, shit, I missed the one-up. Whatever, I'll just... Yeah, this game just fucks with you. Damn it! That does make things easier.
Do you like low riders? Or do you prefer durian riders?
I can't believe that. I just want to make sure that I can get through this in one run. Fuck, dude. This game is actually, like, just fucked. Oh my god! Oh, fuck! Those fireballs, like, never come fucking... Damn it, I missed the... They never come low enough. I'm just gonna, like... not even bother moving. Yeah, they, like, never actually... come close. Okay. Fuck me.
You suck at this game, you're never going to beat it. Durian Rider beat it on the first try. Durian Rider God Gamer. Durian Rider beat Battletoads first try. Durian Rider gets hot tight virgin vegan pussy. You're worthless, cuck. Useless. Durian Rider's based.
Fuck! I swear the fucking one-up took longer to show up.
CDG is spamming the DR name in chat that we're not allowed to say. He's deleting his comments too after he posts it.
Don't do that, you fucking cocksucker. You know what? I think Battletoads might be the reason I've had trouble sleeping. This game is just so anxiety-inducing. Fuck Battletoads. There we go, we got through it in one run. Okay, we can move on. I'll make a new save state.
Richard, CDG is spamming Durian Rider in chat. I thought you banned Durian Rider from chat. Durian Rider is only allowed in donations during gaming time. CDG only spam Durian Rider in donations and make sure you advertise his latest ebook by durianrider.com.
Shut up! You're fucking lying. Fuck. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Oh my god, fuck this game. Okay, now we're really... How, what do I do? I don't know if you can kill those weird things. Okay, apparently not. What? Okay. Oh my god. Ugh. No, you can't get a fucking double bicep flex right now.
CDG is 16, he's not even legal. He's on Durian Rider's waiting list to be his next girlfriend once Michelle from China is past her prime or disobeys our alpha male Durian Rider. DurianRider.com, 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 Durian...
Shut up, dude. Oh my fucking god. Damn it. Damn it. Aw, fuck you. I found a frog today. I guess toads are similar to frogs, but they're not actually the same thing.
Michelle from China is posting vlogs with Durian Rider on her channel. It looks rather interesting to see a 50-year-old man that people probably assume is her father, kiss her in public and stuff. Go subscribe to Michelle from China since Richie won't react.
Shut up! Oh my god. This fucking game, dude. How in the hell do I...
Richie's cope earlier was insane. He said he wasn't jealous of Durian Rider slaying 18-year-old barely legal high school girl vegan pussy, because high school girls will date anyone and they're immature. Well, clearly—
Shut up! Damn it! Oh my god. Get up, you fucking frog! No, motherfucker. Oh, Jesus, yeah, that's great. Damn it. How did I do that before? Oh my god, okay, I fucked that up. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go take a piss. I'll be right back. I just need to wee-wee. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Oh, Gummy's hanging out with me. Hey, little baby. You know I love you? Yeah, you're my sweet little kitty. I love how my kitty hangs out with me. You're my friend. Should watch cartoons later. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Damn it! Ah, oh, fuck off! No. Oh. There we go. Oh, come on. Well, what the fuck is that? Oh, shit. Damn it. Ah, damn. Getting that one up might be quite difficult. Damn it, come on. Fuck. What? How was that hitting me? It wasn't hitting me on the thing before.
Is it normal to have feelings of anger and disgust when random people talk about eating meat/animals? I'm at a point where it just utterly disgusts me. How do you handle it if it affects you the same way?
Well, it's normal if you're not a complete dipshit asshole moron. It's all a matter of perspective, dude. You can't control others' minds. You can't control their actions. You can only control what you do. Like, it sucks, but you just have to have some level of acceptance over the fact that you don't have ultimate power and control over the universe. So, just don't let it get to you. It's that simple. You know, there are people who eat pineapple on pizza. There's people who wear socks that are too long for the shorts they're wearing. There are people who put turn signals on the right handle on a motorcycle. There's people who do all sorts of dumb, annoying shit, and, like, if you're gonna let it get to you, what does it do for you? But thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackleford. Let me see.
Totally solved.
Ben Boy donated this.
the problem of there being no puppies in the sky. Unlike regular crows, these birds are huge, like 2 to 3 times the size. Their wingspan can reach up to 5 feet. Because their wings are so wide, they like to land with their shoulders hanging low, kind of like someone walking out of the gym all pumped up. Ravens are actually one of the easiest birds to tame. No matter how you pet them, they won't get mad. In fact, when you do pet them, they puff up and
Dude, how do I make friends with a raven? Oh my god, that's amazing.
look adorably chubby. They're also super loyal when it comes to love, true one partner for life types. And despite what people might think, ravens aren't just plain black. Their feathers show off different colors depending on the light, really beautiful. Not only that, but they're super clean birds. They don't spread viruses.
Bird.
And they're crazy smart. They can actually make tools to solve all kinds of tricky problems. Ironically, those pure white pigeons, they actually carry all kinds of bacteria and can easily spread viruses and disease.
I don't care, I'm still petting them. Yeah, ravens can also talk people too and say hello and shit. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackleford. Yeah, nice try, jackass. Didn't get that one, did you? Damn it! No, shit. There we go. Oh, bitch!
In a stinky land, Jurian Rider pranced around shouting, "Smell this, please," while spreading chaos and foul odors at JurianRider.com, leaving everyone gagging and wishing for peace. JurianRider.com/vegan gains together sharing smelly jelly. DurianRider.com for free book and courses how to get smoking hot 18-year-old vegan pussy. DurianRider.com, 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 DurianRider.com.
Oh my god. What happened there? Literally, what the fuck happened there? I'm glad the 1-up, respawns. Fuck. What a bitch. You're a bitch. Fuck you, you bitch. Oh my god. Damn it! Fuck! Son of a bitch, fuck you! Dude, oh my god. Great, yeah, now we're just dead. Fucking asshole. Damn it, oh my god, I'm stupid.
Are you able to tell when a dono is from me versus someone impersonating me? It's happened multiple times already. Someone will donate some rage bait shit with my name, but it's not actually from me.
Usually I can. People have like a certain style of commenting. So yeah, usually I'm able to tell. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy. Fuck off! Seriously, fuck you! Fucking shit! Damn it! Oh! Fuck right off.
I just saw Fantastic Four spoiler alert, it sucked. The new Superman movie was way better.
Yeah, somebody else told me the same thing. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Go to durianrider.com if you want to learn how to get tight vegan 18-year-old pussy.
Fuck! Oh my god! Oh shit. Oh shit. Great. Yeah, thank you. Gotta remember there's those floppy jelly things. Damn it! Fuck! Ah! No, shit. Oh, fuck, damn! Fucking give me a break. Are you... Fuck off! How in the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. Is there even a way to fucking time? Fuck, yeah, I fucked that up big time. Is there even a way? Oh wait, you can, you might be able to duck under it. Damn it! Okay, yeah, so you can duck under. I'm kinda just fucking stupid. Damn it! Oh my god. Fuck! Damn it! Sometimes it hits you when you're on the thing, sometimes it doesn't. Fanboy donated $2. What are your thoughts on parasocial relationships? Do you have any experience with this? Like, do fans ever come up to you and it's awkward because they feel like they already know you, but you have no idea who they are? Like, kind of, you know, like... I don't usually feel awkward in most situations, but then if I see like a video of a conversation I have...
It looks like DC is back. Will Marvel is done.
Probably not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, so I don't usually feel awkward in situations, but then when I like see a video of myself having a conversation with somebody, I'm like, wow, that's awkward. Didn't feel that way when I was having the conversation. But, you know, like, people come up and talk to me and, you know, it's usually just chill. Thanks for the donation, dude. Fuck! What a bitch. Oh! This level doesn't seem like as bad as the other level. Just have to get good. Oh, damn it! I fell off. Give me a break. Oh my god, why? Why did I do that? Fuck. Oh my god! Oh, fuck off. Why did I move suddenly? That's weird, you like slide. Fuck off. Dodo donators, can we watch Sarah Payne tomorrow? Also, would TYT, what would Also, what would TYT say about this? I guarantee you they would be against it because it's militarizing schools.
Within seconds, the drones buzz to life and weave through hallways, searching for a fake school shooter. A demonstration of the real abilities they were built for. The co-founders of Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel hope this is the future of school safety.
Our job is if somebody comes in a school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how it would work. Silent alarms in the school alert the company, then drones strategically placed on campus get deployed, and these drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin, working in tandem with the school and police, inflicting non-lethal damage to the suspect, or dummy in this demo, with pepper rounds and direct impact.
All these markings, that's from the drone?
Yeah, so the little holes are from drones, and then these different marks here, these are from the pepper rounds bouncing off the guy's chest.
All of it an effort to buy time.
We want to make sure that person is...
Well, if I was a school shooter and I knew this sort of shit was on campus, I would just get a radio jammer so that nobody could use the drones. I don't know how useful any of this really is, because, like, again, usually with these sorts of security measures, like, students are gonna know if something like this is utilized on campus, so just bring a radio jammer. It would even make sense regardless, because then people can't phone 911. At least not with their cell phone. And you can order radio jammers on, like, Alibaba and shit. Like, they're illegal, but you can just order them online. Ben Boy donated $2.
This round, fluffy little cutie is actually a call duck, a miniature breed of domestic duck. Call ducks are known for their compact bodies, round bills, and big, bright eyes. Unlike regular ducks, call ducks stay tiny for life and are also exceptionally smart and alert. They have remarkable flying skills. The moment they sense danger, they can take off in a flash. What's even more fascinating, call ducks can go on walks.
My God, I'd love to walk a duck.
With their owners, just like dogs. They're
That'd be
incredibly
nice.
responsive to their
I want to walk ducks.
names, call them, and they'll come running to you
Oh
with
my
excitement.
goodness.
Not only are they intelligent, but they're also true food lovers. They aren't picky eaters at all, and will eagerly enjoy a
Oh my God, I want to feed ducks lettuce.
variety of treats. Call ducks also have a charming, pleasant
Wow.
quack. Whether they're hungry and asking for food or feeling lonely and seeking attention, they use their voices
Oh my God, do you listen to that quacking?
to express their needs. Their
That's some
lifespan
good
ranges from
quacking.
6 to 12 years. But here's something interesting. The happier they are, the longer they might live. So take a lesson from the
Those look like nice ducks. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
as degraded as we can in a non-lethal manner so that they're unable to continue murdering children.
The program is not active in any schools yet, but the company says it expects to start training programs in 4 Texas schools this year. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just approved state funding to bring it to 3 of their school districts.
Do you want these drones in your school?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this seems like a waste. School shooters usually go through a fair bit of planning beforehand. Like, even back in the day, some of the OG school shooters, like, the Columbine shooters, they were planning on shooting up the school for, like, months. They were actually planning on mainly killing people with bombs. They made something like dozens of fucking bombs that they're planning on just blowing people up with, but the bombs failed, and they ended up relying on the firearms they had. So, like, if school shooters are going through that kind of planning, there's also that kid that ended up getting the trial finished fairly recently. There's that dipshit kid from Florida. Months before the shooting, I think it was 3 months before, the kid made a cell phone video that he deleted, but, the police were able to recover the footage. He said he was gonna be a school shooter. That was months before the shooting. So, if they're doing that amount of planning, where, like, months out from the shooting, they're planning it, like, if they know there's these drone systems at school, they're gonna get a radio jammer, and I don't know how useful those drones are gonna be. Ben Boy donated another $2.
Did you know that capybaras are not only the largest rodent in the world, but also the friendliest ones? These semi-aquatic
Well, they're pretty friendly, but fancy rats are pretty friendly too.
mammals are native to South America and
They're just chilling with a crocodile.
have been known to form close bonds with other animals,
Oh my
including
God.
humans. They are highly social creatures that live in groups of around 10 to 20 individuals and have a unique ability to get along with a wide
My
range of other
goodness.
species. But what makes them so friendly? Well, capybaras are herbivores, meaning they don't hunt or prey on other animals, and therefore don't pose a threat to any other species. They are
Wow.
extremely friendly and don't care what you do around them, as long as they don't get hurt. Apart from that, they have a unique way of showing affection too.
Oh.
They often groom, cuddle, and even sleep on top of each other. However, capybaras are also tough and resilient animals that have adapted to living in a variety.
To be fair, Superman Degbite being better was not the best film either. Superman was too much of a damsel in the movie and got bet up way too often. I miss Henry Cavill's Superman.
Yeah, I mean, they're just making a lot of male characters just gay these days. But what can you do? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Of environments. They are excellent swimmers and can hold their breath underwater for
Oh
up
my
to 5
goodness.
minutes.
Those are good capybaras. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Glad they're giving you a bit of a break. That last level was just fucking horrendous. Dude, that was level after level of just rape. Damn it. Oh my god. Like, this is way less anxiety inducing than the other, like, every other level in the fucking game. Oh my god! Did you fucking see that? Shit. Oh my god, I'm retarded. I'm like actually fucking retarded. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, I can't believe it.
I will honestly never forgive Warner Brothers for firing Henry Cavill as Superman. Henry Cavill was honestly the perfect Superman.
Yeah, he definitely was the best actor to cast. But, you know, contracts and such. Oh, fuck! Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Apparently he's going to be in a Warhammer movie, and I'm actually really excited for the Highlander remake. He's going to be in the Highlander remake. No! Oh, you asshole. Let's see, Dodo donated $2.
You're watching a Delta pilot in uniform being arrested in Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. It's about noon on a Tuesday, and before we get into why you got arrested and the entire interrogation process...
Before I ask you any questions, you kind of just want to tell me kind of what's been going on.
We first need to talk about how all the alarm bells got sounded this Tuesday morning in July. Pilots inside the airport terminal environment typically interact with the airport police one time as they enter in the airport, and that is known as known crew member. We call it KCM, which is where we start. Here's the pilot going through KCM. He hands what I think is his driver's license, and then he scans his KCM barcode, which we usually keep right behind our badge. And then he has to show his badge to the TSA agent. What happens when you scan your barcode is on their screen it pops up your picture and then if you're approved or not. So let's say you're on a leave of absence from your airline. You don't have access to KCM anymore, so it will say unapproved. I know that because it happened. I did a training, and during that training, for some reason, I got categorized on a leave of absence, and I tried to go through, and they're like, "You're not approved. Is there something going on with your airline?" I was like, I don't think so. So I ended up calling my chief pilot, and he's like, "Oh crap," and they had to go fix it. But that's what happens. You have to be approved and in the system, and so there's a whole background check and all this stuff that allows you to be in the system. So when you scan the barcode, it shows up there. The other thing that happens now, which wasn't really happening at this time, is it decides when you get a random security check. So it'll pop up and there will be like random, and now you got to go through the regular passenger security line that you see. Sometimes you'll see a random pilot or flight attendant going through that line, and usually what that is because they went through the KCM, they got random, and then they go through there. The old system used to be they would just like check off a box, and then when they get like every 10 person, they would just send them over there. Now it's a system generated, although for me it seems like 50% of the time I get random, so it doesn't seem that random. But anyways, that's how it works right now. Barcode, scan, picture, you're either allowed to go in or you're not. And it looks like everything went well. He leaves the TSA agent, goes right on up the stairs, and the flight attendant's behind him. It doesn't seem like there was any issues with this checkpoint. From that point, you either head to your crew room, which a lot of times is behind a security area, so that way if you're sitting on reserve and they need you, you can quickly get to your gate. You already have everything already approved through security, or you're going to head to your gate. Depends on what kind of time frame you're on. If you're showing up to the airport and you're 45 minutes before departure, let's say, you might go straight to your gate. In this case, the pilot passes security. He's seen here making his way to the gate. He's just starting his first flight of the pattern, meaning he's coming from home and not a layover. Minneapolis is his home base airport, so he's very familiar with it, but he comes across something that is very unusual, and it's this random security checkpoint. You can see the pilot hesitate for a minute as he approaches before going and talking to one of the agents, who I'm guessing will confirm that everyone's bag needs to be looked into, and that's where things start to go downhill for this pilot. According to one of the agents that was in this area, this is how they describe the pilot's appearance.
Pilot, he looked a little disheveled, like he had the white with the epaulets and that, but it was dire need of an ironing. It was kind of a schleppy look.
Now, I understand the pilot's hesitation here because he's at his home airport, very familiar with it. If this was a place that he'd never been to, probably would have been like, okay, this is what we're doing here at this airport. You kind of just go with the flow. But being at his home airport, he's very familiar. He's probably been there for years and going in and out of that airport. And so the hesitation I understand, and then going over to the agent and going like, is that something that I have to do, or is that just a passenger thing? So I understand that hesitation. But his actions after this raise some alarm bells. After the pilot walks away from the inspection area, the supervisor reports his suspicious behavior to the police, who start looking for him and trying to figure out where he went. The pilot makes his very long way through the terminal, so where is he going? After going down the escalator and far from the terminal that he was trying to make his way to, he walks in here, the bathroom. So why walk so far away from the area that you're trying to go to when it appears that there was a bathroom right by your checkpoint? I don't know Minneapolis very well. I've only been there a few times, but this sign right here appears to be a bathroom sign of sorts. And even if that sign isn't for a men's bathroom, usually they're all pretty close together. So why leave and walk so far away from the direction you're trying to go, unless you were trying to do something you didn't want anyone to see? especially these guys. As he was approaching this gate, he may have noticed these guys right here, who look like some type of law enforcement that are standing right by the bathroom. Of course, there are no bathroom cameras, so we can't be for sure exactly what he was doing in there, but according to police records, he was in there for 27 seconds as he walked back out and went to the security checkpoint that he had originally walked away from. And while he was there, the police come over to ask him, what were you doing? Where did you go? The pilot says he went into the crew room, which is an area that the pilots usually hang out in before our flights. But when pilots call the eye in the sky, they confirm that he actually walked into this bathroom. Like a good police officer, they're thinking, why would he lie about going to a crew room when he went to the bathroom? So they went into the bathroom to see if there was anything suspicious in there. Now, meanwhile, while the police are in this bathroom looking through everything, the pilot and one of the flight attendants head down the jet bridge. It's common on day one of your pattern that everybody's coming in staggered because people are coming from home or they're coming from wherever they're staying, a hotel, whatever it is, and they're starting their trip. Unlike what you might be used to seeing where there's a group of pilots and flight attendants that are moving together, that's usually coming off of a layover. But in the very first start of your pattern, since everybody's scattered about, you'll have a time that you need to be there at the plane, but everyone's scattered and coming in within 5, 10, 15 minutes of that time, and you'll meet up there and you'll start your trip. So them going down there is totally normal. This pilot would start doing their pre-flight duties, like doing a walk around and setting up and pre-flighting the aircraft. Meanwhile, the police are here in the bathroom and they found something hidden in the trash, which caused them to be even more suspicious of this pilot. And they have to move quickly because this Delta aircraft is already starting to board. And if it pushes back and takes off, there's really not much the police can do until the plane lands. The police officers are quickly dispatched over to the gate. And this is when the gate agent knows it's going to be a problem because it's not just one, not two, but at least 3 different officers, including this guy, who's a detective. And you're going to see why he's relevant later in this video. Now, anybody who's flown before, when they walk on the plane, a lot of times, well, if they're like me, they would look to their left and look into the flight deck and go, man, that's pretty small up there. So you know that it's not a lot of space, especially to have, because the captain's already up there. This guy's already shown up. So you have 2 pilots up there. So it's already kind of small. And now you've had 3 different, potentially police officers, possibly a 4th, that have shown up there onto the flight deck. So you're not going to be able to comfortably fit everybody up there. And what's interesting is this detective, while he's up there talking with them, people are getting onto the aircraft, and the officer, the detective, offers for this pilot to call in sick, which he says, no, I feel fine. I want to go do the flight. Either way, once it becomes obvious that this plane is definitely not going anywhere, passengers are quickly told to get back off of the jet bridge and head back up to the gate where they're going to wait. After they finish deplaning, you see the pilot here in handcuffs being removed from the plane. But you'll notice that he isn't wearing the same hat that he had on earlier. He's wearing a ball cap, which to me is a bit strange. That means that the police officer or the detective, whoever was arresting him, gave him the courtesy of putting something on, I guess, to hide his face. But my thought would be, if that is what you're trying to do, is trying to show up low-key, would it be taking off your uniform shirt? I'm used to, well, I have seen it many times, people walking through the airport with police in handcuffs. Usually they have a sweater or something over their hands trying to hide it, but it's pretty apparent who's who. I've seen senators before that are walking through the airport. Rand Paul, one time I saw him coming into Cincinnati, and it catches your eye because you'll see a person and 2 or 3 police officers, which is, by the way, that senator wasn't being arrested. He was saying, it catches my eye when I see somebody with police officers around them, right? So if I was trying to, let's say I got arrested in this situation and I was trying to be really low-key about it, the hat makes sense, but I would also just take off my uniform shirt and put on a regular shirt. That would attract a lot less attention. If I'm walking through as a passenger or a normal person and I see a pilot with handcuffs, the baseball hat isn't going to be like, oh, everything's normal here. It would draw even more attention than otherwise. So about 3 hours after all this started, where he showed up to the gate, he's taken back here to the police station for a breathalyzer and a blood test, which is common. I've been randomed before, and that means they can either drug test you, they can do a urine test, we call it a piss test, or you can be breathalyzed, meaning you blow into the tube. It can be both. I've had it just random throughout the years. It happens. So that's common. The other thing is that if you were ever involved in an incident, let's say you're flying and something major breaks on your plane, there's a mayday, let's say you have a major engine malfunction or a landing gear malfunction, even though it has literally nothing to do with you as a crew, when you land, you better expect that you're going to be breathalyzed and you're going to get your blood taken. They're going to take your blood so that way there's no question about it. They're going to look for drugs, they're going to look for alcohol, they're going to look for everything. Now, if you don't have anything in your system, no big deal, but that is normal. So it's just kind of part of what you sign up for when you be a pilot, and they're going to give you that $300 million aircraft to fly a bunch of people on. That's part of the other side of it. You got to be responsible. Which leads us into the interrogation, where it all starts to unravel.
All right. So I read your rights earlier, right? Yeah. You kind of recall those rights and you still want to talk to me? Yeah. Okay. All right. So do you kind of just, before I ask you a question, do you kind of just want to tell me kind of what's been going on and just start over? And yeah, I'll start. Okay. Yeah, I know I had one day and I knew that it's legal to bring it through there, but I guess I was more than anything just embarrassed to have it. Yeah. So I did throw it out. So I apologize. That's all that I had. Okay. I didn't ditch anything else. Okay. And then I honestly I don't know how I still have or possibly have alcohol on my breath yet, because I did have drinks yesterday afternoon. Okay. I know it was.
What he's apologizing for is throwing away a bottle of liquor. And I'm not talking about the minis you've flown on first class or you've seen on airplanes, or potentially you've seen flight crew. We have these little minis sometimes on layovers, and they're just one shot. So he's not talking about apologizing about throwing a mini in the trash. He had something a little bit more. According to reports, they found this, an unopened bottle of a 1.75 liters of Phillips vodka. And this isn't just a generic photo vodka that I pulled off the internet. This is actually the brand that he was drinking. And when I saw that, I thought, oh, this must be some, I'm not a big drinker, but I thought this must be some really cool brand of vodka that I've never heard of before. And so I jumped online and Googled it to see what does it look like. Spoiler alert, they sell it at Target for $14.99 and it comes in a plastic bottle. Anybody knows if your vodka's coming in a plastic bottle, it's basically the absolute cheapest vodka you're gonna get, which is gonna cause you a terrible headache. But if you're just looking to drink and get drunk, then this will get you there, but the hangover, at least in my experience, is terrible.
What time about did you have your last drink yesterday? 6 o'clock in the evening. Okay. And how many did you have? Well, I was at my last drink I had, I had 4. 4? Yeah, about 4, yeah. And what were they? I had 1 beer, and then 3 mixed drinks. Okay. And how big was the beer? Just a can. Okay. Can of Miller. And what were the mixed drinks? It was vodka. Okay. So did you feel any of the effects still today? No. I'm blown away. Okay. And have you ever flown an aircraft while you felt any effects from alcohol or anything else? Okay. No. So you came through, you went up, sat in the airplane. Where were you when I came up to you, where were you kind of in your progress? Were you doing your in-flight checks and very completed your in-flight checks? Or? Yeah, you started talking to Dave. Okay. Literally, what I did is I pulled the flight plan out. Okay.
Remember, this is happening on a Tuesday. He originally told the police that it had been 3 days since he had drank the last time. So there's already these multiple lies that are happening. He's lying about going to the crew room, which wasn't true, and they proved that. He's lying about the last time he drank being 3 days ago, and it's not showing that to be accurate. So there's a lot of things where there is a reason for them to keep digging. There seems to be something that's being hidden here. What you're about to see here as they get into the explanation of the...
So the pilot's an alcoholic?
Results from the breathalyzer that he just did.
And it looks like you guys are getting ready to board. Because there's a couple passengers around, looks like one needs extra assistance. You guys are getting ready to board, right? I don't really laying over there. Okay. I can't say that I do or don't. Okay. So I guess it's common to have 3-4 drinks the night before you fly. No.
Okay, well, it's not particularly interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I would prefer whatever pilot that is flying my aircraft to not be a drunk. Oh my god. Oh. Sweet. Damn it! Oh, I have to do that again. Fuck. Oh my god! Well, you know what? We made some good progress tonight. And I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, so I think we'll take a break from Battletoads. But we made some progress. You know, I've got a handle on that, level, and made some progress on that level. So, things are moving forward.
I'm saying that's a regular deal. Okay, so I guess another question then is, I guess, when you came up to the screening area, what were you kind of thinking?
Why can men just act like men in movies anymore, VG?
Well, all men have to be gay and retarded so that they're equal to women. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I know obviously you're kind of worried. It was just embarrassing. You said, was anything else going on there? No. Did you think that maybe you still had alcohol in your system and that's why you should maybe go back? Not at all. Okay. Not at all. No. I just really was like, well, I'm just going to look stupid. That is, taking out,
This is relevant where they're trying to figure out that there was intent to go flying. There have been cases where pilots will show up and be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. It's just, we're human at the end of the day. And they'll say, oh, I never really intended to fly. I just was walking to the plane and walking around the plane. They might say something like that. So they're asking, and they're trying to prove intent, that the intention was for this pilot to actually operate the aircraft. By doing pre-flight checks and things like that, it is showing that you have the intention to go fly. So the detective is trying to figure out, is that the case? Did you intend to go fly the aircraft? That's why he's asking him this.
Yeah, you started talking to Dave. Okay. Literally, what I did is I pulled the flight plan out. Okay.
Now, from a pilot's perspective, if you've seen my vlogs, you've seen all the work that I'm doing before I even get to the aircraft. I'm checking weather, I'm checking alternates, I'm checking fuel. Well, this flight is going from Minneapolis to San Diego in July. Surprise, spoiler alert, it's going to be 80 and sunny. There's really not a lot of homework that you need to do in this short of a flight, this type of year, going to San Diego in the middle of the day. And even if there is a problem, there's a lot of other airports nearby. You're going to be going past Vegas on your way there. You're going to be close to Los Angeles. You have so many alternative options when you're doing a domestic flight like this in the middle of summertime going to Southern California. So the level of preparation is a lot less than, let's say, when I'm flying. A lot of times I'm going a long ways. It could be 10, 12 hours. So what's the weather like where we're going? What's the weather like on the way there? What are our backup plans? There's a lot more preparation. Showing up like this, you would have some preparation, but nothing near what you've seen when I've prepped for my flights. Even now, when I do a domestic flight, on a 747, if I'm doing, let's say, Miami to Houston, obviously in the summertime there's going to be some thunder showers and things like that, but the level of preparation is a lot less intensive because there's a lot more options and there's a lot more backup plans. And when you're going across the ocean, limited on fuel, weight, and things like that. So him being kind of nonchalant with like, oh, I just downloaded the flight plan, is a little bit strange. Like you're boarding the plane, but all you've done is just now download the flight plan. It seems like a little bit more lax than it should be, but I definitely wouldn't expect that he would have done all the preparation that you've seen me do as I get ready to do a long international flight. So it's a little bit lax, but not ridiculous.
I just really was like, well, this is going to look stupid. That is, taking out,
Now, there's nothing that prohibits him from transporting or flying with alcohol in your bag. I know pilots that have done it. It's a pretty common thing. A lot of times when you go overseas, you might go over to Europe or South America and you'll grab a bottle of wine. I've done it before, and I drink maybe once every few years. I rarely drink, but I'll grab a bottle of wine or something as a gift. So there's nothing to prohibit you from doing that. I also know pilots that they have certain whiskey that they like to drink, and so they'll just fly wherever they're going and they'll bring their own whiskey because obviously it's a lot cheaper to bring it with you than go buy it at a bar or at a restaurant. So it's not uncommon, and there's nothing against having an unopened bottle, and in some airlines having an open bottle. Now, I do have more restrictions because there are certain places that I fly to that are dry countries, and in the Middle East there are countries that I go to, and there are countries that we go to where they prohibit you from bringing alcohol inside the country. Many to San Diego, there's no reason to do that. So there's no reason to have that be a problem, to have that in there. But you're about to find out why he's embarrassed about it.
And then is there any reason why you were dishonest with us on the flight? Because I asked you numerous times, kind of had you been drinking when I was at drink. You told me Saturday. I just was embarrassed, Okay, this was,
I haven't seen too much of the new Battlefield gameplay. Fucking shoot somebody. Yeah, it seems like time to kill is pretty quick. That's good. Is this like running on a PlayStation or something? Oh no, PC. It seems to be running at a really low frame rate. Maybe it's not optimized or something. I hate that medic thing. Apparently they're fixing it so you can't infinitely revive. Heard something about that. Yeah, that's neat. Is he gonna be able to get through? Dude, why does everyone suck at playing this fucking game? Holy shit. Just go around. Well, it looks like they're making it like Battlefield 3. If it's like Battlefield 3, it'll probably be good.
Let's just go ahead and get it out of the way. Did President Trump have anything to do with the cancellation of Stephen Colbert's show?
Well, here's what's important to keep in mind is a broader dynamic. When President Trump ran for election, he ran right at these legacy broadcast media outfits and the New York and Hollywood elites that are behind it, and he smashed the facade that these are gatekeepers that can control what Americans think and what Americans can say. And once you do that, you've exposed the business model of a lot of these outfits as being nothing more than a partisan circus. And so I think anchors and news media personalities
used a lot of words to avoid saying no when he was asked point.
Yeah. Like Trump obviously canceled his show.
Decided, start shaming them and so. And then, obviously you said you felt okay flying. Actually a couple times I even gave you the opportunity to leave and get off the aircraft. I told you a couple times that you can go home instead of flying before we did the breathalyzer, and you say that you felt okay to fly, so you felt all right. I mean, apparently I did. I mean, I'm really surprised that something didn't happen. So, okay.
Now this blows my mind. The pilot was given the out of all outs. The detective gave him the option to call in sick. And the thing is that every airline pilot, as we prep before we go to the airlines, we go through all these different scenarios. And one of the scenarios that every airline pilot, if you know an airline pilot, you ask him this question, his answer is going to be something similar to this. Because the airlines will often ask this to see kind of what your response is. And it's, hey, you're a first officer, we've hired you, you're at the airline here, and the captain shows up to the plane and he seems drunk. What are you going to do? They want to see that, A, you're going to push back and not let that captain go fly the plane drunk and endanger your lives and all the lives of everybody on there as long as they're aircraft and violate his whole career. They want to see that. So they want to hear what you're going to have to do about it. Now, there's a bunch of different answers that people give. But one of the very common ones that people say is, well, this is what they say in the interview. Well, I would tell the captain, hey, Cap, you don't look real good. Maybe you should call in sick. And if the captain, and then they go, well, what if the captain refuses to call in sick? You go, Cap, if you don't call in sick because you don't look fit to fly at all, I'm going to have to call in to the scheduling or to the chief pilot and tell them that you're sick because I don't feel comfortable with you. You don't look well enough to go fly. You don't seem normal. You don't seem your normal self that you normally do. So whatever it is, whatever that captain's response is, you always push back. You never let them fly. That's like rule number one. That's everything that you learn. So here, this detective obviously is not knowing about airline interviews and all that stuff.
Just had a great goon session. Yeah, goon sessions can be nice.
Is there in the flight deck. I'm guessing the captain's probably sitting up there as well. And the detective's giving him this option like, hey, I gave you the option to call in sick and just kind of like walk away and just pretend this didn't happen. And he was like, no, I'm good to fly. That blows my mind.
And then you just told the captain, or what did you tell the captain? I think his name's Dave, right? Yeah. What did you tell him when you got on? It was just normal, or did you guys talk about anything when you first got on? We were just talking about time off. We were talking about, how many days coming off. I said, yeah, I had like a week off. He's like, yeah, me too. We were talking about our sick policy and contract talk, so basically just catching up with one guy multiple times. So not every time, but fairly often you fly with him. This will be my third or fourth time I was on that boat. Yeah. Is there anything else for me that you have any questions or anything right now? I'll kind of explain everything going forward.
Now, Delta's a huge airline, and Minneapolis is a large base for them. Flying with someone 3 or 4 times is a lot. At my airline, Delta probably has, 8 times the amount of pilots that my airline has. If I fly with someone 3 times, it's a lot. It's a lot of times. I rarely fly with the same person. So flying 3 or 4 different times with someone means you probably have similar seniorities, so you're bidding similar types of things or similar destinations that you like. So 3 or 4 times, it seems like, wow, that's hardly at all very much, but it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of flying. So you kind of get the rhythm and you kind of know what everybody's expecting. Everyone has their own nuances, so you're going to feel more comfortable with somebody and you'll have a little bit more chit-chat that will go on after you've flown with them 3 or 4 times. So it is kind of a lot.
Yeah, so basically what's going to happen is you're not going to jail. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to finish up. What you're going to do, you're going to be booked. You are going to be right now pending charges, pending the blood result test, okay, that you provided for. You're going to be pending charges for Minnesota Statute 360, which is operating an aircraft under the influence of alcohol. The threshold for an aircraft is 0.04. So 0.04 compared to 0.08 in a regular vehicle, right? There's other commercial vehicles saying they're 0.04. Aircraft is one of them. Like I said, your preliminary breath sample was 0.065, so you know. So that's where we're going to go. You're going to get booked, just fingerprints, photographs, and then you'll be released. It sounds like
sounds like that guy's cooked.
Chief pilot, I don't know if familiar with Iron Monk's going to pick you up and give you a ride. That's up to you, obviously. But I don't know if they were made aware of the situation. That's up to you how you want to get home. I'm not going to recommend you drive just because of the whole situation. So you want to come pick you up, however you want to get home, that's up to you. And then you go from there. What'll happen is once your blood test results come back in, what's the time frame? I can't say for sure. It depends on their caseload because it's probably a month. So it is going to be a while. Yeah, that's all up to the VCA or county where the blood results get sent out to and get tested at a lab. So it's a while. Okay. Yeah. Fortunately, it's not like a breath test or anything where it's instant and we know and we can chart right away. So while we're waiting for those to happen is most likely, since it is involving aircraft kind of on the job, it'll be likely referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office and they'll charge it out. If they don't want to charge it out for whatever reason or decline, then it'll come back locally. So basically what will happen is somebody will get in touch with you once we get those results back and let you know. And let you know what charges are going to come and things like that. Okay. So, is there any questions there? I think so. Okay. So what we'll do is, if you want to wait in here, I'll have somebody come book you. You can do it. I'm not seeing anything from you.
It's interesting that he's really concerned about his crew badge, and that's because that's one of the few things that is technically your airline's property. It's not something that you own. They have the rights to it. If you ever get fired or quit, that's something they're going to want back. And you get in a lot of trouble for losing your crew badge because you could have fraud or all kinds of different things. So it is a big deal losing that. So it is interesting that he's very focused on getting that back. But I would think that's kind of the least of his overall concerns right now. Well, the lab report came back and the pilot's blood sample was determined that he had an alcohol concentration of 0.027 at 1:10 p.m. They determined that at the time the pilot was on the flight deck, that his blood alcohol content was somewhere between 0.04 and 0.08. Which the detective had already talked about is way past the legal limit. According to the court records, he served 1 weekend in jail and the rest of the time was under home detention. Then he was placed on probation, which included alcohol treatment. He pleaded guilty in court to attempting to operate an aircraft under the influence of alcohol. Now, I've personally known people who have had this happen where they were caught either with drugs or alcohol in their system while they're flying. I've personally talked to them about it. Obviously, it's a sensitive subject. People are embarrassed about it, but I'm just a nosy person, so I would ask them about it. And essentially, I can tell you already what's going to happen with this pilot. They're going to lose all their ratings. So the FAA was going to remove all of their licenses. But what they can't remove is your experience, your ability of flying, your skills. They can't obviously take that away. So if this pilot chooses that he wants to go back into aviation, which is typically what pilots do, is they're going to go back and just have to retake the exams. They still have the hours, so they just go retake all their different exams, which is kind of a mess. But you go retake those different exams, you pass the different check rides that you need to pass, and now you're qualified to go reapply to different airlines. Lucky for this pilot, this happened in 2019. And in 2021 and 2022, there was an unprecedented boom in air travel demand, which means they needed pilots. After he would complete all that training, the probationary period and everything, that would allow him the opportunity to go apply to different airlines. And when airlines are really short, and they're going to take people who have
Well, he got lucky.
the most experience that they can get to quickly pass training. Now, let's say he was qualified on, let's say, an Airbus A320. Let's say that's what he was flying at Delta. If he was current and qualified and has thousands of hours doing that, that is something that the airline, if they have that aircraft, know that he's going to be able to safely fly. He's also going to be put into a program we call the HIMSS program, which stands for Human Intervention Motivation Study. Now, the really sad part about this is that if the day before that pilot had called to his airline and called the chief pilot and said, "Hey, chief, listen, man, I'm having a hard time," and I'm not saying that this was the case for this particular pilot, but if he called and said, "I'm having a hard time stopping drinking, and I don't know what, I can't stop, and I'm getting drunk every night before flying," and again, I'm not saying that this is the pilot, but if that pilot had called his chief to say that and said he had an issue, even with drugs, I've heard about it. Airlines I've seen go way above and beyond what I would even think is reasonable in taking care of their crew, sending them to rehab, keeping them on a salary, sending them out to rehab to get everything back and fixed. By them taking that action and going there, the airlines will typically go above and beyond to help you remedy whatever it is to help you get back on a good path. You will be in this HIMSS program, and there is no HERS program, but you'll be on the HIMSS program for the rest of your career. No doubt. That's just, you get that, you get to keep your job, everything's okay as long as you follow the steps inside that HIMSS program.
Well, people make dumb decisions. It's just what dumb people do. Alright, well, it's late. I'm gonna try getting some sleep, but hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, I'm still able to get some good sleep, so if my sleep schedule is kind of sorted out, I should be streaming around the same time tomorrow, so I'll see you all then. But thanks again, everybody, and sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow.